Look here, the record. Eddie Alvarez, vastly more experience in bigger fights against better talent, but Michael Chandler has never tasted defeat. Very confident.
Michael Chandler versus the champion Eddie Alvarez for Bellator's Lightweight World Championship. The bell in round number 1.
How much time will Eddie spend on the feet? That's an important part of this fight. Good left hand.
Chandler is in the black trunks. He
got him
in the white trunks.
He hurt him back.
He's letting go. Alvarez in all sorts of trouble trying to hold on.
Oh, good right hand by Eddie.
Troy Waugh was seconds away from stopping this fight in favor of Chandler.
Eddie could still be rocked. Remember, Eddie gets rocked in every fight and manages to come back, but you know he is still in trouble.
Alvarez said, one of us is going to win inside of 2 rounds. If that doesn't happen, this will go all 25 minutes. I thought that was a remarkable statement from the champion.
Could be a statement of bad luck because he got rocked.
Partial suplex there by Chandler. Alvarez trying to fire back to the body. Bouncing the step of Eddie Alvarez.
And I think Chandler established he is not to be taken lightly on the feet.
Jimmy, I'm telling you, referee Troy Waugh was about to step in and stop the fight in favor of Chandler.
I'm glad he didn't. Eddie was able to stay on his feet. Didn't look hurt like he was hurt that badly. Able to come back. Another good right hand.
Great inside right on the counter by Alvarez. His best punch of the fight thus far.
And Chandler doing a great job with that lead right. Beautiful jab.
Eddie Alvarez said, I have to pick my spots when to explode, but I need to put Michael Chandler into a fight.
Now Chandler's exploding first. Very athletic. I think his speed is surprising Eddie at this point.
Alvarez talked to us, Jimmy, about calculated risk, knowing how to pace himself.
And that's one thing he said he made very clear. He goes, this kid has not been in a 5-round fight like I have. He doesn't know how to pace himself like I do. Chandler coming out with a lot of energy so far. Can he keep this pace up? Good straight right. Both these guys are having a lot of success with that lead right. Man, only 2 minutes into this fight. Unbelievable.
Incredible action thus far. That's a really clever, almost look away, walk away right hand by the champion, Eddie Alvarez.
And he looks like he's recovered well. That's an important thing. He's been dropped in a lot of fights. He recovers very quickly.
Chandler trying to change levels. Chandler wants to use his wrestling, but on the ground, he is a ground and pound fighter, not a submission fighter.
Good body work by Eddie. Now starting to kind of find his rhythm.
Chandler went for the leg, couldn't find it. Alvarez to the body. Chandler now tying his man up. Remarkable start to this world title fight.
Eddie dropped by Joachim Hansen. Tatsuya Kawajiri came back to win both of those fights.
Roger Huerta dropped him as well.
He did. Trying to take his back. Good job by Chandler.
Chandler too slick. Out the back door, a single leg, then Alvarez slick back to his feet.
And the crowd is on its feet tonight.
Alvarez, it was an absolute destruction of Roger Huerta. A TKO stopped between rounds 2 and 3, and yet Huerta dropped Alvarez in that fight.
Now this is where Eddie is at his best, in the center of the cage when he's loose. I think the speed of Chandler, his aggression to begin his fight kind of got him on his heels. Looks like he's recovered, but Chandler's still very dangerous. Oh, another good right.
So remarkable that Chandler, entering the season 4 155-pound tournament back in March, said, I'm thinking about Eddie Alvarez. The other 7 tournament fighters said, it's just one fight at a time. I'm not even going to consider the champion.
Eddie's talking to Chandler now. Trying to get inside the head.
Outside kick by Eddie Alvarez.
Of the much younger fighter. I think that's important. Little gamesmanship there. Great knee.
Oh, that was a big knee as Chandler
Another
dropped.
good right.
Good overhand right by Alvarez. Chandler missing with the left. Bouncing the step of Alvarez. Chandler trying to pounce. Knee by Chandler. Good uppercut.
Eddie moved his head at the end of that. Just grazed him. But Chandler still moving forward.
Chandler not intimidated coming forward.
Good right hand.
Alvarez not intimidated coming forward. No counter fighting thus far.
Man, can you say round of the year? I think this is it.
Right hand on the inside by Chandler.
And he has to be careful with his jab hand. He's got to watch that lead right. Michael has stunned him with it. Another good jab.
Chandler came
another good right.
A straight wrestler, but he has really worked hard on his striking. Final seconds of round number 1. An amazing round number 1.
Dropped him again.
Right hand by Chandler, looking to finish before the bell.
Wow! Man, unbelievable end to that first round. I haven't seen a round like that in a long time. I think round of the year. I'll say it again.
Round. Yes, you got that round. Okay? Now listen to me.
Man, aggression from both fighters. Both fighters landing the right hand.
Stick that jab on him. I need you to move. He's hitting
Neither guy backing up.
Too much.
Man, I'm impressed. If Michael Chandler is feeling the pressure of this moment, it's not showing in the fight.
Very nice. Beautiful, Mike. Hey, that jab is working.
Chandler said, I want to counter Eddie Alvarez's very hard pace with an even harder pace.
His mouth is ripped open. I see Eddie Alvarez bleeding profusely. I think he might have torn his bottom lip. You see here the end of that first round, but they are right back in it. Oh, good right by Chandler.
Round number 2. You saw in that replay, referee Troy Waugh about stepped in. He hitched and caught himself. Waugh almost ended his fight in favor of Chandler early in round 1. But we continue round 2, and Jimmy on your scorecard.
Yeah, 10-9, Michael Chandler. Looked like Eddie was winning back that round, but that flurry at the end, I think, iced it for Michael Chandler. That's 2 times it looks like he could have finished Eddie Alvarez. That's stunning.
Michael Chandler is in the black trunks. The champion Eddie Alvarez is in the white trunks. This for Bellator's lightweight world title. Chandler, it was fascinating, Jimmy. He said, I don't want a fluke knockout win. I want to go at least past 3 rounds. I want to show that I have dominated the champion, Eddie Alvarez.
Yeah, that's a bunch of crap. If he could have ended that in the first round, he would have. He didn't back off because he wanted to. You finish it when you can against a guy as dangerous as Eddie Alvarez.
Foot stomps and knees to the thigh by Chandler. Another foot stomp.
I never believed that, I wanted to really show what I had. No, you want to win. Both these guys want to win.
Chandler forgot about that statement when he was trying to finish in round 1. I keenly observed that point. Phenomenal fight. Blood coming out of the mouth of the champion, Eddie Alvarez, and a big takedown from Chandler.
This is where Chandler has been so dominant in Bellator, on top. Good submission game, but really good with this ground and pound. Tremendous pressure.
You saw Chandler taking the back, but not getting either hook in. Alvarez back to his feet. Alvarez missing with that right hand.
There's an outstanding lead right. I think he needs to set it up a little bit better. Chandler's catching him with that jab coming in. Now he's starting to read the right hand.
This crowd is absolutely rocking here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida.
Now Chandler mugging him a bit, sticking his chin out.
Seems to be a split crowd, Jimmy. Half behind the champion, half behind the challenger in this fight.
I don't care who you're behind. This has been an amazing fight.
Chandler trying to become the champion.
Oh, good knee.
Alvarez trying to further his claim as the top 155-pounder in all of MMA and make his second successful title defense.
Now, both fighters said they wanted to make it a fight. Both fighters are correct. That's what they're both in.
How smart there was Chandler, Jimmy. He was in a position to be kneed in the head, and he kept both of his palms flat on the canvas.
Exactly. 3 points position. Anything more than your feet on the ground, you cannot be kneed. Remember, Chandler does have, Eddie Alvarez does have outstanding submission skills. A lot of options from here. Guillotines, Peruvian neckties, got to be careful. Chandler has to be conscious on the bottom.
Alvarez now getting his right hand on his left bicep.
The gator roll, anaconda. We see here Chandler protecting, pulling that right elbow down to give himself some space. How much energy is Eddie using here? That's the question.
Chandler back to his feet, eats a knee, and then slips the right hand. Counter right on the inside by Chandler. Both fighters going all out for victory. This is not about scoring points. This is not about playing it safe. This is to win or retain the world title.
Great head movement by Chandler. He's moving back off that right hand very effectively. I think he's reading it well.
Bouncing the step of the champion, Eddie Alvarez. Final minute of round number 2.
Eddie needs to get that lead hand going, that lead jab and lead hook. Michael Chandler's really timing that right hand well with his head movement.
Alvarez to the body, then the head.
It's one thing Eddie does very well, works the ribs. He's a good body puncher, nice leaping left hook.
Chandler feinting, coming forward. Counter shots the kick, glancing kick there by Alvarez. Alvarez showing his elusiveness on the feet. Feinting coming forward now.
See Chandler slowing down.
Good kick on the left hand.
See Chandler slowing down a little bit.
Alvarez feinting with the flying knee. Hold it back. Closing seconds of round 2 of this world title fight at 155 pounds. I love this fight, Jimmy.
You still got to move more. You got to start jab, stop, legs.
Into the corner of the champion, Eddie Alvarez.
Uppercut. Can you bring me an uppercut? Okay. Bring the right uppercut. He's just dipping his head and just plotting.
And into the corner of Michael Chandler.
Step into that, to your left, so give me that low kick, okay? Remember, when he's stepping back, Mikey, I want you to shove him.
Down, go.
Shove him and take him down, Mikey.
Hey, hands
okay?
up, Mikey, the whole time.
Hands up.
You're doing good, Mikey. You got this, Mike.
Fight, are you ready? You ready?
Heading into round number 3, we're scheduled for 5 in this Bellator lightweight world title fight. Michael Chandler earned this title shot by way of winning Bellator's Season 4 155-pound tournament, facing the champion, the top 155-pounder in all of MMA, Eddie Alvarez. 3 judges scoring cage side from the state of Florida. Jimmy, on your unofficial scorecard.
Now, why did I have to score that last round? Unbelievably close, almost an even round. I'm going to give it to the champ 10-9 and have it even.
Michael Chandler is in the black trunks. The champion, Eddie Alvarez, is in the white trunks.
Now, Chandler's pace slowed a little bit in that second round.
Again, Alvarez said, I need to put Chandler into a fight. He did not believe that Chandler had ever been in a fight before. Chandler entering this bout a perfect 8-0 in his pro MMA career.
Now it's Eddie taking the center of the cage.
Good left hand by Alvarez.
That's important. Chandler's at his best when moving forward.
Chandler missing with a hook to the body.
Now his corner in between rounds says, I want to see that uppercut. Change up your punches. I think that's because Chandler is reading the right hand so effectively.
It's been a pretty split crowd, even for Chandler and Alvarez, but now chance of Eddie.
Also, those Philadelphians so loud. Doesn't have to be a split crowd. Even if it's 50-50, you're going to hear Eddie's fans every time.
Chandler didn't know the exact number, but he said, I'll have at least 20 family members here, including his mom, Betty, who you saw earlier, as well as his dad, Mike.
One of my favorite quotes from Eddie Alvarez said, my fans would boo Santa Claus.
They did actually at the Eagles game in the early 1980s.
Oh, City of Brotherly Love.
Good left hand by Chandler that misses with the right to the body.
See Chandler slowing down a lot here.
Alvarez trying to turn up the pace. Alvarez in a position to knee.
Maybe you see here that left hand, he was leaving it on the ground to avoid the knees. Now going for the guillotine.
Chandler pops his head free. Both fighters so sweaty right now, Jimmy. It's tough to get a standing guillotine in those gloves, as you know.
Chandler looked down. I don't know if there was some kind of problem there.
Alvarez trying to let the hands go. Chandler pulls away on his bicycle.
And he's turning it on now.
Alvarez trying to let go with the
Another good right hand.
Right hand.
He could be looking for the finish here, Sean.
In stalking mode now. Chandler trying to fire back. Big shots from the champion. To the body now for Eddie Alvarez. Uppercut. Straight left hand by Alvarez. Chandler missing with a counter right.
I think it was a body shot that hurt him initially. It seemed like all the gas suddenly went out of Michael Chandler, like all of his air suddenly went out of him, and he's a great body puncher. I think that was what did it.
Chandler in the single leg shot, Alvarez the sprawl, pulls his leg free.
Man, Chandler looks just about spent, but he is still very dangerous, and Eddie knows that.
Body lock now by Alvarez. Alvarez seeing things go his way here in round number 3. Letting go with the hands. Chandler missing with that right hand. Alvarez keeping his boxing tight. Alvarez to the body. Chandler missing with that jump-in knee.
But he's taking big, gulping breaths, and he is so exhausted. I think those body shots just took so much out. Now he's in big trouble.
Alvarez sensing the end, trying to let go with the hands, trying to find the finish here in round 3. Chandler so tough firing back.
But Chandler's still loading up. You see just unloading at the ribs. 1 minute left in this round. Can Eddie finish him?
Another spectacular round in this truly spectacular fight. Another single leg shot by Chandler. Another successful sprawl by the champion Alvarez.
And every one of these takedowns that he doesn't get takes so much out of him. Look at the hip pressure of Eddie Alvarez and Michael Chandler just spent from here.
Well, it's minute 15 of this fight. Remember, we're scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds.
Just relentless with this takedown, but Eddie Alvarez relentless with the body shots. Go for an outside switch now.
Do not grab the fence, Ed.
It's basic wrestling. I think Chandler's just holding on, trying to see the end of the round. See a smile on the face of the champ.
You see the blood over both fighters. Michael Chandler versus the champion Eddie Alvarez for Bellator's lightweight world title. Closing seconds of round number 3. A tremendous fight to this point. Chandler has sensed the finish, Alvarez has sensed the finish, and still we fight on.
Stop, stop!
Give me a deep breath.
An unbelievable fight. If you don't like this fight, I don't know, you just don't like fighting. You are channel surfing, looking for a swimming show or something, maybe you won't like this
fight. I don't need you getting hit now. Okay. All right, be patient.
If your heart has not stopped, I don't know, you just don't like action, I guess.
This is your fight now.
How do you feel? You want to continue?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alvarez just asked by referee Troy Awad, do you want to continue? I think there's only one answer to that question.
Right? Come on, much better round.
Okay.
Mikey, we're up 2-1. We're up 2-1, Mikey. Okay? Let's go.
Come on.
Let's go, Mikey. Come on, Mikey. Mikey.
Michael, get your mind
hands
right,
up. Let's go.
right.
Come on, Mikey.
Here comes round number 4, scheduled for 5 of this Bellator lightweight world title fight. Undefeated Michael Chandler versus the champion Eddie Alvarez. Alvarez looking to record his 23rd pro MMA win, and this is 25th pro MMA fight. Jimmy, how do you see this fight thus far?
Man, I give the last round to Alvarez, 10-9. That's his first clear dominant round. I gave him round 2, but that was very, very close. I thought round 3 was the first one he clearly took.
Chandler is in the black trunks. The champion Alvarez is in the white trunks. Alvarez cut badly, and in at least 2 places, if not more, in his mouth. Leaking a lot of blood out of his mouth. There's still quite a bit of blood on the back of Michael Chandler. It's the blood of Eddie Alvarez from the mouth.
The thing is, you know, Chandler established that right hand early on in the fight. That made Eddie Alvarez give him a lot of respect in that 3rd round and not go in for the finish when he might have been able to do that. He didn't want to walk into another one of those right hands.
Alvarez trying to walk down Chandler with punches.
That's when he's been successful, starting with the body attack and then going to the head. Remember, it was a body shot that started the dominance of the 3rd round.
Chandler so complimentary coming into this fight of the champion Eddie Alvarez. He said he really doesn't have a weakness, but what I can exploit is his wrestling. By and large, Jimmy, this has been a stand-up fight.
I was about to say, it's been mostly a stand-up fight. Chandler has really impressed me with his boxing.
Good right hand by Chandler.
He's a little below the chin. Hit him in the upper chest. Eddie coming back.
9th pro MMA fight for Michael Chandler. The first time he has been past 3 rounds. The 25th pro MMA fight for Eddie Alvarez. Just the 2nd time that he has been past 3 rounds.
Man, he is still winging power shots, Sean.
April of this year, Eddie Alvarez defended his Bellator world title versus Pat Curran, winning a 5-round unanimous decision.
He looked gassed at the end of that 3rd round, but still coming forward, still throwing with a lot of fire in this 4th round.
Here's the shot.
Oh, good right hand.
Big right hand by Chandler. His best punch since round 1, then the left. Windmill right by Chandler, just missed the mark. A bad mouse forming under the left eye of Michael Chandler.
Oh, another big right hand. He's hurt. He's hurt badly.
Chandler now pouncing. Alvarez bleeding terribly out of the mouth. Chandler letting go with the full-on ground and pound.
He needs to get space. He needs to get up right now. Chandler is all over him.
Chandler trying to move the side control, and he has it. Chandler knee on belly passes. Beautiful pass now into mount for Michael Chandler.
Eddie has great recovery, but he's mounted right now. Now giving up his back.
Chandler looking.
That's it.
He can choke. There's the tap. And we have a new champion. Michael Chandler is Bellator's new lightweight world champion. Jimmy, he said he came to Bellator for one reason, to fight the champion Eddie Alvarez. He earned his title shot by winning Bellator's Season 4 155-pound tournament earlier this year, and now he defeats Eddie Alvarez to take the Bellator world title.
He defeated him in what I am calling the fight of the year. Unbelievable performance by both fighters, but Chandler ends up victorious. Hurt the champ, got behind him, and finished him with the choke. Let's take a look at it. That right hand was landing all night, but this time he was able to get on top, able to get in his comfort zone on a rocked and hurt Eddie Alvarez and never let him off the hook. Here in full mount, Eddie turned his back, and from here, that's it, arm underneath, power Mataleon rear naked choke, and we have a new 155-pound champion.
An amazing fight and a title change here in Bellator Fighting Championships. A truly remarkable and memorable fight results in a title change. Michael Chandler defeats Eddie Alvarez to become Bellator's new lightweight world champion. Let's send it back up to Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage by way of a rear naked choke. The tap comes officially 3 minutes, 6 seconds into round number 4. The winner by submission, and now the new Bellator lightweight world champion, Michael Chandler.
Lightweight champion Michael Chandler. What do you gotta say, champ?
I gotta say, my face looks pretty darn good. Eddie's the man. Gosh, I don't know if we can, like you said, I don't know if we can look for a better fight than that. He brought it to me the whole time. It was freaking rough.
Now, as hard as that fight was, all you've talked about is your faith, your drive, your belief in yourself. Did that keep you going through this fight?
It sure did. I told you I was gonna be standing right here. Over a year ago, I told you I was gonna be standing here, and thank God for this opportunity. Thank Eddie for, stepping in here. He's a great champion. Yeah, thank everybody. He's awesome.
Now, speaking of Eddie Alvarez, Eddie, come on over, man. It's hard to say there's a loser in a fight like this. This is the kind, I know it's not the result you wanted, but this is the kind of fight you wanted tonight.
No, me and Joachim Hansen fought a fight like this not too long ago. And in this case, I don't think there is any losers. I think the crowd wins on this one. So congratulations, Mike, and thank you guys for coming out to watch us.
Congratulations to our new lightweight champion.
Our tale of the tape is brought to you by Dave & Buster's Eat, Drink, Play.
Look at the height and reach advantage for Joe Schilling. He plans to use that all night.
Spike presents Bellator MMA. Now, inside the cage, we move to the middleweight division for 3 5-minute rounds brought to you by Gold Bond Ultimate Men's Lotion. And now, the blue corner first at 6'3", weighing in 186 pounds even. The world champion kickboxer who compiled a record of 17-7 tonight returns to MMA, making his Bellator debut. He fights out of Los Angeles, California, introducing Joe Stitch 'em Up Schilling. And across the cage, his adversary tonight fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 185.5 pounds. The world-class kickboxer who recorded a mark of 37-12. Tonight, returns to the Bellator cage with an MMA record including 29 victories, 11 defeats, with 1 draw. Hailing from and fighting out of Amsterdam, Netherlands, introducing Melvin, No Mercy Manhoef. In charge of the action, your referee, Mike Beltran.
This fight has all of the ingredients to be very quick and very violent, but both said, I'm not going to be reckless and get caught.
All the way back, Joe. All right, gentlemen, first round. You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Head on, let's go.
The bell and round number 1. Tonight's fight clock is brought to you by the official beer of Bellator, Miller Lite, back in its original look. With fighters you see in black trunks, Schilling has the blue glove tape, Manhoef has the red glove tape.
If there's a weakness to Melvin Manhoef's striking style, it's that he tends to get over-aggressive and leave himself vulnerable to a counter shot. That happened against Robbie Lawler, a fight he was dominating, fell for a left hand and got knocked out.
Schilling made it clear, I'm not going to get in the pocket and trade. I respect Melvin Manhoef's power too much. Schilling said, my game, much like Muhammad Ali, one of his idols in combat sports, is from the outside. Download the new Spike app and watch all of your favorite shows, as well as some of Bellator's biggest names and best fights, anytime, anywhere, for free.
Gegard Mousasi once called Melvin Manhoef the Mike Tyson of MMA, but just like Mike Tyson, a lot of guys are beat before they get in there. Joe Schilling showing no fear right now.
Big overhand right from Manhoef that does not land. See Manhoef trying to defeat that reach, that range of Schilling and get to the inside. Tentative outside kick from Schilling. Slip from Manhoef. Schilling thought about pouncing and then hitched. Still to come tonight, the rematch. Chandler Brooks 2 at stake, Bellator's lightweight world title. Then our main event, Bonner versus Ortiz. Time called by referee Michael Beltran.
I think there was a cup shot.
You okay? Time. Joe, over there. How we doing, Robin? You okay?
Up against
You
the
have time,
fence.
you can work it out,
Yep.
okay? Let me know
Might
when
have
you're
grazed the cup with that. The shot was to the abdomen. It might have grazed the cup. Let's see. Yeah, it does.
Top of the cup.
You ready? Okay. Pick him up, Joe. Ready? Fight, let's go!
Manhoef given 5 minutes on the clock to recover. Doesn't even take 30 seconds. Time in, round 1 resumes.
One thing Schilling talked about with Melvin Manhoef is his tendency to move straight back under attack. He doesn't cut a lot of angles. He's either forward or backward. That's what we've seen so far.
Good right. The big right hand, and now looking to finish. Here comes the explosion of Melvin Manhoef, trying to clear Schilling's legs. Tenacious is Manhoef.
Watch the back of the head.
Beltran taking a really close look.
Let's go, Joe.
More Manhoef.
Schilling trying to make this a grappling match.
Side control for Manhoef.
So he knocked out Sakuraba.
lot of time remaining in round 1, 2:15 to go.
Don't forget, he has incredible power with his ground and pound as well, not just on the feet. This is where that range advantage of Schilling becomes a disadvantage. Manhoef can generate a lot of power very close, only 5'8".
See Schilling trying to throw the up elbows and they're landing. Manhoef forced to defend.
Schilling, though, staying composed, not panicking. And Manhoef knowing and letting him up. Dives in with the left hand again.
Watch the head kick. Watch the up kick.
Now into the close guard of Joe Schilling. Schilling opens his guard.
Joe Schilling's been training with the Diaz brothers. No stranger on the ground.
Let's go, gentlemen. Let's improve
long
our
legs.
positions, guys.
Look for him trying to wrap Melvin Manhoef up and get his composure back, clear those cobwebs.
Or up elbows from Schilling, flat on his back.
Improve your positions, guys.
Schilling looking for the up kick. Briefest of moments, Jimmy, I thought he was fishing for a triangle.
Could have been. Very long legs. It's a good weapon.
King close guard from Schilling.
Stop! Stand up! Let's go! Stop! Stand up! Let's go!
Stand up order by Beltron.
Come on, ready, go! Fight! Let's go!
Crush him. Oh,
Big
another good left
hand.
hook.
To the body, Manhoef walks right through it. You see stepping into the pocket.
But Schilling is a dog. He will fight. Every time he gets hit, he wants to hit back. Still moving forward. That's what I said about that mental toughness. That's how he won the Glory middleweight belt. He takes a beating and he comes back.
Schilling from the tie plum lands the knee. Just misses with the elbow over the top. That knee lands.
How much gas did Melvin Manhoef spend trying to finish Joe Schilling?
Closing seconds, round number 1. Joe Schilling versus Melvin Manhoef. Fireworks thus far.
Stop the bell. Stop. Good job, guys.
That first round, the power of Melvin Manhoef on display. Nice right hand, you'll see it here. Bang, right on the temple. Drop Schilling. Manhoef swarming him, but not able to finish. That is crucial. Schilling weathered the storm. We're going to see round number 2. A lot of people didn't expect this, Sean.
Let's go.
Your scorecard, Jimmy?
10-9 Melvin Manhoef. Thought he really had Schilling hurt in that first round. But Schilling coming back at the end.
Again, score round by round as you're the 4th judge on the free Bellator MMA app. Also, submit your round by round scorecard on Twitter. Use the hashtag Bellator131.
19-0 power strikes landed in round 1. A wipeout for Melvin Manhoef, but here comes Joe Schilling. Eats another left hand. Oh my God!
That is it! A one-punch knockout win for Joe Schilling.
What did we say about Melvin Manhoef? He leaves himself vulnerable to the counter shot. That's exactly what happened. Joe Schilling was not intimidated, even though he got hurt in that first round. He stayed mentally in the fight, and that's what happens when you do that.
Schilling in serious trouble in round number 1. And the straight knockout to win this fight over Melvin Manhoef in round number 2.
And Manhoef is still out. Man, what a shot.
Let's look at the end of this fight. Cricket Wireless brings you this phenomenal replay. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
This is the finish.
Let's go.
This is the finish everyone expected. Look at it here. It's Manhoef who strikes first with a left hand. You see them both sizing each other up. It's Manhoef that draws blood first. He thought he had Joe Schilling hurt. Schilling the aggressor, but it's Manhoef. You'll see it, I believe it was a left hand off this clinch right here. He believes he has Schilling hurt, and then bam! Right hook, left hand over the top. Good night, Melvin Manhoef.
The speed of Joe Schilling, you'll see a right-left to finish.
And I don't think that left was necessary. I think that right hand put him out. That is world-class kickboxing, calm under fire, and he gets the knockout win in his Bellator debut.
Outstanding job by referee Mike Beltran. Outstanding timing, but the timing no better than that man, Joe Schilling. Jimmy will speak to the victor. You're watching Bellator MMA. Without a doubt, Joe Schilling versus Melvin Manhoef lived up to the fight, lived up to the hype. That was phenomenal. Here's Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes 32 seconds into round number 2. The winner by knockout, Joe Stitch'em Schilling.
Here's Jimmy.
Joe, I have to know, in that first round, you've made a career out of outlasting guys, taking a beating, staying in the fight. What were your thoughts when you were on the ground? He was swarming in that first round. What were you thinking?
Well, you know, preparing for this fight, I wanted to make sure that I was ready anywhere the fight went. You know, everyone was talking about it being a kickboxing match. This is MMA, man. You can't just do that. I did that 6 years ago. It didn't pay off well for me. So I put myself in those bad positions in training camp. And coming out here, I wanted to keep my composure, stay calm. I know my heart's going to keep going forever. So, you know, he landed some good shots. But I knew if I just waited patiently, I was going to get through it. And my right hand saved me again.
Now, take me through the end of the fight. He thought he had you hurt with the left hand, was coming at you. How hurt were you at the end of that fight? At the start of the exchange, you landed a left hand over the top. How hurt were you? That's what I want to know.
I wasn't hurt at all, really. I might have been out of position, but I don't feel like I was hurt. That's the same right hook from southpaw that knocked out Simon Marcus in the final at last minute standing. So it's worked out pretty well for me.
Now, you told me, you said it's not just one and done in Bellator. You didn't want to show up at a big show and be done with it. You want to make a career out of MMA. What do you think of that? Great step.
You know, it was a great name on my record. It was a lot of experience. I want to keep fighting better and better opponents and work my way toward a title. You know, I love kickboxing. That's always where my heart is, but I got a whole lot of belts that mean a lot to me in kickboxing, and I see that Bellator belt, and that means a lot to me now, too.
Let's give it up for your winner, Joe Schilling, ladies and gentlemen.
A look now at our tale of the tape.
Both guys extremely experienced. The question is, Tokoro, is he experienced or worn down after that many fights? We'll have to see.
Fight. Round number 1, and a flying start from Hideo Tokoro.
That is Japanese MMA. That's Tokoro style. Starting out like Karuno, who's known for that attack. Flying jump kick.
Jimmy, you just hit on it. Tokoro said it a lot. I bring Tokoro's style. All action, all attack, all aggression, all unpredictability. But a big right hand by LC Davis on the inside.
The problem a lot of Japanese fighters have had in the States is big, physical, strong American fighters. That's what he's facing tonight.
Hideo Tokoro in the blue gloves, red gloves for LC Davis.
Got to respect the power of LC Davis.
Davis set his goal strategically, use his wrestling defensively, keep it standing, and ultimately dictate the fight with what he believes will be a superior striking. But also not to get sucked into the flash of Tokoro style.
Don't become a spectator. Don't stand there and watch your opponent react and hurt him. That's what he's doing so far.
Right hand on the inside from Tokoro. Davis walks right through it. Both fighters trading, both fighters swinging.
Guys with unorthodox styles in combat sports. Guys like Pernell Whitaker, grapplers like Jeff Glover. You start watching what they're doing rather than reacting to what they're doing and taking advantage. LC Davis cannot let that happen.
Go to the inside, landed the elbow. This is exactly the implementation of defensive wrestling that Davis was talking to us about.
I was impressed with that level change takedown by Tokoro earlier. It shows LC Davis that that's in his back pocket. If he gets too aggressive, he can get taken down himself. Flying for the leg lock. Rolled for the heel hook, could not get it.
We thought this would be a fun fight. This is a really fun fight. Knee that slipped Davis right back to his feet.
Really glad I'm not a judge tonight. I give a scorecard, but it doesn't cost anybody a win. These rounds very hard to score.
It just hurts people's feelings on Twitter. That's all.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Jason Herzog asked Davis if he was okay. Davis said, let's fight on. They have grazed the cup. Davis not concerned, now lands the left hand. Look at the eye contact of Tokoro, Jimmy.
Stone cold, always focused. He's had trouble. He's overreacted a little bit. He's been caught off balance, I'd say, by the power shots of LC Davis. He's been knocked off balance by a few of his punches.
Final minute, round number 1 of this bantamweight fight.
Another good left hand by LC Davis. One thing about Tokoro is keeping his chin very high. Not really in a defensive stance when it comes to his chin and his posture.
Hand from Davis. Constant hand movement. Constant shuffling of their feet from Hideo Tokoro. Davis now starting to settle into a rhythm. As I say that, dropped and dropped again. Almost too much of a rhythm for LC Davis. Now the level change and he hits the takedown.
Might have been a little bit of a desperation takedown, but he got it right when he needed it.
Fast and furious round number 1, final seconds. This is a really good fight. This is the 62nd pro MMA fight for that man, Hideo Tokoro. Holds a win in his prolific career over Royler Gracie. Fought Royce Gracie to a draw. Obviously, when weight classes still weren't a big thing in our sport. Jimmy, your scorecard, round number 1.
I went 10-9 LC Davis. I thought he was more efficient, landing with the left hand, but the flash belonged to Hideo Tokoro, so that round could have gone either way. I thought LC Davis was a little bit more effective with his strikes. Tokoro did get that knockdown though, but I'm going 10-9 LC Davis.
He's trying to get through with the left hand. In that southpaw stance. From Davis, but good elusive head movement again from Hideo Tokoro. Step in right hand from Tokoro.
Tokoro has had bursts of offense. He needs to set some consistency. We got to see what he does with combinations, whether or not he can get his attack going throughout a round. We've seen flashes of attack. He has to get his consistency up there. Last round, LC Davis threw twice as many punches as Tokoro.
Superman
twice
punch.
as many strikes.
Then the kick from Davis, nothing there. Now lands that low kick. Tokoro did say that he wanted to draw LC Davis into a brawl, but that's just not Davis's style.
It's not really his style. Right now, it's Davis throwing more and being, I think, a little more accurate with his strikes. When he's landing clean. Oh, good right hand. That hurt him.
It was a feint on the jump knee, and the right hand counter by Davis puts Tokoro in trouble. Tokoro now looking for the leg lock, defensively to offense.
Going for the sweep, inverted heel hook. This is a dangerous submission, Sean.
Davis pulling his right leg free. Both fighters back to their feet. This fight is living up to the billing and then some, Jimmy.
And I love what I'm seeing from Tokoro. He's going crazy with the submission attacks, but LC Davis showed what happens when you get reckless against him. Left for that flying knee and a counter right hand over the top.
Inside knee from Tokoro. See the body lock from Hideo Tokoro.
Another good right hand over the top by LC Davis. Started with the body attack, ended with the hook over the top, right to the chin. Oh, nice elbow.
Good Muay Thai elbow indeed from LC Davis on the inside.
He's found the vulnerable side of Hideo Tokoro, and it's been that right side, that lead hand over the top. He's thrown the punch and the elbow, both of them over the top on the right-hand side.
Davis starting to work the foot stomps as well to take Tokoro off balance and land strikes like that. Right hands, right elbows. Herzog telling Davis, get your fingers out of the chain link fence.
This is the battle Tokoro did not want. It's about strength and size and brute power because LC Davis has the advantage there.
You can palm the fence, you can't legally grasp the links. That's what Herzog was warning Davis about. Now Tokoro with the waist cinch, standing and one hook in.
Nice.
Davis letting go with the right hands. High volume fight from both men.
Rolling for the inverted heel hook.
Tokoro going hard.
What a finish this would be, going back to it.
Davis sensing real submission danger, scrambles back to his feet.
Yeah, this is what I love about Japanese MMA. He went for it. LC Davis, though, excellent submission defense, back to his feet. Same move that Rio Chonin caught Anderson Silva with, but LC Davis would not have it.
The frenzied pace continues. Outstanding through 10 minutes.
Look at the right hand off the jump knee by Tokoro, and then against the fence, elbow right to the chin, hooks over the top. And beautiful stuff from both fighters.
Mercedes Terrell and Summer Daniels, our Bellator girls, letting us know that round 3 is upon us. Scorecard, Jimmy.
Man, another 10-9 for LC Davis. I thought he did more damage, but Tokoro, once again, he had the flash, but I feel the substance was LC Davis 10-9. Now, both these guys are bringing it tonight. Oh, good right hand by Tokoro!
Stepped in and landed the right hand, trying to take the back. Davis showed the back, took it away. Both fighters have been dropped. Both fighters have been in danger in this fight.
For those
standing tempo.
For those of you that are used to a Brazilian style of submission, it's position before submission. With the Japanese, a lot of times, step over, go for something wild from anywhere. Do not blink when they are on the ground. LC Davis has to be very careful.
Looking for the armbar now. The step over. Davis desperately trying to defend. Tokoro going for the finish, trying to extend the arm. Davis yanks his arm free, then eats the up kick.
Now he's calling that an illegal up kick.
Time called by Herzog.
I'd like to get another look at that. He might have been going down.
Okay, you can't do that. Right here, please. Fighter, hey, right over here. You need time. Right over here, please.
Let's take a look at it.
All right, I just warned him right now. You're in transition.
I disagree. He was dropping to a knee as he was hit.
A little bit of time here.
I think it was.
Do you need the doctor to come talk to you at all?
His knee had not touched the canvas. And another thing you have to know at home, if I throw it and then your knee hits the canvas, that is your problem. That was a legal knee.
Okay.
Completely legal.
I was down, right? No, you were going down and you touched as you threw the kick, okay? So if you can't continue, are you able to? All right.
I'm disagreeing with Jason on that one. He's a great referee, and that was a quick position. It's hard to see, but that was a legal knee.
Herzog asked Davis, do you want to continue? Davis said, yes, absolutely, we fight on. Difficult position for Jason Herzog. Davis clears his head after the brief timeout. This outstanding fight resumes.
Remember, guys, we get replay. Referees have to call it as it happens. It's tough to do in a fight that is this fast. It's always easy with the replay, Sean. Oh, great head kick. Tokoro is throwing for the fences in the third round.
Davis to the body lock, Tokoro to the body lock as well.
What's important to keep in mind is a point was not deducted. He separated him, warned him, but that he did not take a point. It will not affect the scoring. These are the kind of fights I live for. Tokoro fighting like he believes he lost those first 2 rounds, Sean.
This is spectacular. Thankfully, LC Davis could continue. We don't want to see a majority, or rather a technical decision in this situation. We fight on. Tokoro looked for the armbar. What did you say, Jimmy? Submission before position, just like that.
Yep.
Davis now trying to take the back of Hideo Tokoro. Look at the scrambling ability, the agility of both fighters back to their feet. Both of these men clearly eyeing a world title shot. Davis now stacking Tokoro. Tokoro looking for the armbar. Second time he's got Davis in this position. First time Davis yanked his arm free.
Doesn't look like Tokoro's in great position to finish this. And he will not.
Good defense by Davis. He stacked Tokoro rather than trying to raise up and hyperextend his own elbow.
Idea that they are still fighting this hard at this pace. LC Davis went for the guillotine, but didn't have his hips in the proper position.
Tokoro now trying to take the back of Davis. They're trading submission attempts. This is one of the best fights that I've commentated as well as seen in a number of years. Outstanding pace.
Fighters down to not knee him in the head.
I don't care who wins this. We have to see these fighters again, period. The loser, I want to see him again.
Swelling now under the left eye of Hideo Tokoro. Davis looking for the single leg, he hits it. Tokoro looking for a Kimura sweep.
Right into full mount. He's in great position to finish this.
You see he has his arms figure forward. Going hard for the Kimura, Hideo Tokoro to finish. Davis pops his left arm free.
And this crowd is on its feet as they should be. Great stuff by LC Davis. Incredible aggression by Hideo Tokoro.
Trading positions, trading submissions. Hideo Tokoro, LC Davis. Final seconds now. Davis holding the guillotine position. Looking for a last-second finish. Full crank from Davis, the bell. The end of a fantastic fight.
This whole fight was a highlight. Started in the beginning with the jump kick by Tokoro. Flash throughout by Tokoro. Creativity, just like he talked about, but LC Davis, power, accuracy, explosiveness. Tokoro coming back with submission attempts. LC Davis on defense in that third round, but in round number 2, he had Tokoro rocked against the fence. Great action on the ground, on the feet. Neither guy quitting. Great guts in that third round by LC Davis. Got a little break on the up kick. Then he finished the fight looking for the guillotine. It's the kind of fight I love seeing.
Campos strike brings us total strikes landed.
Tokoro 37 out of 92. LC Davis 61 out of 142 strikes.
Jimmy, you and I are hardcore fans of old school Japanese MMA. That was a throwback. Who's your winner?
29-28 LC Davis. Hideo Tokoro takes round number 3.
Let's end all suspense. Here's Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your 3 cage side judges. Your first judge, Steve Armstrong, scores the fight 29-28. He sees it for Tokoro. Your second judge, David Sutherland, scores the fight 29-28. He sees the fight for Davis. Your third and final judge, Dan Matheson, scores the fight 29-28 for the winner by split decision, LC Davis.
The tail of the tape in the main event for the lightweight world title, brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
Look at the record. What do we keep talking about? The names. Benson Henderson has beaten the consistency of his career. Michael Chandler wants to erase that record of Henderson's with a knockout.
5 years of waiting is over. It's main event time. Michael C. Williams time.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Spike, Miller Lite presents Bellator MMA from San Jose, California. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Lightweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Commissioner John Carvelli, Chair, Executive Officer at Cageside, Mr. Andy Foster. Tonight's world title fight is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 5'9", he weighed in 154.9 pounds. The two-time former lightweight champion tonight fights for his 3rd world title. He stands with 24 professional victories, 6 defeats. Fighting out of Glendale, Arizona, presenting the challenger, Smooth Benson Henderson. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out in the red corner. At 5'8", weighing in 155 pounds even. The two-time champion tonight makes the first defense after reclaiming the title, entering the Bellator cage with 15 victories, just 3 defeats. Originally from High Ridge, Missouri, he fights out of Boca Raton, Florida, the defending Bellator lightweight world champion, Iron Michael Chandler. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Big John McCarthy.
Gentlemen, got over the rules in the back. I want you to protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands. At all times, I want you to fight hard and fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Good luck. Thank you, baby.
That moment before the die of history is cast.
All right, here we go. You ready? You ready? You go.
The fight clock in the main event for the lightweight world title, brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers. It's Miller time.
What you talked about, Shale, when Michael Chandler seems like a young fighter, part of it is that explosive start, that energy he brings in. Most guys mellow out a little bit, being 15-3. He still comes out with kind of youthful energy. It's the only way I can put it.
15 wins, 13 by way of finish, 11 of those in the first round. I checked his record. He told me that set. I said, well, you know, that's not true. They're not all in the first round. He said, well, they were close enough. I don't know that it works that way, but this is what he said. So fine, 15, 13 wins in the first round. You talk about the eye of the tiger. If you saw that stare down, that's what Benson Henderson had in his face. That is exactly the look that expression came from. Chandler really is the one controlling the ring so far. Good kick followed up by a straight.
Jimmy, we didn't see that look coming down the ramp for Ben Henderson his first 2 fights in Bellator.
We did not. This is his future, like he just said. Koreshkov, you could put down to, well, that was a 170-pounder. Poor performance against Pitbull. I was warming up. I would have warmed up in rounds 2 and 3. He can't lose this fight and think that his future is going to be the same as his past.
That's fair. That's a fair point. I will point out that a lot of times when fighters take the skid and it starts to be towards the end of their career, their jaw gives out, something gives out, their body gets hurt. That's not the case with Benson Henderson. He's as tough as an old leather boot. He's never given up in there, and perhaps he did underestimate a couple of guys coming in as a guy that had climbed the mountain not just once, but twice. He knows exactly what he's in here for with Michael Chandler. So Chandler beat him. He will be beating the best Benson Henderson we've seen yet.
RDA knocked out Ben Henderson, but he had never been dominated the way he was by Andre Koreshkov for 5 full rounds. You can make the case if you want. That first round with Patricio Pitbull, Ben Henderson hasn't even won a round yet in Bellator.
I haven't given him, been in the Bellator cage for a half hour. I haven't given him a round. Nice
good right by Michael Chandler.
Another one connected. That's 2. Benson Henderson needs to grab him or circle off here, not go back 3. That one got through. Oh, uppercut through.
Chandler walking forward right now with no respect. Going right at Benson Henderson. He's looking for the first round KO.
Chandler cannot knee the head. He can knee the rest of the body, but he can certainly punch to the face, and he is. Benson Henderson's got to change his position. Right here, he's clamped down on one arm. That's a great start. Buy yourself some time. Get the glove check.
Wow, what a suplex by Michael Chandler.
That's a 5-point throw, my friend. Going for the guillotine.
This is the Neil Melanson technique.
Positioning isn't great, though, and he gives it up. He knew he couldn't finish in half guard. Smart move.
Smart, good move. He's doing what we call framing now, where he's going to push off the chin, get his forearm under. Benson Henderson going to a rubber guard, which I don't recall him doing before. But frankly, he's in a pretty good position. Options are a couple here.
He's Chandler first in this, and he gets out.
Primarily a triangle choke. He's lost the position. We've seen Benson Henderson score in this position. I remember he knocked Frankie Edgar halfway out with an up kick. Michael Chandler doing a good job keeping his hips forward.
Right now, Chandler's showing no fear.
He needs to keep his chin protected. Benson Henderson is excellent at kicking his opponents in the face from this position.
Nice right hand.
Another one gets through.
Another round in Bellator that Ben Henderson is getting dominated, and Michael Chandler trying to lock in.
Michael Chandler has this. On a normal opponent, that would have worked.
Oh, great right hand. Got through. That is how Ben Henderson got knocked out by RDA in a scramble trying to get up. Michael Chandler just teeing off.
He's swinging like this is a one-round fight.
If he keeps and connects one more time, it may be.
Gentlemen, on a different opponent, this one would have been over. I don't know if the fans at home understand the beating that Benson Henderson just took in the last 4.5 minutes because he pushed through. Both of those chokes were secured. 3 of those 4 shots were fight-ending punches. And here we see Mr. Smooth show us all why he is a 2-time world champion.
The question for Chandler coming in this fight was pacing. He unloaded right now. Now he needs a break. He has a history of doing that throughout his fights. Can he get his energy back in between rounds?
A monster first round for the champion, Michael Chandler. How much did it cost him is the question. When someday Ben Henderson goes into the Hall of Fame, they'll be talking about his chin and his ability to keep coming forward.
Unreal.
Now, the discussion becomes, was round 1 a 10-8 round for Michael Chandler or a 10-9 round?
I went 10-9, and I'll tell you why. I didn't see that fight-ending moment. He ate some big punches. I didn't see a moment where Big John was thinking about coming in. It wasn't that kind of sustained fight-ending beating, but I went 10-9. Wouldn't surprise me if the judge went the other way.
We should add, we've seen a lot of fights tonight. Judges have been liberal with the 10-8 rounds. We've seen it throughout the course of the night.
I watched his fight with Eddie Alvarez, Michael Chandler's fight with Eddie Alvarez over and over and over again. And what stood out to me was fantastic 1 round, recharging 1 round, letting Eddie back into it, back and forth, made for a great fight. But you see why he unloads, then he needs a recharge sometimes.
Now, Chandler told you the other day in fighter interviews, he said, you know, it's not a matter that I fatigue. He said, I come out with a pace higher than any man has ever seen. So I only have one way to go, which is down a little bit, but I'm not gassing. I don't know that I fully believe that. If you start with one pace and you diminish it, and I do understand his point. Good shot there by Benson Henderson. But time will tell. Can he keep this pace? In the last frame, he was the one moving forward. Benson Henderson moving backward. In this frame, we're starting to see Benson Henderson stalking a little bit with Chandler catching some breath and backing up.
I always tell my guy when I used to coach, never set a pace you can't keep. Chandler thrives on doing that. He ramps up, he goes down. He ramps up, he goes down. Benson Henderson always consistent. Never expect him to not be in front of you.
Close the hand when it's out, Mike.
Oh, another good right hook over the top.
That got through. That got through for Benson. No follow-up on it. There he digs to the body. Chandler steps back just a little bit. Push kick followed by a cross for Chandler.
What we're not seeing a lot of that I expected to see is Benson Henderson with those lead leg kicks like that, but also the teeps, the range-finding things that guys have trouble. You have to get around his legs to get to his upper body. Hasn't been throwing a ton of that.
Yeah, that's right, particularly when you are taking on a wrestler. And I realize Chandler hasn't used a lot of that. He's kind of striking with him. However, that is something, and we saw it earlier tonight in the Girtz fight. We saw his opponent, Adel, was throwing the kick right up the middle, kept Girtz off him. Now Benson comes in with a 1-2.
But he's content to fight it at boxing range, and I thought that was surprising.
Okay, I couldn't tell if Benson got knocked down there and grabbed the legs on the way down or if he shot right as he was getting punched.
He tends to do that, change levels when he gets hit, try to take his opponent down.
Good kick to the body. Chandler responds, good outside kick there. Seen a few of those from Henderson in this round.
Now that's a great tweet right there. How long can Chandler keep the pace, but how long can Benson continue taking the beating? We've seen Benson take the beating for a long time. There's more evidence that Henderson can take a beating for a long time rather than Chandler can keep the pace for a long time.
Kick was low. We've talked over and over again in the months leading up to this fight about the deep water that Ben Henderson wants to take Michael Chandler into. But that shallow water is shark infested. You've got to swim through it to get there.
Okay?
Here's the
How you feeling?
groin shot. Bam, that was right to the cup.
Yep.
Sideways is always bad. It moves it. You all right?
Sideways always moves it, is what John McCarthy said.
Moves the cup.
Come here, man. Take a deep breath. I want to see it.
Michael Chandler will be given up to 5 minutes. He can stop his own clock, which he just did.
Careful with where it's at, all right?
And guys, in fairness, there's a little gamesmanship there too. That was not Chandler's fault. That was a low blow. He's given 5 minutes. If he needs to catch his breath, go ahead and take that time. He decided to come back into the fire. So perhaps he isn't as fatigued.
Now I thought we'd see more of this from him.
The range-finding
the range-finding kicks, the teeps, the side stuff. So frustrating getting through that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and he's scoring. And he's scoring at these. These matter to judges. This is a very close round, and Benson Henderson is scoring.
Nice right hand. I have it about even right now. I think whoever owns this last minute wins the round to me.
What do you have to do to Ben Henderson? John McCarthy was the official when he suffered that 1 knockout loss. And even that, 2 more seconds, you get the feeling he would have snapped back. Southfield Agazarm.
Who, by the way, RDA has welterweight power. That
sure does.
This is where he's done damage against the fence. Another good right hand.
This is a good 5th minute here in this round for Michael Chandler. This is a very tough round to call right now.
God, why do fighters do so much core work? Yeah, because of that. Those kicks suck.
When he regained the world title in June, Michael Chandler was looking down at Patricio Pitbull from the top of the cage. But in the Bellator record book, he is looking up at him. Patricio, the only one above him in wins.
That leg kick to the body keeps on getting through. Jake Ellenberger recently finished Matt Brown with that exact same kick. And there, and Benson should just keep going back to the well, guys. Chandler is not going to adjust it during this round.
All right, Jimmy, there'll be a lot of discussion that second round. Obviously, however you saw it, it was very close.
Extremely close. I went 10-9 Chandler. I thought he finished a little stronger and landed some power shots with the right hand. For those at home who always hate my scorecard, the American Gage and I agree on that one, 10-9, so he can take some of the heat for it too. Very close round.
It's also possible there are judges that went 10-8 for Chandler in the first round and gave the second round to Ben Henderson. There's all over the different ways to go.
Nothing in sport like controversy, gentlemen.
Yep.
Benson Henderson, smart. Boy, I want to be smiling after that.
Nothing in sport like two high-level world championship caliber fighters meeting in the main event.
And what he starts doing, not only is it hurt kicked in the ribs like that, as the rounds go on, breathing gets harder and harder. It feels like you have an anaconda around your chest when that swelling starts setting in.
Great shot by Henderson. Now we're seeing good defense here by Chandler. But a good pressure and a good scramble by Henderson. Good leg kick by Chandler. Round and round they go.
Good, you can push there.
Right here in the eyes of the judges, guys, even though not lots is happening, whoever has their back against the fence is losing the position, and these seconds matter. If Henderson can just hold this, even lift a knee, maybe a foot stomp.
Do it.
Now, when they're in those clinch positions, we're in the double leg positions, Chandler a little bit shorter, a little bit stocky. It's hard to get underneath his shoulders, which is huge if you're going for the takedown.
Only way to do it. If you want to take him down, you've got to get underneath him. Another good leg kick there by Chandler. Benson backing up, conceding real estate of that ring a little more than he usually does, a little more than I like. But Chandler also doing a good job of cutting him off and putting pressure. There's a good 1-2 by Chandler, and again, it does score.
We saw the same thing against Koreshkov. Once he felt the power, once he got the respect, he started playing the outside. We're seeing a similar thing. His right hands hurt him, no doubt, in round one.
Henderson is taking that good 1-2 basic combo right on the jaw. Oftentimes, the real problem, gentlemen, is he's not firing back. When he takes that shot, he needs to answer.
Now, he's done well with the jab and this kind of lead right hook. I think he needs to mix in a few more power shots with his left hand. See if he can get Michael Chandler backing up. Go for the guillotine.
All right, Chandler had this exact same position in the first round. Should have finished the fight. Benson Henderson found a way out of it twice. Chandler has it again here. He should finish this fight.
Problem is, as soon as he gets guillotine position, Henderson pulls half guard, which makes the guillotine much, much harder to finish. He'll concede that bottom position to get out of the guillotine.
Any fighter that wants out of a contest takes that opportunity that Chandler just gave him. Benson Henderson is here to fight, gentlemen.
For sure.
Chandler
One
to the
hook
back.
in. Can't see if he has the other one. They're up against the fence. Chandler has what I call wrestler's jiu-jitsu. It's opportunistic. If I get your neck, rear naked choke, front choke, I squeeze until you're out. It's not pretty, but it's powerful.
You don't think the kicks of Ben Henderson are doing damage. Get a load of the left leg of Michael Chandler.
Oh, man. Good scramble here, but Chandler on top. And like we said about the fence work, you're on top, you're winning in the eyes of the judges.
There's nothing normal about Ben Henderson.
Nothing at all.
Benson Henderson just won't concede a position. Michael Chandler, when he gets on top, he needs his opponent to relax, to concede. Okay, you've got the position. Let's see what you can do. Benson Henderson will not do that. He keeps moving, he keeps working, and it's making it hard. Though Chandler is having good moments here, it is making him hard to advance.
You think you're going to get 25 easy minutes out of Benson Henderson 155, you're wrong.
You are wrong.
For that sit out, that Kelly can't get it. Wow, interesting choice.
I agree with that.
Interesting choice. Henderson has a great guillotine. He's going low single leg.
Very interesting why Chandler chose to put his head underneath.
Living up to the villain.
Top of your head, he can hit you there. Hey, you can hit you there with it.
If you've just found your way to us, we are through 3 rounds of the lightweight world title fight. Years in the making between Ben Henderson and Michael Chandler. And Michael Chandler, guys, started strong.
Beautiful right hands, aggressive. Look at this beautiful suplex, 5-point throw in freestyle, and then Michael Chandler going for the ground and pound. I don't know what is in Benson Henderson's head, but it's not normal brain matter because he started coming back in round number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Benson Henderson is anything but conceding this contest, and with 2 rounds left, I think he's down by 3, but I don't know if he knows it. Benson Henderson is here to win a world championship. It's as simple as that, guys.
Every round, there hasn't been an easy round to call. Was the first round 10-8 or 10-9? Was the second round, was it Chandler or Henderson? How did you guys see the third round?
I thought that was pretty clearly 10-9 Chandler. On top a lot, landed the better punches.
Now, Michael Chandler is winning the fight, but look at the number on your screen. When fights go this far, now we're in Ben Henderson's territory.
Exactly.
Great.
Chandler has never won a decision in a 5-round fight. Benson Henderson lives there.
When he tapped out Eddie Alvarez, that was in round 5. It was not a decision. Michael Chandler has only lost 3 fights. The 2 decisions that he lost were both very controversial, very close fights with Will Brooks and the rematch with Eddie Alvarez. Ben Henderson has gone to the judges 14 times and 11 times has had his hand raised.
All right, great shot here by Chandler. One of his first, picks him right up.
Watch the triangle, dumps him.
The only advantage to picking a guy up off the ground is you got to put him down where you want. I don't think Chandler quite got over to his corner. An old Matt Hughes favorite. Remember when Matt Hughes used to do that? Walk you right over to his corner and plant you hard as a rock. Matt Hughes used to get into the ring before the fight and walk around and feel the hardest part of the ring. That's a true story. Pick his opponent and try to put him down on that. I think Chandler had a little inspiration there. He's got Benson Henderson down. He's starting to score. But guys, look at Benson Henderson. He will not concede a position. He will not lay there until he stops moving. Michael Chandler can't start an offense.
It's tricky.
It is
very tricky.
I just want everyone to understand how tough. This is an absolute display of toughness by Benson Henderson, who's got a Kimura.
Can't finish.
Chandler comes out. Benson Henderson has been flirting and taunting a triangle choke all night long. Sooner or later, he's going to throw that up.
Yep. Ground game, very, very tricky, very underrated.
Deep in the fight, bodies are sweaty, much harder to hang on to positions like that, especially from where Ben Henderson was.
And one thing, just to add to that note about the takedown, getting lifted like that, usually demoralizing. Can take guys mentally on. A dude beasts you like that, man, it takes a lot of wind out of your sails. Don't expect that from Benson Henderson, too experienced.
Benson just waited for gravity to kick in, knew he'd come down eventually, and went right back to work. I'm fully aware he is losing these positions. I'm just saying it is so surprising that he will not concede. He will not concede anything.
Tricky little details. Tricky little details. Keep enough weight off him. Switch. Trying to come out again. Chandler won't give him any space.
Chandler's got his hands locked here. The first thing Benson needs to do is try to break that lock. He can pummel inside. He can put pressure on the wrist with the elbow. He can threaten a guillotine.
Beautiful.
Excellent. Excellent reshot in the lift there by Chandler.
And just like you, I've done my research. Michael Chandler, never a state champion. Second in Missouri, just like you. Second, he said it just kept that fire burning all the way through college and made him an All-American. He wasn't one of those prospects coming out.
Ben Henderson hunting for it again.
Chandler's going to have to roll. Okay.
You know, his hips weren't behind that submission. He had the Kimura position with his arms, but his hips weren't engaged. Not going to finish that.
Yeah, to the point you made a minute ago, you're right. He wasn't a champion as a high school athlete. He went into college at Missouri with the greats like Ben Askren. Yep. He went in there with Tyron Woodley. He battled it out, he set his goals, and he's been able to elongate his career. And here is a former non-state champion who is now the world champion.
And even as the world champion, he had something else to drive him, and that was Ben Henderson.
Exactly. He's always found that motivation somewhere. Henderson, a guy who usually nonstop. I see some deep breaths right now. Starting to feel the fatigue. Because, man, Chandler relentless with this pressure on top. Wasn't sure if he'd be able to get in this position, and man, he's just not letting Henderson off the hook.
Could Michael Chandler do it in rounds 4 and 5? That was the question. There was an inevitability that this fight would end up here.
And once again, going single leg, late, kind of an Iranian position. That's dangerous against a tricky grappler.
I don't understand it. Anytime you're in a grappling position, you want your head higher than your opponent's. He is electing to put his head lower.
Ben Henderson trying to get under Chandler, trying to roll over. And he does.
Man.
Wow. Huge escape for the world champion.
Henderson does not believe this fight is stopped, does he?
It almost looked that way for a second.
No, he's taking his stool. All right.
Listen to me. Here's the end of that round. Flips over, gets out of this crucifix position. Bell rings, and look at it here. He stayed there on his knees, and watch him get up right now. He stumbles trying to get up and get to his stool.
So now the drama off the chart as Michael Chandler, who could conceivably, depending on how you've scored this, he could be up 4-0. And yet Michael Chandler, the worse for wear, and Ben Henderson now in the 5th round where he lives and breathes, and he was pumping up the crowd in between rounds while Michael Chandler was just trying to get to the stool.
Chandler has never been a guy who goes into survival mode easily. His hands down, still coming forward. He's not angling and circling and playing for the final bell. He doesn't do that. For better or for worse.
For better or worse. Listen, you dance with the one that brought you. He seems to know what he's doing. I'll tell you this from that last round. He was stuck. That was excellent, excellent defensive technique by Chandler to get out of that. Here we are now, and Benson Henderson is pushing forward. I think Henderson clearly knows he needs a stoppage in this round, and I think he's going to go out and try to get it.
The only round on my scorecard that's up in the air is round 2. I went 10-9 Chandler, could easily go 10-9 Benson Henderson. All the other rounds, I think pretty clearly Michael Chandler.
But remember, and if you're just joining us, 10-8 was in play in round number 1. On a night the judges have been fairly liberal with the 10-8.
Fans, Jimmy Smith MMA on Twitter, let me know what you think. I only think round 2 is close. I see this basically out of range for Benson Henderson. He needs a finish.
Ben Henderson is not human.
Oh, brutal body shot. But he's also not necessarily a knockout puncher either. He's not a guy who knocks opponents out.
3 knockouts in 30 pro fights.
Here he is. You know, he's failed at 2 takedown attempts earlier tonight. He got the 3rd. Now he's got his. What is going on, gentlemen? Benson Henderson just put the hooks in on Michael Chandler. He's turning the chin. He is turning his chin. This is a pressure hold. He's not going to choke him out here, but he can make this very, very uncomfortable.
He can crank him, but with a neck like Michael Chandler's, I don't see that happening. He needs the full choke. And Michael Chandler, that's the face of an exhausted fighter.
Benson Henderson looking for a body triangle. He couldn't quite find it. He missed it by about a ½ an inch.
Going for the armbar, and he's out.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. That is what we call in the business a hope spot. Major opportunity there for Benson Henderson. And we are only halfway through this round. I assure you, he is not done trying to win this contest.
Michael Chandler, that's the face of a world champion hanging on for dear life.
Boy, did he.
Couldn't get it.
Very smart by Chandler. Right now, he's just keeping this double, keeping that shoulder pressure, grinding Benson Henderson, and he's trying to beat one thing, and it's not Benson, gentlemen, it's the clock.
What can Michael Chandler do in his sleep? Has he been doing his whole life? wrestle. Even though he's tired, you go to what you know. You go to the things you're used to. He's going to his wrestling because his energy just isn't there. But right now, Benson Henderson turning it on again.
Benson's going to come out with his back again. I don't know that he'll get both legs in again in this fight. It was a very great position. Chandler doing just enough, but again, anytime you are in a wrestling position, whoever has his head higher is winning, and Chandler has elected 3 times now to put his head underneath Benson.
For that single leg, low single leg, Iranian kind of position in between both legs, and both times it's been risky. Now he's in a tough, he can get crucifixed here.
In MMA grappling, whoever's head is higher is winning the position.
Ben Henderson survived the first round onslaught from Michael Chandler. Can Michael Chandler survive the deep water that Ben Henderson has made a career swimming in?
Biggest question of this fight. Those were the two. Could Henderson handle the explosion of Michael Chandler? Could Chandler handle the late surge of Benson Henderson? We knew it coming in. We really know it now.
Now Chandler's giving Benson Henderson an inverted triangle. Henderson isn't taking it. Liam McGeary would have taken it. And here Chandler digging. Look at Chandler's digging. He's so smart. He knows what he needs to do. He knows he's not in great position here, but he's doing enough to protect himself.
Ben Henderson, the heart of a champion to survive round 1. Michael Chandler trying to find the heart of a champion to last 25 more seconds.
Once again, low single leg position. Gotta watch the triangle coming out the back door. Now Henderson trying to circle.
15 seconds. What's Henderson got? There's not a lot of options. Maybe a guillotine attempt.
He's pulling his arms up to knee him. He's out.
Oh, Benson Henderson.
And a fight for legacy becomes an instant classic.
Benson touched John McCarthy. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he was not aggressively. He was simply trying to get one last shot in on Chandler. I mean, guys, if there's any story of this fight, it's frankly, it's not who leads with the title. I think that we all can come to agreement what's going to happen there. It is a story of heart. It is a story of 2 guys who would not concede their dream to the other.
They would not. Henderson has a bunch of energy at the end of this fight. He's walking around yelling at everybody. He's bouncing up and down. Always my question in a situation, and there's still bad blood here, is where was this energy in round 2, round 3, round 4? When a guy ends the fight with a lot of energy, I always wonder where he could have spent it better. I always wonder that.
Smiling isn't winning.
Yes, exactly.
You know, Benson's having a little fun playing to the crowd. The crowd will not be judging this contest, unfortunately. And Chandler is a little too tired to get, to go along with it. He did what he was supposed to do. He left it all in the fight. To your point, Jimmy, Benson does have a little bit too much energy right now, doesn't he?
That's how I feel about it, but we'll see.
Let's check out the Black Hawk Premium Spice Rum Replay, the bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
This fight, you called it an instant classic for a reason. The back and forth, Michael Chandler exploding in round 1. Benson Henderson proving that he can take a shot with anyone, not only in this division, I think in the welterweight division, and then coming back, showing grit, heart, guts, technique, making it close through the middle rounds of Michael Chandler. I think controlled it partly on his takedown, top positions like this, where he was able to keep it close. Now look at this escape at the end of round 4, and then round 5, high drama. The only way you could say it, Benson Henderson fighting like his life and career depended on it, and he got out of the round. Man, what a fight. And here was the final escape. Michael Chandler, incredible stuff.
How did you see it, Jimmy?
I only gave Benson Henderson round 5, 10-9. Round 2 was close maybe, but I don't see how you can take it away from Michael Chandler. But I got to tell you, I've seen worse, Chael.
Sure I have too.
High drama for 25 minutes. The suspense ends now.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone 5 full rounds of action in this world title fight, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Michael Bell, scores the fight 48-46. He scores it for Chandler. Your second judge, Ron McCarthy, scores the fight 48-46. He sees it for Henderson. At Kingside, your third and final judge, Derek Cleary, scores the fight 48-47 for the winner by split decision. And still, Bellator lightweight world champion, Michael Chandler.
5 years ago, he climbed to the top of the mountain in the fight of the year against Eddie Alvarez. Tonight, he reaches the mountaintop he wanted for himself. He has beaten Ben Henderson and stayed the world champion, Michael Chandler, with Jimmy Smith.
I'm talking to a man who's still wearing the lightweight belt, Michael Chandler, but you just told me I'm disappointed in myself. I gotta know why. That was a tremendous fight.
I think it came down to that first round. Dominated. Benson's a heck of a competitor. Hey, man, you can't be perfect in here. You just gotta find a way to win. That's what I did. Sorry to everybody who's disappointed. I will get better. I will come back. Don't be mad at me. I just bring it.
Round one, you talked about not being able to finish. Round 5 was about not getting finished. What was in your head? That 5th round, you were hanging on, man.
You gotta hang on, man. This isn't all about brains. You gotta fight with your balls out here. That's what I had to do. Hey, man, I live to be a champion again tomorrow. Not happy with my performance. You will see the best Michael Chandler next fight. Thank you guys all for coming out. I do have to say, San Jose, if your boy Josh Thompson steps back into this cage and does not stand across the cage from me, he is an absolute coward. I'd love to run it back with Benson Henderson, put the paint on him next time. Tonight, even though I won, it wasn't my night. I will be back, believe it.
Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. The champion is 36. The challenger is 34. Chael said a slight difference in the weight, a slight difference in the reach. These are two of the greatest of all time. This is why they fight. Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA live on DAZN from the fabulous forum. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Commissioner John Carvelli, Chair at Cageside, Executive Officer Mr. Andy Foster. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 5'8", weighing in 143.8 pounds, in her quest for an unprecedented 4th featherweight world title, tonight she makes her Bellator debut, bringing an impressive 21 professional victories with just 2 defeats. From Curitiba, Brazil, presenting the challenger, Cris Cyborg. And across the cage, the champion fights out of the red corner. At 5'8", weighing in 144.5 pounds, undefeated inside the Bellator cage. Tonight, in her 4th title defense, she stands with 13 professional victories, just 2 losses. From Port Moody, British Columbia, Canada, the defending Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Julia the Juho. In charge of the action, your referee, Mike Beltran.
Let's go, ladies, bring it in. All right, ladies, been over the rules already. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Tough stuff now if you want. At the sound of the bell, come on out, handle your business. Let's go.
5th straight title fight for Julia Budd. 12 of the last 16 fights for Cris Cyborg have been world title fights. This one's scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds.
Round. Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Hell, let's go.
Here we go. Cyborg in the blue gloves, Bud in the red gloves. To the body early.
Not a bad move by Julia. You saw Cris push her towards the cage, and right away Julia gets the clinch, turns her into the cage. This is where she needs to be.
This is what Lima McFarland was talking about. Lean on her early, put her in the clinch, make her work, try to wear her down. And when you talk about a physical matchup, Julia Budd matches up physically, Josh, with Cris Cyborg, maybe as well as anybody she's ever faced.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I just feel like John and I have been talking about this for weeks now. This is where she wins the fight. Sure, maybe it won't be the most exciting fight, but when you're fighting the GOAT, okay, this is the type of things that you need to do. Control the pace, control the distance. Make sure you don't get hit shots like that.
And make sure you don't take the knee on the way out, right?
Nice exit by Cris, and beautiful trip takedown. Being on the bottom is not a good thing for Julia. She doesn't have that bottom game where she's real dangerous. She is a top game fighter.
Cris Cyborg, believe it or not, has never won by submission. They're back up.
How often do you see someone just pop up like that? That's the physical size of Julia Budd, able to get back to her feet against Cyborg.
It was very impressive when you think about how she did that.
This is where Julia Budd needs to keep the fight high up on the underhook, against the fence, doing work. Knee in the leg, slowing Cyborg down. Don't try to force the takedown.
All of this time, to me, this is what we talked about, Josh. This is important for Julia, because every second that she's in there with Cris, she'll get more and more confident. Yes, I'm the champion. She's the one that everyone's saying is the GOAT. I need to prove to myself I can be in this fight. I am better than her. And every second that she's in there, she's telling herself more and more, yes, this is mine.
I asked her, win, lose, or draw, would your career have been complete if you did not have a fight against Cris Cyborg? She said, no way. She's had goals that have nothing to do with the belt, but those goals have led her to become a world champion. Now she faces arguably the greatest of all time in Cris Cyborg.
And this type of fight right here, this is a grueling type of fight. All of this clinch work, both women are working very hard to get an advantage, to get their hand in the right place so they can land those knees. This is a grueling style of fight.
The title holder for nearly 3 years, Julia Budd, 3 minutes into this fight.
Cris landed a very nice knee to the body there.
Big right hand though by Julia, she stepped in.
The slip by Cyborg after the kick.
Or that triangle, she's gotta get that other hand inside, and she needs to pull her arm out. Get the head out.
It is not in a position right now where she's in trouble. That has got a lot of space, but Julia needs to be careful. That posturing of the head would be very important right now. Going for the arm.
She needs to stack her. She needs to keep her stacked. Nice stroke of the head.
Beautiful job by Julia. Remain calm. Slides to the side.
Nice job on the crossface, keeping her back flat to the mat.
Yeah, she needs to get that hip down.
She's a switcher hits actually towards her legs.
Yep.
Stay and face her. Chest down. See, the problem is for a lot of people is they stay up on their knees. They need to actually just lay flat, put their hips over their face.
Good gopher.
Julia Budd continues to apply pressure. The knee.
She was trying to knee the shoulder. She may have touched the head, but that was not something she was trying to knee the head of a grounded fighter.
You can't be kneeing the head.
I'm not saying that it didn't touch.
You cannot be kneeing the head. All right, Cyborg, are you okay? Yes? Okay, come on over here, guys, let's go.
Head absolutely.
Right on the button.
Right on the button.
Cris shakes it off, the fight continues.
Like it's nothing.
Yep.
Gotta love Cris Cyborg, she's just here to fight.
And she comes out swinging after that. Heavy leg kick, 45 seconds left in round 1.
Oh,
she fires away.
Big right hand by Cris. This is where Cris becomes very dangerous. On top, she is explosive.
Julia Budd needs to control the posture of Cris Cyborg right here.
She's doing that. She's doing a good job. Nice and relaxed.
Seconds left in the round, so she just really honestly, well, she's done a good job in this round. She's maybe try to create a little bit of space, try to get it back to the fence, or she can just hold for the rest of the round.
Well, she has done a good job, but she just took a shot to put her on her butt.
The up kick from Julia Budd. Some hammer fists from Cyborg, round 1 in the books.
Take a look at this shot. Nice shot here. Bip. That was the push kick. That was a nice kick by Cris. Just lost her footing, and that's how Julia ended up on top. But this was the knee that she landed. You can see it definitely touches Cris in the head. She doesn't care. She got right back to it and then lands that shot right there. A little bit off balance. It was her foot was up in the air. I don't think she was hurt from the shot.
It landed actually to the body, was that punch.
Yeah.
Set for the start of round number 2. You talk about superstars and legends. Marlos Kunin. Cyborg fought her twice. Julia Budd defeated Marlos Kunin to become the inaugural Bellator Featherweight World Champion. Big John, who gets round 1?
No, it was a very close round, but there were some things that happened in that, and I give Cris Cyborg round 1, 10-9.
And she comes out extremely aggressive here at the beginning of round number 2.
Nice job going behind. Julia tried to get that Uchimata. Did not work. Cris slipped right behind her.
Take a look at the striking efficiency in round number 1.
And that's the difference. That's why Cris Cyborg won that round 10-9 on my scorecard. She just landed the better shots overall. But again, this is not a sprint. It can be that marathon, and you get into the 5th round, all that work that Julia's trying to do, that will add up.
Cris Cyborg scheduled for 5 rounds, 13 times. Julia scheduled for 5 rounds, 4 times. Beginning with that title fight, of course, that we talked about with Marlos Kunin. Rarely have either of them gone the full 25.
Julia getting opened up a little bit as far as her hands are starting to flail out to the side. She needs to be careful.
In big fights like this, sometimes what you'll see, and especially in a 5-round fight, you'll see the fighters come out, you'll see one of them kind of have an adrenaline dump. And if you saw that in the 1st round, now we're seeing a little bit in the 2nd round with Julia Budd. If she, I think, can get to the 3rd round, she'll catch that 2nd win. End of the 2nd, into the 3rd is generally when you guys start to catch your 2nd win.
Julia Budd, the only woman to defeat Gina Carano in kickboxing. Cyborg's win over Gina Carano put Cris on the map.
Physically, both women are so strong. It's just remarkable to see some of the things they're doing, and you see how they're putting their arms, bracing out, framing out like Julia just did, and Cris just crushes it.
Julia's worried too much a little bit about the striking, when she should be worried about getting an underhook and elevating it and turning her Cyborg to the fence. And now what she needs to do, there she goes. She needs to circle her back off the fence so she doesn't end up there again. Start trying to circle back to the center so she can put Cyborg's back to the fence. She's breathing pretty heavy right now. You see her mouth is open.
Both of them are breathing kind of heavy. I think it is. There's so much pressure. There is an adrenaline dump. And you've got to get through that.
That's a nice little push kick there. That's it. To me, I feel like that's a better use of her tools against Cyborg. Keeps her further away, so there's less chance of her closing that distance and landing a big punch.
Julia's making a mistake. That arm is getting up around the head instead of shooting for that underhook.
That's the strength there of Julia Budd. Cyborg tried to take her down. The champ trying to work in the clinch. 90 seconds on the clock here, round number 2.
You see Ed Root there in her corner trying to whisper her, tell her to lift the underhook.
Exactly. Let him hold the head, get that underhook. That's going to get your position.
Yaroslav Amazov saying.
Try to understand, it's in Russian.
Right for the knee, and sets up. Watch your hip drop.
And what you're seeing, Cris is starting to win the positioning war. You're seeing Julia having mistakes as far as bringing her hand up high over the head. She needs to always work towards getting that underhook. That's what's going to work for her.
Good shots from Cyborg. Couple of knees from that clinch position. Under a minute on the clock here. Fight scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Featherweight title on the line.
What I don't like, what I'm seeing right now is there's a little tell every time Julia's gonna throw. She lifts that lead leg before she does anything. It's a tell that she's gonna do something, so that gives Cyborg a chance to take a step back and get out of range.
A decade ago,
there it is again.
Julia Budd said, I was a kickboxer with no grappling, no wrestling, no other martial arts experience. Both of these women have complete games, shooting for the takedown right on cue.
Nice on that snatch single. What she needs to do, she needs to pull her away and step behind or get her feet moving.
Another good knee from Cris Cyborg, John.
Nice response. You see that Cris not only fought off the takedown, but left her with the reminder of you don't want to do that. Nice little take, a beautiful kick to the body. A lot of people, are going to wonder, oh, can you do? Absolutely, that is a grounded fighter. You can kick him to the body. A nice job by Cris Cyborg with the knee inside. Here was that takedown attempt, and look at the knee. She makes her pay with the knee up high and the kick to the body. That is exactly what you want to do.
That was a fired up hubby, Lance Gibson, talking to his wife, the champion, saying you have got to believe in yourself. Big John, your scorecard.
Scorecard at this point, I have Cris Cyborg up 2 rounds to nothing. Not that Julia's not in the fight, but Cris is winning those rounds.
The first round was close. I felt like the illegal knee ended up causing and ruining her flow in that first round.
If that illegal knee didn't happen, it's very possible she could have won that round.
Yeah, because then she got taken down after that, and this looks bad, I think, in the judgment. It was that close in the first round. Second round, I had her losing as well.
And one of the things you were talking about, Mike, is her husband, Lance Gibson. I did hear Julia's title fight against Marloes Cohen, and he had to be a cheerleader throughout that entire fight because in certain ways, even though she was winning the fight, she just didn't believe that she could beat Marloes, that pioneer of MMA. And she's got to get past the mystique of Cris Cyborg here tonight to get this win.
Well, he just played very mean, angry cheerleader a moment ago.
He knows her.
Yes, he does. Better than anyone. Stepson Lance Jr., also a Bellator fighter, in Julia's corner tonight.
That's what the underhook does. You get the underhook, and look at how she turns around to the fence.
I'd like to see Julia start putting her forehead up underneath Cris Cyborg and lifting and elevating it up, making her look to the ceiling and the lights. What that does, that stretches the body out and then opens up the knees to the body as well.
Lance Jr. told us with all the training with his stepmom that, and I quote, she basically ripped my arm off. And she is that strong. And looks to have Josh regained her composure and maybe some momentum after that adrenaline dump that you talked about.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is a huge stage. Huge. Doesn't matter who.
For both women.
Yeah, for both women. For Cyborg, it's her first fight in Bellator. You want to perform. You want to show that the money you signed for is the money that you deserve. I was in that position in several organizations, so I understand the emotion she's going through. For Julia Budd, she wants to prove that she can beat the GOAT. To me, there's no doubt. Cyborg is that person that the mystique is true. You step in the cage with her, you're thinking to yourself, man, I'm in the cage with Cyborg. This is not Cyborg. I have to say it again, Cyborg. So all she had to do is, as John was saying, as the fight goes on, she should be gaining more and more confidence. That's all her husband was trying to remind.
That's exactly it. Do you believe in yourself or not? It's mental at this point.
One of the hardest things, if you're Cris Cyborg, is you're always that one with the target. And Julia Budd being the champion, she had that target on her with every other person. Now she finally had to have someone that she could put a target on. Putting it on, Cris Cyborg saying, I'm going to prove that I can beat you. That's something that's good for your motivation in the fight.
Close guard. Under 2 minutes left in round 3.
What she needs to do is put her feet on the hips. She doesn't want to be underneath her like this. She's got to put the feet on the hips and kick her back. Get up from there. You cannot afford to hang out with your hands behind your head like she's doing right now. I hate seeing fighters do that. It drives me absolutely crazy because that's a jiu-jitsu move. You see top jiu-jitsu guys sometimes do that like, I'm so good on the bottom, I don't have to worry about you passing my guard. In the meantime, she just missed her punch and she has missed her opportunity to get back to her feet.
And she just passed her guard.
Yes.
Right into side control. Good spot for Cris Cyborg. Bad spot for Julia Budd with a lot of time remaining here in round 3.
Cris kind of got her head stuck a little bit and just got it out. Side control here. Nice body attack by Cris.
Both women have only been defeated twice in their professional careers. Cris Cyborg in her professional debut 14 plus years ago, and then to Amanda Nunes.
You see that grittiness of Cris Cyborg. She's putting her hand over her face. She's making sure she's restricting her breathing. She's driving her forehead across her forearm across her mouth and her jaw and her nose. She's letting her know that she's in a fight every moment of this fight. And we saw from the highlights in between rounds 2 and 3. Every time on the break, you're not just gonna break from me, I'm gonna let you just walk away. No, I'm gonna make you pay on the way out. And that's just the experience of Cris Cyborg.
Julia Budd was finished by Amanda Nunes in her second professional fight. Last seconds of this round, big ground and pound from Cyborg.
Here's Cris throwing those shots. Beautiful catch of the leg, takes her down. And when she takes her down, gets to side control, lands big elbows to the body, shots to the face, and then gets mount and starts unloading. And you gotta look, if it wasn't the end of the round, how much more could Julia Budd take?
Championship rounds.
Ready to fight? You ready to fight? Let's go.
The champ in the red gloves, the challenger in the blue gloves. Cyborg's corner, and John, I'm sure you agree, says she is up 3-love.
No doubt up 3-love. I give it a 10-8 round at the end because Julia Budd was in a bad position, taking shots, was being dominated, got damaged. Give her a 10-8.
Her husband Lance said, do not kick. And what is she? Her first 2 kicks, her first 2 punches strikes is kicks.
Yeah.
Fingers.
Julia Budd needs to keep that belief, that mentality that she can come back in this fight. And at this point, to win, finish Cris Cyborg, who has landed 101 punches through 3 rounds.
Basically doubling what Julia's been able to put out. Nice chop the body.
There's some more. Look at that.
He's in trouble on this one.
And the knees, more hands.
He is in trouble, Mike.
Big trouble.
Big shot again.
This is the Cyborg that we have watched.
Body shot hurt.
And it is all over. Cris Cyborg. It's the Bellator featherweight world champion.
Sit down, sit down.
Julia Budd showed how tough she truly is. She took punishment, she tried to survive, but in the end, Cris Cyborg takes the belt with the win and the stop in round number 4. One more time, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end officially. 1 minute, 14 seconds into round number 4. The winner by TKO, and now the new Bellator featherweight world champion, Cris Cyborg.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Cris Cyborg. Cris, that was a fantastic performance. You in the round just before, you got on top, you mounted, you did damage. In that last round, you went to the body, you went to the head, you kicked, and that last body shot put her down. Talk to me about being a 4-time champion.
You know, and I say thank you for everyone coming here, Cyborg Nation. And I say thank you, God, for having this opportunity. God's so amazing. I lose my belt here at the farm, and He bringing me back here from God again. He's amazing. I wish the best for you guys, and I feel very happy. I trained really hard for this title. I respect Julia. She's tough, long time undefeated. I want to say thank you for my team. I did my camp in South Africa. Hello for Brazil, and man, I'm really happy, thankful.
You look fantastic in this fight. It was obvious how much training you had done. Tell me what you want next.
You know, I would like Scott make one Grand Prix. Grand Prix is my dream. One my dream fight one more time a day, like a shoot the box style when it happens in Japan.
Well, you were fighting shoot box style there at the end, just going for broke, going after her. But you fought really smart, and you took your time. What's the difference that you see in yourself as a fighter just in a year's time?
You know, I think experience, like every step happened in my career, I learned something. And it changed my game, be part of the team in South Africa, a lot of young kids there, and teaching me every day, motivate me, and I'm really happy. This is a new era. I'm very happy to be with Bellator champion. You're gonna make different things.
I want to tell you that was an unbelievable performance. Congratulations on your 4th world title. Ladies and gentlemen, Cris Cyborg. You put on a fantastic performance. You have been an incredible champion here at Bellator. You've defended the belt multiple times. I know you're disappointed in the outcome, but you proved yourself here tonight. You did. How are you feeling?
I'm so disappointed.
I can understand.
Yeah, it's hard.
When you were at the very beginning of this fight and you were putting her against the cage and you were trying to rough her up, was that the game plan, just to wear her out?
Yeah, totally. And then start using my strikes, and it just wasn't my night. So I'll be back stronger, but congrats to Cris and her team.
I just want to tell you, you have represented the featherweight division, being the inaugural champion, the only champion. Congratulations on being such a wonderful fighter. Ladies and gentlemen, Julia Budd.
Daniel Weichel with the height and reach advantage. He wants to keep the hard-hitting Pitbull on the outside.
Once again, here's Michael Williams.
Bellator MMA presented by Miller Lite now features tonight's co-main event live on Spike. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Missouri Office of Athletics Executive Director Tim Lukanov. Tonight's title fight is brought to you by DraftOps.com, the official online fantasy partner of Bellator, who's in your lineup at DraftOps.com. And now, introducing the blue corner first. At 5'10", he weighed in 144.5 pounds. Impressive as a professional, he brings a veteran record with 35 wins, 8 defeats, fighting out of Frankfurt, Germany. Introducing the challenger, Daniel Weichel. And across the cage, the champion fights out of the red corner. At 5'5", he weighed in 144.9 pounds. Tonight, in his second defense of the title, he brings 23 professional victories, only 2 defeats. Fighting out of Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, introducing the defending Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patricio Pitbull. The referee in charge of the action, Big John McCarthy.
Jimmy, your keys to victory are brought to you by AutoZone. For the auto parts you need, get in the zone, AutoZone.
For Daniel Weichel, stay on the outside. We talked about his reach advantage and use every weapon. The fighters that have done well against Pitbull striking have been versatile. For the champ, Patricio Pitbull. He has to take the center, leg kick early and often. He has great leg kicks. He doesn't often use them.
Set for 5 5-minute rounds at stake, Bellator's featherweight world title, and here we go with round number 1. Tonight's fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. Blue gloves for the German Weichel, red gloves for the Brazilian, the champion Patricio Pitbull.
There's been a weakness to Pitbull's striking style is that it's a little basic. He tends to rely on power punches, doesn't angle a whole lot, tends to stand in front of you and throw. Patricio took advantage of that, so did Daniel Straus.
Hands much tighter early on for Weichel. Much more fluid hands for Patricio Pitbull.
The reward of Pitbull's style is once he hits you, he can put you down.
Weichel holding the center of the cage, very measured, lands the right hand and backs out.
Both these guys showing a lot of respect early. Pitbull doesn't tend to use the jab that often. He tends to come in with the left hook. We've already seen it twice. Switching southpaw. That was a legal shot.
Pitbull acknowledged it. Good sportsmanship, the touch of gloves we fight on. McCarthy saw that it landed legally on the thigh of Pitbull. Left hook.
Pitbull showing Weichel a surprising amount of respect early. This guy usually likes to come in and exchange.
Very measured start to this world title fight. A lot of lateral movement now from Pitbull. Trying to find the striking angle. Steps in, finds it there. Uppercut right hand.
It's not a jab lead, it's usually a power shot lead. The uppercut that time, there's the left hook. He tends to come in behind power shots, not the jab. Weichel has to stay behind the jab to negate that. Hit him with the jab coming in.
Swing and a miss from Weichel over the top. Halfway through round number 1. Neither fighter in a hurry. Both a lot of respect for each other's skill sets.
When Pat Brennan out-kickboxed him, when Daniel Straus out-kickboxed him, both guys were very busy. They threw a lot of strikes. It was hard for Pitbull to time them and come in with power punches. Weichel staying tight but not throwing a whole lot.
Step in knee, then the right hand, neither landed from Weichel. And it did back off Patricio Pitbull. 150 remaining, round number 1. Glad you are with us for Bellator MMA Unfinished Business live on Spike. We're at the jam-packed Scott Trade Center in downtown St. Louis, Missouri. Daniel Weichel versus the champion Patricio Pitbull with Jimmy Smith on Sean Wheelock. Level change, and Weichel hits the takedown. And then stands up out of the open guard of Pitbull, Jimmy.
A lot of energy for a takedown. He wanted to sit down and use that position. Did not get the chance. Complaining about the back of the head.
John McCarthy not interested, we fight on. Pitbull feinting on the jump knee. Following this co-main event and Bellator Featherweight World Title fight, Jimmy Smith will speak to Bellator President Scott Coker, who will make a major announcement.
Another nice left hook by Pitbull. Weichel's done better in the back half of this round, controlling the real estate. Hasn't landed many meaningful punches.
You hear the disquiet from the crowd. The fighter's very measured. Weichel pulling out of that single leg attempt. Good
nice right hand.
Weichel opening up his striking. There's another big shot. John McCarthy stepped in. Is that the end of the fight or the end of the round?
No, it's the end of the round.
Weichel thought he won, and now he's being told you did not win. That is the end of round 1. Daniel Weichel, Jimmy, thought that he won this fight by way of knockout.
Big John just came up to us and said there's going to be a second round. But Pitbull right now does not know where he is. Almost finished by Daniel Weichel at the end of the first round. Unbelievable.
Remember, it's not when the bell sounds, it's when the action of the strike starts. If it starts before the bell, it is legal.
Patricio! Patricio! He's back! Guarda alta! Oh! Patricio!
Take you to the closing seconds of round 1. You see McCarthy, there's no doubt there. When we called that live, Jimmy, you and I could not hear the bell, the noise of the crowd. You could hear the bell in the replay. McCarthy clearly stepped in after the bell to indicate round 1. But again, Weichel, he couldn't hear the bell just like we couldn't hear it. He thought he won the fight.
That Pitbull did not have his legs under him at the start of this round. He's got to take time to clear his head.
Great replay from our outstanding crew, and you heard the bell clearly.
I think that was a good non-call by John McCarthy.
Absolutely.
But Weichel trying to make the most of it, landing with, oh my God!
Caught and countered, and a lightning strike come from behind win for Patricio Pitbull. He retains the world title just like that.
Another spectacular comeback for Pitbull, this time on the feet. I am stunned. I do not believe it. Everything going Daniel Weichel's way. Pitbull turns off his legs with one shot.
The emotional roller coaster for that man, Daniel Weichel. He thought he had won the world title. He's told no round 2. Unloading shots, and he's knocked out.
Pitbull heading backward on his heels, lands a power shot to retain his title. Man, this entire crowd is on its feet right now, as they should be. I don't believe it.
An outstanding sequence, an insane sequence to end this fight. Tonight's fantasy finish is brought to you by DraftOps.com. Start your fantasy MMA mission today.
Nothing to say about that, but beautiful execution by Pitbull. Right on the jaw, looking here at the left hand, he goes limp. Pitbull is all over him with the right hand. And this fight is over for the champ. Look at it here. He retains his belt with a second round TKO.
The fight ends on the left hook, Jimmy.
Yeah, this is all over right here.
Right there.
Bang. Now he gave him a moment, but Pitbull all over him with the right hand. Cage side, this entire crowd stunned. Tito Ortiz cannot believe what he just saw. Man, that is a left hook.
When we return, Jimmy will speak to Patricio Pitbull. In dramatic fashion, he retains his world title. Daniel Weichel, perhaps 2 or 3 seconds more in round number 1, and the title would be his. Instead, it's a successful title defense for that man, Patricio Pitbull. Unbelievable sequence in the Bellator cage. Here's Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes suddenly. Official time, 32 seconds into round number 2. The winner by knockout and still Bellator featherweight world champion do Brasil, Patricio Pitbull.
Great class from both men. Let's go to Jimmy with the champion.
I'm here with the champ, Patricio Pitbull. I know you Paraíba, you're hard-headed, but what were you thinking going back to the corner at the end of that first round?
Well, my opponent is very tough, but I am ready, I am here. I can do wars, you know. I am very happy. And still.
My question for you, another win, another come-from-behind finish. Great performance tonight by Daniel Straus. What's your message to him and the rest of the division?
I'm here. You want my belt? I'm here. Come on.
You know where he is in the Bellator cage, the featherweight world champion, Patricio Pitbull, ladies and gentlemen.
22-year-old Aaron Pico against 32-year-old Henry Corrales. Other than the record and experience, I'm sorry, partner. Everything else is absolutely, virtually identical. Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA now presents the co-main event of the evening. 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. And now, live on Paramount Network, introducing the blue corner. At 5'8", weighing in 145.7 pounds, his professional record, 16 wins, 3 losses, fighting out of La Mirada, California, presenting Henry, Corrales. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 145.5 pounds. As a professional, he stands with 4 victories, just 1 defeat, fighting out of Whittier, California, introducing Aaron Pico. In charge of the action, your referee, Jason Herzog.
Jason Herzog, our referee for our co-main event of the evening. 2 extremely talented featherweights, Corrales, Pico. Fight scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. That was the look of an iron-fisted matador.
Straus, are you ready?
He's got that stance. He's waiting for the bull.
Here we go! Tonight's Fight Clock brought to you by Miller Lite. Great taste and only 96 calories. Red gloves for Pico, blue gloves for Corrales. Watch for the body shots from Aaron Pico.
One of the big things I think you have to look at from Aaron Pico is watch that jab. When he establishes that jab, he establishes his distance, and he's able to land the big shots off of it.
Said I'm going to come in and out. I'm going to use my combinations. I will look for takedowns if needed. And also keep an eye out, John, if Corrales throws that outside leg kick, Aaron Pico's going to look to come right down.
Oh, that was a big uppercut. He hurt him bad, Mike.
Huge uppercut.
Henry's in trouble. This is where Pico needs to realize, I don't have to end it right now. I need to settle down, let me pick my spot, and then hit him again.
Pico hits hard. Oh, my goodness.
That's it.
It is all over. And Henry Corrales knocks out Aaron Pico. Wow.
Watch this, Mike. You're going to see Henry gets hit right here, that uppercut right on the chin. It puts him down. And you can see he's trying to control his body, and it's not working right. But he gets that under, gets himself back. And this is where I said Aaron Pico needs to settle down. You don't need to finish him right now. Look at what you have, and he gets into this brawl. And here's where he gets hit. Boom! That right hand, and then he gets hit with a right, left after it, puts him unconscious. Henry Corrales with the biggest win of his career right there. Big right hand, left hand touches. Boom! Again, look, watch that right hand, right on the chin. He is stunned, he's out on his feet, gets hit with another right, left, comes with a right, it is over. Henry Corrales changed course that fast. Beautiful knockout.
A 9-year journey, starting 2019 with the biggest fight of his career, and he turns in the biggest performance and the biggest knockout that he has ever had. Henry Corrales said you cannot help but improve when you're working daily with a guy like Benson Henderson. Benson, Henry, what a moment for Henry OK Corrales, winner by knockout, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 1 minute, 7 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout, Henry OK Corrales.
Big John McCarthy. This is why they fight.
You know, I'm going to say something here right away because I want you to know. Aaron Pico had told me, he said, you know what? Henry Corrales, he's a grown man, and when I mean that, I mean he has that it factor. I can break his jaw, I can knock out his teeth, and he's still going to be there trying to take my head off. And that's what you did. You were hurt, and then you hit him with a combination that just put his lights out. How you feeling, brother?
Yeah, he was right. You know, at my best, I've lived a mediocre life, and I'm ready to die in this motherfucker.
I want you to watch what happens here. Watch his right hand. You hit him. You hit him with, this is where he hits you with the uppercut, and you're hurt. You can see you're still there. Your hand goes out. But that shot that hurt you, now you get into this brawl, and here you hit him with a right hand. Boom! That shot right there. Again, right, left. How did you know that when you were going after him, did you know that he was out, or you just going to finish the fight?
You know what, dude? What's done is done. Respect to Pico and all his people in the crowd. Who the fuck's next? Who's next?
That is my question. Who should be next in your mind?
Dude, I'm ready for that belt. You know, that's 5 straight since joining the MMA lab. I got my shit together out there in the desert in Arizona, and there's no going back for me, dude. I'm ready to go for the belt.
You already had a fight against Patricio Pitbull that you took on 12 days' notice. Is that the guy you want next?
Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go again, dude. I'll go with any one of these guys. I don't care, it doesn't matter.
I'll tell you, that was an outstanding performance and a comeback that you don't see too often. Congratulations on an outstanding victory, Henry.
Thank you, Big John. Hey, I just want to thank my team and all my family and friends. I appreciate you guys, dude, and you guys drive me to be better in every single aspect of life. Lauren Marie Meadows, I'm leveling up. What's up? I fucking miss you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Henry OK Corrales.
29-year-old middleweight against, thankfully, as Gerald Harris told us, 39-year-old middleweight.
39, 27-2, 25-7-1. You can tell both these guys a lot of experience and have been very successful in the cage.
Michael C. Williams with the official introductions.
Bellator MMA, live on Paramount Network, continues now in the middleweight division, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 5'11", weighing in 185.5 pounds. His professional record: 25 wins, 7 losses, 1 draw. Fighting out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Gerald the Hurricane Harris. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'10", weighing in 185.9 pounds. Impressive as a professional. He brings 27 victories, just 2 defeats. Fighting out of Stanihovsko, Russia, presenting Anatoly Tokov. And the referee in charge of the action, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley, our referee. for this middleweight fight. Anatoly Tokov, 3-0 as a Bellator fighter. Gerald Harris looking for his first Bellator victory.
Let's go to war.
Here we go! It's the southpaw Gerald Harris. In the blue gloves, red gloves for Anatoly Tokov. He has finished 21 of his 27 professional victories. He has not been stopped in 2,647 days. That is 7 years and 3 months.
I worked with Anatoly several times inside of the cage, and I can tell you, he hits like a truck. When he decides to plant his feet and throw his right hand, he has incredible power. He's super strong. He is fast, explosive in all of his movements. He very much emulates his mentor in Fedor Emelianenko.
That was a heavy kick, and you can see that Gerald has his elbow tucked very tight to his rib cage after eating that one. Yeah, you were in for all 55 seconds of his knockout against AJ Matthews. Well, you were in for the introductions and stuff too. So that's not fair. Yeah, you're impressed with this kid, aren't you?
He's so good because he's calm in everything he does, and he's strong everywhere. His wrestling is outstanding. He's got incredible wrestling defense. He's got good submissions, and I'm telling you, when he decides, oh, he's got caught.
Gerald Harris caught him. Gerald Harris looking for the finish. Can he get it right here, right now?
Gerald needs to just take his time. He's got him hurt. Set him up. Hit him with the shots you need. Don't start wrestling right now unless you're going to take him to the ground and move to a better position. If not, get rid of him and come back to at him with strikes.
This is why they fight. Gerald Harris rocked him.
He was hurt bad. Gerald still has the ability right now. He's still hurt. He doesn't know exactly where he's at. Gerald's in a good position to take this fight right now.
Harris would love to put him on his back. Gave up the high crotch a moment ago.
Yeah, I think Gerald's making a mistake right now by trying to go after the wrestling. It didn't work for him. I told you he's got very good wrestling defense. So break away and open up with your hands again, because there's no way that Anatoly has recovered completely from the shot he took.
Gerald told us his speed would be the difference. Well, he got to that punch quicker than the defense of Anatoly Tokov a moment ago.
What's the count?
But as you said, Anatoly's recovering during this exchange, and now he's going to push his opponent, the Hurricane, up against the cage. Man, that was close, partner.
Oh, it was close. I mean, he was hurt. He was almost out. It was Kerry Hadley could have stopped that fight, didn't, and I'm glad he didn't. But this is where you're looking at guy will drop back into what is his main game, and that is wrestling for Gerald Harris. And he started to wrestle, but he didn't get him off of his feet so he could open up with a ground and pound attack and keep him off balance and off base. Now you're seeing Gerald put on his back.
And Gerald said very emphatically that he cannot out-wrestle me. I guess time will tell. Under 90 seconds here in round one. Harris with 25 career victories at 39 years old. Tokov with 27 at 29 years old. Only 7 losses for Gerald Harris.
Gerald Harris has had an incredible career when you look at what he's done. He's got 4 slam knockouts. He is the slam king.
Wow, he said it's a world record. And it probably is.
And Deacon Jones used to say he had what the sack record too as a world record. But, you know, it is impressive when he gets a hold of people what Gerald Harris can do with his wrestling. He is super strong, and he is still fast at the age of 39. That was proved by the shot that he landed against Tokov there.
Well, his one against David Branch back in 2010 was voted USA Today's knockout of the year. 2 of his last 3 wins have been slam knockouts.
Beautiful inside trip takedown. Tokov opening up. He's going to have to do a whole lot more. He's not going to get rid of him in this round. There's no way that he can come back from what happened and take this round from Gerald Harris.
Well, the thing is he's still around and he's trying to come back. And we will head to round two.
Mike, almost a year ago, Juan Archuleta did this beautiful knee tap with a right hand, a little bit different offset. But you see Gerald Harris do the same thing, fakes the takedown. That's what sets up that huge left hand and knocks Tokov on his cam and almost ends the fight.
30th professional fight, and I gave you the statistic early. 7 years and 3 months, December 22nd, 2011. The last time Anatoly Tokov was stopped in a fight, and Harris came very close in round one. Gerald Harris in the blue gloves, he just got rocked.
He did, he almost landed that left hand again, but he took a big shot. He needs to be careful of his neck right here.
Tokov in the red gloves.
This is where Tokov comes up. He is super strong. There it is.
It is all over just like that.
That's a big come from behind victory for Anatoly Tokov. He was on the verge of defeat and just came in and submits Gerald Harris. Only the second submission loss in Gerald Harris's career.
The other in his Bellator debut against Rafael Lovato Jr.
Take a look at this shot. Gets hit with the body kick. Little bit of a block, but it's this shot, that left hand, right hand. Now he's hurt, and that's why he gets stuck in the position with his head in that guillotine. Brings him down. Once he gets his hips inside, and you see that squeeze coming up, that's super tight. We call it a 10-finger guillotine. It hurts. It ends up not only shutting off the blood, but also the breath.
Tokov by submission. 4-0 now. Inside the Bellator cage. That man, Anatoly Tokov, got absolutely rocked in round one, but comes back and finishes Gerald Harris in round two to make it official. Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a guillotine choke officially. 37 seconds into round number two. The winner by submission, Anatoly Tokov.
Second man to submit, Gerald Harris joins Rafael Lovato Jr. And here's Tokov with Big John.
I'm here with your winner, Anatoly Tokov. You took an incredibly hard left hand that put you on the canvas. How close were you to not knowing exactly what you were doing or where you were at during that time?
Тебе слева очень хорошо попали. Что ты чувствовал в этот момент? Где ты был?
В этот момент я задумался.
At this moment I was thinking about something.
Понял только, когда я упал, я понял, ё-моё.
And when I fell, I thought, wow, I got the shot.
Well, you just fought this fight after having your younger brother fighting before you. There's a lot of pressure in that because I know you care about him. What was it like coming out here after watching your brother get his win and having then to come out here and perform and fight the way you did?
Ты выходил после того, как выходил твой младший брат. Какие твои ощущения? Волновался ли ты? Давило ли это на тебя?
Я очень сильно волновался, сидел в раздевалке.
I worried about him very much. I was in the locker room.
Я даже хотел пару раз выходил из комнаты, чтобы не видеть этого.
A few times I walk outside to not see this.
Очень тяжело наблюдать вот так за братом.
It's very hard to watch how my brother fighting.
You ended that fight with a beautiful 10-finger guillotine. When you finally got your hips in, did you know you had them the way you had it set up with your hands?
Ты провел замечательную гильотину. Думал ли ты о том, что так это у тебя получится?
Честно говоря, были мысли до боя, что я почему-то могу задушить. Но в первом раунде я пропустил удар. Я задумался в этот момент, и я не увидел удара.
Before fight, I think about to make a choke, some kind of choke. But the first round was surprised, and I changed my plans. So I think that I can make it.
if given a chance, who do you want to have next in this Bellator cage?
Кого бы ты хотел следующим видеть своим соперником в клетке Bellator?
Я уже как бы размышлял над этим. В принципе, я готов попробовать свои силы, подраться за пояс.
I think about it a lot. And I think, in my opinion, I'm ready to fight for the belt.
Сейчас чемпион Gerald Мусаси, то есть я бы не против был бы попробовать свои силы против него. Насколько я знаю, он сейчас будет драться с Рафаэлем Лавато. Как бы, и кто из них победит, я бы с удовольствием попробовал свои силы.
Right now, the champion is Gerald Musashi, and I would like to fight with him, but he have his own fight. I want to meet someone who won that fight. I want the belt.
Well, I can't wait to watch you in here again. Congratulations on an incredible comeback victory.
Look at this, similar records, but of those 6 losses, Derek Campos has 1 from Brandon Girtz, 1 from Derek Campos.
And with the official introductions here once again, Michael C. Williams.
Live on Spike, Miller Lite presents Bellator MMA from WinStar World Casino and Resort. The time has come for the main event of the evening. Sanctioned by the Chickasaw Nation Office of the Gaming Commissioner, Mr. Scott Colbert. Tonight's main event is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time. And now, set for 3 5-minute rounds, we introduce the blue corner. At 5'7", weighing in 157.7 pounds. His professional record, 14 victories, 6 defeats. Originally from Minneapolis, he fights out of Denver, Colorado, Brandon Girtz. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 5'9", weighing in 155.4 pounds as a professional. 18 wins, 6 defeats, hailing from Lubbock, Texas, presenting Derek Stallion Campos. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge, Big John McCarthy.
Brandon, Derek. Gentlemen, we've got all the rules in the back. I want you to protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. I want you to fight hard but fight clean. If you want to touch your gloves again, good luck to both of you.
Referee Big John McCarthy with final instructions. We are set for Chapter 3 in the rivalry between Derek Stallion Campos and Cold Roll Brandon Girtz. Scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. It's a catch weight of 158 pounds.
Derek, you ready?
But this one has ramifications in the Bellator MMA lightweight division. Campos in the red gloves, Girtz in the blue gloves.
A couple things tactically to keep in mind. Girtz, this was a late notice fight for him, didn't have a full camp. Also, Campos wanted the heavier weight class. Usually it's the guy with the last minute notice who wants the heavier weight. Campos wanted it. I think he believes in his power.
Fight Clock, of course, brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers, it's Miller time. And we talk about ramifications in the lightweight division, unfinished business, of course, between Brent Premises. Girtz lands a knee on Campos and Michael Chandler, as Chandler losing the title in ignominious fashion at Bellator NYC. I'm sure there will be a rematch.
What do we say about power punches? Both guys leaning into every shot.
Close the hand when it comes out, Derek.
Not only do these guys not jab a lot anyway, when you're facing a guy who's of the opposite stance, the jab is generally harder to use. You generally rely on power punches facing a guy in the opposite stance.
And Campos hunting down Girtz with a couple of strikes. A minute gone here in the first round.
There you go.
Mauro Ranallo, Jimmy Smith, Jen Brown, and the entire Bellator MMA crew here at WinStar World Casino and Resort in Thackerville, Oklahoma. Oh, and a nice kick by Girtz. Campos chest down, and Campos with that Superman punch.
He ate a hook coming in. Girtz caught him with that right hook over the top.
And again, Girtz just leading with that left hand. Oh, but he got caught with a left hook by Campos and knocked Campos off balance with a strike of his own.
This is like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Both guys there to be hit. Not scared to unload.
Expect them to go together like a dentist and a carpenter, no less than tooth and nail, hammer and tong type action expected in this one here with less than 3 minutes left in the first round. And Campos, of course, maybe a bit of a mental victory already, able to survive the first couple of minutes after what went down the last time they met.
Look at their heads whenever they're fighting. They are on a rail. They don't move them at all until they start throwing punches. Then there's some slight movement, but defensively, they don't care at all. It's
center line.
Yep. You don't have to wonder whether you can close your eyes and hit these guys.
Lead right hand by Campos. Gertz just swinging wildly back. Just past the midpoint of the first round.
Yeah, both guys are landing their power punches. Campos with the right hand, Gertz with the left hook over the top. Beautiful straight left there.
Gertz from the southpaw position, firing off with the left and then the liver kick. A little low.
It's a right hook over the top by Gertz from that southpaw stance. That's what he keeps knocking Campos off balance with. Just like that, they come in right hand and then right hook over the top of it. That's been the trade-off. Gertz has eaten the right hand, and then he lands his right hand over the top with the hook.
And kick by Campos. And Gertz hits a left hook, the knee up the middle, but then it's Gertz landing the right hook. And man, they are just swinging for the fences and already Gertz is leaking from the forehead, and he secures a takedown and an elbow strike to Campos.
Somebody is bleeding horribly.
It's Gertz from the forehead.
It's Gertz. He's fighting now like he's desperate.
There will be blood in Thackerville, Oklahoma.
Wow. We predicted fireworks. This has not disappointed. Look at the left eye of Campos. He is blinking badly.
And these two treating each other like guests at the red wedding.
He keeps pawing at that eye. Gertz is trying to wipe away the blood. Both guys are hurt, for sure.
Under a minute left in the first round.
They just stand there and take it.
Gertz and Campos delivering as advertised. Oh, beautiful. Left hand just above the belt.
Now the question here, that is a bad cut. The positioning isn't bad in terms of a stoppage. It's not on the lid, it's not in a vital area, but it runs into the eyes. I can't see how deep it is, but Gertz might have to throw everything because they're going to check it out in between rounds.
Yeah, Gertz beginning to sport the crimson mask with 30 seconds left in this opening round.
And that is old school pro wrestling bad. Wow. Abdul the Butcher, anybody get that? Nobody?
Oh, liver kick by Gertz.
Yep, so that was caused by, John McCarthy said it was by a knee. He turned to the judges and said, cut caused by a knee. Great stuff by Campos.
Opening round featuring more blood than an episode of Dexter as we go to round two.
Good job.
Not for the faint of heart, Jimmy.
I need you to work on this.
So we can get a look at the cut. That's gnarly.
Big breath.
Wow.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, everything is hurting. That straight left is hurting.
Remember Vitor Belfort and Marvin Eastman to that knee in the front, very similar. I won't say what Joe Rogan said that night.
I can see what he's thinking. That's gnarly. I don't see them letting that one go. That's too deep.
Wow.
And look at the aggression from Gertz right away. He immediately stepped it up, went for the takedown. He said, I know this is bad. I got to do something before they check this thing out. And I haven't seen... I think there is a doctor there, but I haven't seen one really look at the cut. They're going to keep going. That thing is huge.
Wow.
How we doing?
Timeout has been called. Let's listen in to John McCarthy.
Thank you very much.
Oh, they're letting it go.
Yeah, they are.
Much to the delight of the sold-out crowd here in Thackerville, Oklahoma. Brandon Gertz, Derek Campos. Round two of the rubber match.
This is why we watch this sport, is for fights like this.
Friday night fight, courtesy of Bellator MMA, and they come out swinging.
This is when you think, how do men do this for a living? Because they are not taking a backward step.
And women.
And women. How does anybody do this?
No, you're right. It's a testament to their fortitude, their character, their makeup, and for Brandon Girtz suffering a vicious, deep gash. But like you say, the placement is almost fortuitous for this fight to continue because it's right in the middle of the forehead and the blood dripping down the nose, not into the eyes necessarily.
And it's not a lid cut. It's not one of those that's going to cause permanent damage from its placement. But it gives a nice target to Campos. Girtz is swinging like Campos stole something from him. No setup punches, everything's a big haymaker.
Minute gone, and Campos again teeing off on Girtz. Campos won their first meeting. Girtz knocked out Campos in 37 seconds in the second meeting.
I don't know what he's complaining about there. He took a break for a second. I don't know what it was.
You might as well put the jab on a milk carton, right, Jimmy?
Done. It is missing, my friend.
Oh, the southpaw Girtz landing a 1-2 on Campos.
This is one of those I'll learn defense later kind of fights.
Outside leg kick and receipt from Campos.
And Girtz has been a little more active this round.
I think he knows time may be against him because of that cut, but he is just winding up and unloading everything with power. And there he knocks Campos up back. Another leg into the left. Girtz coming back here with 3 minutes left on the second. And Girtz is knocked up by Campos. What a fight, what a round.
Man, what a fight. Back and forth it goes. Girtz bloody but fighting and moving forward.
And the action in this fight hotter than Childish Gambino's red bone, and both Girtz and Campos proving that they are both bad to the bone, just letting it all hang out here tonight, Jimmy.
The question might become, Girtz with the short camp, does he have the cardio to keep this going for 3 rounds? There's been no setup, there's been no rest, very little with the takedown in terms of staying on top and getting a breather. That has not happened.
The canvas resembling a Jackson Pollock painting right now, Jimmy, with all the plasma being spilled courtesy of that gash on the forehead of Brandon Girtz. But he remains in the fight, hanging tough against Derek Campos. And there they go again. Defense being damned.
And every time it looks like Campos has him, that right hook comes over the top and knocks him off balance.
Stop. Time. Get over there.
Timeout called by referee John McCarthy.
Hey, I'm just trying to get it cleared out. Come here, look at me. Look at me. I want him to just look at it real quick. You're going to get going. Clear out your eyes. It's no different. As long as they don't hit the eyebrow. There you go, that's what I want. All right, let's go.
You hear what he said, as long as it doesn't get to the eyebrow. That's when you start wondering about your vision. He does not want this stopped at all.
And Girtz fires off another left hand down the middle on Campos.
Now, this one's a tougher one to score because I think Girtz has been busier in this second round. I think Campos has hurt
Girtz changing levels. Campos with the takedown defense.
Careful with that. We good? Fight.
Stay sharp. Don't force nothing. Don't force nothing.
Again, Girtz just coming forward with left hand, and you mentioned it, Jimmy. No, you know, it's all in the center line.
Yeah.
Your opponent is there waiting for you. Give him your best shot.
Close your eyes and hit him.
Campos coming forward with 45 seconds left in the second round. Counter left hand by Girtz.
What did Teddy Atlas
nice
say?
right uppercut and left hand.
Yeah, Teddy Atlas said it. He said he's the kind of guy that gets offended if you don't punch him. Both these guys get offended if you don't punch him.
Under 30 seconds left in the round. Campos with a knee up the middle that gets knocked off balance by Girtz.
Always that hook follows the shot. Girtz will take the first one and then launch that right hook over the top.
It has been a blood and guts battle through 2 rounds. The third and final round Wow. Jimmy, after 10 minutes, how do you have it on your unofficial scorecard?
2-0 for Campos. I think he's hurting Girtz a little bit more. Had him in trouble against the fence a couple times. But what's different in that second round is Girtz was more active. Like we said, he doesn't have time on his side. He's being busier. But it's effective aggression. I think Campos being a little bit more effective. I mean, this could be at any point in the fight. Power punches hurts him. And then always that right hook over the top backs Campos off right when it looks like he has Girtz in serious trouble.
Hey, you're landing.
Beautiful stuff with the straight left hand. I mean, toe-to-toe, I dare you to hit me. That's what both of these guys are saying, and both guys are obliging with power shots. Now that knee grazed. It didn't land right at the point, and it's over.
Whoa.
Good job, you did your job.
They have stopped it because of the fight. I'm sorry, they've stopped the fight because of the cut.
And much to the chagrin and the protestation from the corner of Brandon Girtz, who is willing to continue the arc of a warrior, Brandon Girtz. And an anticlimactic finish to what had been a thrilling rubber match.
Now Campos looks disappointed.
Yeah, I mean,
it feels like he wants to keep going.
And we talk about Pitbull and Straus fighting 4 times. I'm pretty sure the fans would like to see these two go at it a 4th time.
I could see them fighting 10 times.
Well,
yeah, everybody, I'm looking around and certain people in the crowd are flashing 4. They want to see it again.
Well, just like Zeus, they were throwing lightning bolts at each other, but in the end, Derek Campos wins the rubber match, much to the chagrin of Brandon Girtz. All right, time for the Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum Replay. Bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
And here's where it happened. Look at this knee, bang! Right through the center. I'm telling you, that would have knocked a lot of guys out. Opened up a nasty cut right between the eyes on the forehead. And Girtz, spirit is so willing to keep going, but the doctor determining for his health and safety, this fight has to be ended. What a disappointment, a great fight.
Unfortunately, a fight that had been en fuego has been extinguished due to the cut suffered by Brandon Girtz. We'll make it official next. An electrifying end to Bellator 181. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage after 2 rounds of non-stop action as a result of the deep cut to the forehead and upon the advice of the cage-side physician, referee Big John McCarthy waves off the contest. Official time, 5 minutes of round number 2. The winner by TKO, Derek Stallion Campos.
Derek Stallion Campos picks up the rubber match victory. A couple of thoroughbreds, Jimmy, as Jimmy Smith talks to the winner.
I'm here with Derek Campos. Derek, to call that a fight is an understatement. That was a war. What were you thinking when you were there trading punches, neither one of you going down? You almost looked disappointed when they stopped it because of the cut. You want to keep going.
All BS aside over here, let me tell you, we just came in here, shed blood with each other because we're brothers. Respect that. Unfortunately, you know, the cut is deep, and the call by Big John and the medical team, you know, they're the professionals. It is a big cut, so, I mean, unfortunately, it just got stopped. Otherwise, we would have given y'all another 3rd round to cheer on.
The streak you are on, 155, very, very deep, but man, with fights like that, the ones you have had in this streak, the ones against fighters like Melvin Gillard, putting it on the line every time, what's next for you?
You know, I put it on the line every time I fight. I don't leave nothing in here. You know, what's next for me is I made a statement tonight showing my heart and how tough I am, and I only want to fight the best guys. So, you know, let's have it. Pitbull, Henderson winner. I'm here all day, baby.
Now, Brandon Girtz, come over here, man. I gotta say, 2 Pitbulls made that walk tonight. That was an unbelievable performance. Short notice. You didn't take a backward step that entire time. I know you're disappointed with how it ended, but I think everybody here wants it to be best of 7.
It's a tough thing to lose like that, man. I mean, I wanted to keep fighting. It was a brawl out there, and I wanted to keep putting my heart out there, man. This hurts. This hurts bad. Yeah, like I said, it was a war. I said we were gonna have a war out here. Campos is the man. I respect him. Gave me a hell of a fight. Thank you guys for coming.
You heard it. Give it up for these two warriors right now. Brandon Girtz and Derek Campos, both of them winners.
That fight definitely deserving of a mamma mia. What a cap to Bellator 181. Blood brothers, to be sure, as Derek Campos defeats Brandon Girtz in this, the rubber match. And
the tail of the tape and the co-main event brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
One thing about this fight, Paul Daley, much more experience. He's been in trouble, he's been rocked, he's had to come back. Brennan Ward hasn't necessarily had those experiences yet.
Buckle up, kids.
Bellator MMA presented by Miller Lite now features tonight's co-main event, 3 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Brought to you by Spike Sports. We introduce the blue corner first. At 5'10", weighing in 170.9 pounds, the former Bellator title challenger tonight stands with 14 professional victories, 4 defeats. Fighting out of New London, Connecticut, presenting Irish, Brennan Ward. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'9", weighing in 170.8. The veteran professional brings an impressive professional record with 38 wins against 14 defeats and 2 draws. Hailing from and fighting out of Nottingham, England, introducing Paul Semtex Daley. In charge of the action, your referee, Mike Beltran.
Bring it in, gentlemen, bring it in. All right, gentlemen, been over the rules already. Protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves now if you want. At the sound of the bell, come on out, handle your business, let's go. All the way back, Brennan, all the way back.
Oh, fight fans.
All right, gentlemen, first round. You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Handle, let's go.
Fight Clock brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time. You got that right. Keep in mind, both of these men have been extremely hard to knock out. Paul Daley's only been knocked out once in the last 10 years, and that was the end of that classic with Nick Diaz, one of the greatest one-round MMA fights ever. Brennan Ward's only been knocked out once.
That's a huge indication of how this fight's gonna go. He caught his kick, put him down, didn't follow him. Oh, wow, the left hook. I saw his legs wobble for a second. Could have just slipped. But he grazed him with that left hook.
Remember, Paul Daley rushed out against Douglas Lima and took that big early shot and never really recovered from it, and Brennan Ward goes for the takedown.
That's surprising. He caught the kick and let him up, and then he goes for a takedown of his own.
Now Brennan Ward unloading. Paul Daley, so many of his knockouts have come along the fence. Coaching Brennan Ward get away from the fence.
Oh, nice left hook.
Got through. Good start for Brennan Ward. Again, the level changing this time. Paul Daley, who's been in there with a lot of high-level wrestlers, has worked that over the years. He's gotten better, but he's still in there with a very top guy.
That left hook by Daley hurt Ward. That's why he went in for the takedown. That was the motivation there. One hook in. Problem is they're against the fence. It's going to be hard to fit that right one in.
This is exactly where Saad Awad told Brennan Ward, that Mohegan's son last fall. You want to wrestle or you want to bang? This is a different animal altogether.
The answer to that question here might be wrestle now.
Semtex Daley.
Sometimes you get exactly what we expected. We expected a big finish, and we got it from Paul Semtex Daley. Bam!
For 3 months, they have talked about throwing fists, and it's Paul Daley throwing a knee that nobody saw, including Brennan Ward.
See that little grave digger, little homage maybe to Tito Ortiz. But he is pumped, as he should be.
First round, 227 knockout.
Paul Daley becomes just the second man to knock out Brennan Ward.
Came off the knee, look, it was a spinning back elbow.
That backed him up and created the space he needed.
It wasn't super sharp, he's still with it. His eyes are clear. That set it up. You see, he was too close for that to be right at the tip of the elbow where you want it. But it got him backed up. As soon as he got that space, bam! All right, MVP, you liked your flying knee? I'll one-up you right here. That was a beautiful shot.
You want to talk about a message and an homage to Tito Ortiz. Was this a message from Paul Daley to Michael Venom Page?
His fellow Brit, look at this, right on the ear. That would have knocked out anyone. I don't care what your weight class is. I don't care how strong your chin is. This was a knee flying to the temple. No follow-up because he knew this one was done.
The 29th knockout win for one of the greats in the history of the game in that department. Paul Semtex Daley racks up another one. Fireworks as promised. Paul Daley in the winner's circle. He'll talk to Jimmy Smith next. It seemed impossible that the Paul Daley-Brennan Ward fight would not live up to the hype. It lived up to the hype, with Paul Daley going a little deeper into the arsenal with a spinning back elbow, setting up a jump knee rivaled only by his countryman, Michael Venom Page. Take a listen to the last two shots that ended this war. Paul Semtex Daley doing Paul Semtex Daley things. The conversation now will be about Douglas Lima, the welterweight world champion. Might it start to be about Michael Venom Page? Let the internet and Twitter conversation commence in this ultra-deep welterweight division. Brennan Ward thumbs up to the crowd as he is carried out for precautionary reasons after taking the shot you just saw from Paul Daley. You see Brennan Ward pretty much with it there, taking the gloves off. A scary shot, because we know the last time we saw that delivered, it was delivered by Michael Venom Page to Cyborg Santos in the knockout of the year last July at the O2 Arena in London. Let's make this official and hear who Paul Daley calls out next.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes suddenly. 2 minutes, 27 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout, Paul Semtex Daley.
I'm here with your winner, Paul Semtex Daley. Everybody talked about this fight being the fans' fight. The fight for the people who love the knockouts, who love the big finish. What do you have to say, all your new fans tonight?
First off, I want to just Wish Brendan Ward's family and friends that are here. I hope he's okay. You know, me and Brendan, we are tight. This was a difficult fight for me because I genuinely like the guy. We spent a lot of time together here at Bellator, so I just want to get that out there first. I hope Brendan Ward's okay after this fight.
A lot of big names at 170, especially in the upcoming year, and you're right there in the mix. Who are you looking at 170, man?
I'm looking at everybody, marquee names and champions. Rory McDonald's come over from the UFC, thinks he can do his bullshit over here. It ain't gonna happen. Rory McDonald gets in his cage with me, he's getting knocked the fuck out.
You heard it, Rory. Paul Semtex Daley just called you out. Give him a hand.
Let's check out the tail of the tape in the main event.
And look at Paul Daley, 5'9", Douglas Lima, 6'1". Nose to nose, they don't look like the same division.
But the reach of Paul Daley, it's noteworthy because even when he's giving away all this size, that reach is what has brought him so many of those wins. Paul Daley takes a big shot, he's down immediately. He walked into trouble. He immediately tries to tie Lima up in the half guard.
Interesting decision here. Will he try and go with his ground game and pass? It looks like he will.
Paul Daley has not been stopped in 15 fights since the famous fight which John McCarthy reffed with Nick Diaz, the Hagler-Hearns fight of MMA.
One of the greatest of all time. Beautiful left hand. So far, I'm sorry, Paul Daley showing great defense on the ground so far, getting that arm underneath.
He feels like a lot of great strikers that his ground game doesn't get the credit it deserves. He had the half guard sweep against Dennis Olsen he was very proud of last year. Remember this, last year, Douglas Lima was a heavy favorite against Andrei Koreshkov. Everyone assumed Douglas Lima was going to win that fight because very few people knew about the injury. One man said Koreshkov is going to score this upset and win the title, and that one man was Paul Daley.
Let's go.
All the bravado, both these guys very, very smart. They understand the fight game. They're both students. Paul Daley can clear his head. Very, very smart. He's not going to get wild right now. Douglas Lima going for his ground game rather than separate and see if Paul Semtex Daley has cleared his head. Interesting choice.
Can you stay too married to a game plan?
Yeah, completely. Of course you can. This guy, he had hurt, he had him rocked. And as long as he's grappling, that gives him time to clear his head.
They're apart. Fight.
Now we'll find out.
Both these guys covering a lot of real estate with their punches. Really moving in off the jab and the right hand.
Daley needs another shot to get inside, this time trying to make it pay off. Lima quickly out of trouble.
Both guys committing 100%. Really expected them to show more respect early in this fight, but both guys swinging for the fences. Nice short uppercut.
Let go of the cage, Paul.
How injured was Douglas Lima last summer against Koreshkov? This is more standing offense than we saw from him in that entire 25-minute fight. He couldn't move. He was a sitting duck for the takedowns of Andrei Koreshkov, and we couldn't believe it.
See the guy yelling at Paul Semtex Daley. That's Kenny Johnson. Outstanding wrestler. Made the transition to coaching MMA. That's the guy he's been working with on his takedown defense. But man, the pressure Lima can put against you in the fence. Giant at 170.
Daley has thrown his hat in the ring for Bellator kickboxing. He feels he is a leader in the world at that. He feels he is the best elite MMA fighter who is also a kickboxer. There's kickboxers at the top of that game who've had a few MMA fights, but none who make a living from it.
Douglas Lima, he's checking all those kicks. He's aware of them, moving his shin out.
What does that tell you? What have you seen about his knees? Watching the first 4 minutes.
He has faith in them. You wouldn't turn and check if you didn't believe in your knee. You wouldn't be throwing kicks if you didn't believe in your knee. You can lie to us in the interviews, and a lot of guys do, but you can see it when they start fighting. Paul Daley has tasted the power of Douglas Lima, but he's still moving forward. Douglas Lima has to be careful. He has a tendency to drop his hands after he throws punches, after he throws combinations.
Paul Semtex Daley survives the early shot. Stays aggressive, but Douglas Lima's first round back is a successful one. There's the left.
Beautiful shot. Caught Paul Semtex Daley coming in. And Douglas Lima went to the ground, tried to pass. Man, beautiful timing on that shot. Caught him at the perfect time and couldn't get the separation to land ground and pound. And that's been the story of the first round. Both guys taking risks. Both guys leading in with big shots. Both guys looking for the finish. No surprise there.
And when you see Douglas Lima starting to look confident, you flash back to just what a dangerous weapon he was. Sophie and Mercedes making the trip. We have waited a long time to make this trip, 17 months, to have this fight finally take place. Originally scheduled at the British invasion at Mohegan Sun. Tonight, Douglas Lima is the one trying to invade, and he made a statement in the opening seconds of round one.
Both guys committing to that leg kick.
Keep in mind, Douglas Lima has not been knocked out in 20 fights in 9 years. He literally was a teenager the last time he was knocked out.
Remember correctly, it was Matt Brown as well. That's a tough guy for getting knocked out by somebody. It's a hell of a name to get knocked out by. No shame in that.
Paul Daley staying aggressive.
And he is moving forward. He's absolutely fearless. It's something you don't often see in a technical striker like Paul Daley.
Even in the fights in which he was a heavy favorite against Dennis Olsen, against Andy York, he was cautious, he was smart. Yeah. He picked his spots.
Much more aggressive in this fight. Could be the hometown pressure, could just be the excitement of having a title shot in his grasp, but beautiful stuff with the leg kicks by both guys.
Unforgettable. The welterweight world title win for Douglas Lima against Rick Hahn was just a leg kick clinic.
Brutal. A hard fight to watch.
When you use that expression in the metaphor of chopping a guy down, he chopped him down.
Well, he's dealing with an experienced kickboxer, used to dealing with leg kicks. He's got tough legs, knows how to check.
Where that home court situation plays in. The fans just looking for anything to cheer about. They're just waiting for that big moment. They were as stunned as Paul Daley was when he took that big shot in the opening seconds.
What I'm wondering is who's going to throw that effective third and fourth punch. Both guys throwing powerful singles.
Lima just trying to back him off with the leg kicks now.
But neither guy really throwing in combination. Paul Daley playing the bully a little bit more in this second round.
Those of you new to MMA, don't be confused necessarily by who's going forward and who's going backward. But Paul Daley is dictating round 2.
Also remember, that's the easiest thing for the judges to see. It's the second. Oh, good left hook. That hurt him. Rocked by the uppercut.
And Paul Daley says more, bring it on.
He should oblige him. He's backing off right now. I think he has him hurt. I think that's a little false bravado by Paul Daley.
And Douglas Lima starting to pour it on now. And it's Daley going for a takedown, which is as telling as anything you're going to see.
I think he's hurt bad. And for the high crotch, look how Daley just falls to the ground. Lima bullying him down. Short right hands.
Douglas Lima trapped in half guard. He was trying to get that knee over the arm of Daley and try to seatbelt him.
Hasn't let him off the hook since hurting him on the feet.
A big start to round 1 for Douglas Lima, a big finish to round 2 for Douglas Lima.
Question a lot of things. You cannot question the chin or the heart of Paul Semtex Daley.
Still throwing, still walking forward, but still paying the price.
Douglas Lima starting to slow down. He may be tired.
Left got through.
Oh,
what
good
a
right.
second round, and a huge answer from Douglas Lima. He gets Daley to the ground in the closing seconds of round 2. And round 2 comes to an end just as Douglas Lima was maneuvering Paul Daley into a fight-ending situation. And you see Paul Daley gets up gingerly.
He needs some help to his corner for sure.
A very strange end here to round 2.
Powerful work in the clinch, but it was the punches at range that hurt Paul Semtex Daley. That was earlier in the round, but at the end of the round, look at this left hook, followed by the right hand. The left hook by the ear takes away all of your equilibrium. Paul Semtex Daley wobbly at the end of round 2. They're calling for the ringside doctor.
You saw Paul Daley, he got up in a very strange way. A quick look from the ringside doctor of Paul Daley to make sure he was okay. John McCarthy taking a few extra seconds before this 3rd round. Paul Daley, the knockout specialist, may very well need one now.
One thing Paul Daley said, Douglas Lima has a vicious weight cut to make 170. He said he will fade late. I will take him in that 3rd round. At the end of round 2, Douglas Lima looked very tired. Oh, good right hand. Daley is still dangerous, make no mistake.
1 fight in 2 years for Douglas Lima. He spent much of that on the ground being taken down by Andrei Koreshkov. No cartilage in his knee that night, no chance. He has built up a lead, but can he hang on?
Now let's restate the obvious. We are in Paul Semtex Daley's hometown. Can Douglas Lima feel confident about his lead? I wouldn't. If I'm Douglas Lima's corner, I'm saying finish this guy.
We've seen things much stranger than that.
I've given Douglas Lima both of the opening rounds, but Paul Semtex Daley has had his moments. If you're Lima, you can't feel good about going to the scorecards here.
What a fight this has been.
It's lived up to the hype.
Paul Daley thinks he's close. You can see it in his body language. He thinks he's close to landing that big left that has ended so many fights. And Lima perhaps sensing that, looking for the takedown.
Nice. Good single leg.
Would not let go of that right leg. Paul Daley escaped a few earlier in the fight.
Now in half guard, can he pass? Paul Daley doing a good job of getting that left arm inside underneath the armpit of Douglas Lima. Now switching to Kimura position. He's got to pass to really get that.
Just hold. We got to work there. Let's go.
The 2 years away, you can tell weighing on Douglas Lima, but the early damage suffered by Paul Daley is what's weighing on him.
He had him hurt severely a couple times in round 2. Lima doing just enough here. I see Big John standing this up pretty quickly. If he doesn't improve or land something big.
Gotta work.
Minute 14. A shot at the welterweight world title on the line.
Always stepping over in the half guard, staying busy.
Douglas Lima scored the big shot in the opening seconds of the fight and never really let that momentum go.
Douglas Lima watched the Kimura with his left arm. That's what Paul Semtex Daley is trying to isolate, but it's very hard to get from half guard. Turn into a sweep though. Lima's not having it, able to get his arm out.
Can Paul Daley even get the ball back to throw that Hail Mary?
He is on top. Lima going for the sweep. Great job by Douglas Lima. Beautiful sweep.
At a critical time. For 14 plus minutes, Douglas Lima has fought pretty much the perfect fight to beat Paul Daley. Can he hang on? Literally and figuratively.
Good stuff with that hammer fist. Hasn't been super active on the ground, but he's done just enough to keep it here.
Work to improve it, Doug.
Douglas Lima began the fight by putting Paul Daley on the ground. He ends the fight with Daley on the ground. Start to finish, Douglas Lima plays what might have been the perfect road game, trying to score the win in Paul Daley's home turf. We'll find out if he did it.
I think he did. I had it 30-27, Douglas Lima, based on his aggression on the feet. You said it well, hurt him early and never really let him off the hook. Beautiful left hook, floored him, couldn't get the finish in round number 2. Paul Semtex Daley was the aggressor, was the one moving forward, and Douglas Lima hurt him more than once with power shots. Then, of course, round 3, the takedown finished on top. That's why I gave him all 3 rounds, 10-9. But remember, we are in London, where Paul Semtex Daley is from. Douglas Lima can't feel good about his lead.
Michael C. Williams holds the answer in his hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's main event, we'll go to your 3 cage-side judges. Sal D'Amato, Cris Lee, and Howard Hughes all score the fight exactly the same at 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Douglas the Phenom Lima.
Steamo lock there.
As we go to the tail of the tape.
Sock lock by Eddie Bravo.
Yep.
All right, look at the records on both these guys. It tells you how good they are. 74.5 reach is a long reach, but 79 is very long. and you're going to want to see Michael Page keeping Douglas Lima away.
It's the first semifinal matchup in the Welterweight World Grand Prix with the official introductions. Here once again, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA Live on DAZN now features tonight's double main event featuring first 5 5-minute rounds to begin the semifinals of the Bellator Welterweight World Grand Prix. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 6'3", weighing in 169.9 pounds with a unanimous decision victory in the opening round. Tonight, he still stands undefeated, 14 victories, no defeats. Hailing from London, England, presenting MVP Michael Page. And across the cage, his adversary, out of the red corner, at 6'1", weighing in 169.5 pounds, having advanced in the tournament with a decisive 5th round submission. He stands now with 30 professional victories, 7 losses from Goiás, Brazil. He fights out of Atlanta, Georgia, the 2-time former Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas the Phenom. And the referee in charge of the action, Mike Beltran.
Bring it in, guys. Bring it in. All right, gentlemen, over the rules already. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves now if you want. The sound of the bell, come on out. Handle your business. Let's go.
Referee is Mike Beltran as we get down to business here in this semifinal matchup in the $1 million Welterweight World Grand Prix. 5 5-minute rounds. Michael Venom Page looking to remain undefeated. Douglas Lima looking to advance to the final, wanting another crack at becoming welterweight champion. In the other semifinal, champion Rory McDonald will defend against Neiman Gracie June 14th, and immediately Michael Venom Page showing off that unorthodox striking, John.
Doing a very good job of coming out and controlling basically the center of the cage, keeping Douglas Lima's back to the cage. That's a good idea, but he needs to be very careful of Douglas just swinging him around and putting his back to the cage.
Both fighters feel that while it would be a tough fight, that Roy McDonald should advance to the final with that welterweight championship. But tonight it's all about Lima and Page, and Lima coming forward slowly, knowing full well that the self-proclaimed snake charmer is going to try to mesmerize and hypnotize Lima, but I don't think a veteran like Lima will fall for something like that.
Well, I expect this to be a slow round for Douglas Lima because he has to try to figure out that range and that motion that Michael Venom Page brings. It is awkward. It is different. Just relax, take your time, and hit that low kick just like you're talking about. You do that, you will start to slow down all of that motion.
And while some people feel that, you know, they look at Michael Venom Page, what is he doing expending all of this energy? In many ways, he's hiding his offense just like that. The guy's as precise as a jeweler, and his timing makes metronomes envious, John.
I will tell you, when a guy has his hands down low, it is very difficult to see. When your hands are up, it's hard to see some of the shots that'll come up from that range. Now, obviously, his chin is out there, and he is open to be hit. But the question is, can you close that distance and land that shot on it?
Page admitted to us he wasn't all there mentally in the fight against Paul Daley, mourning the loss of his father who died on Boxing Day last year. Quickly surges in and out looking for that right hand. Meanwhile, Lima looking to collect data before collecting that elbow. The takedown is secured by Douglas Lima here in round 1.
And that right there, that was Venom Page feeding Douglas Lima exactly what he needs. He closed the distance. He tried to attack, which is good, but he went right into the range of Douglas Lima now being able to grab a hold of him. This is the area that I believe Douglas Lima has the biggest advantage in this fight.
Lima has secured 12 submission wins, including that 5th round rear naked choke against Andrei Korshkov in the first fight of this welterweight world Grand Prix. And now Page looking to control his posture, control his arms, from his back. And let's not discount what Page is learning on the ground as well in his camp.
Oh, absolutely. Look at Michael Venom Page's, I tell people all the time, his grappling is much better than people give him credit for. He's very much like an Anderson Silva. No one thinks, everyone says, oh, Anderson is a stand-up fighter, but Anderson has a very accomplished submission game. So does Venom Page, but when you look and say comparative to Douglas Lima, he doesn't have the time on the ground, doesn't have the time in that range that he's going to be able to be as good as what Douglas Lima has been able to accomplish in his life.
Last submission win for Page was at Bellator 153 in April of 2016 over Jeremy Holloway with that aforementioned sock lock, estima lock. It's painful is what it was.
It's
modified.
painful.
And so looking at creative offense there as well. 90 seconds left. Lima has Page on his back, working from the closed guard. Good hand grappling by Page.
Page has done a very good job of controlling the wrist. He's got a strong grip, but that grip will start to go away. You continue to squeeze really hard, holding on to the forearm area of Douglas Lima. Eventually, it starts to wear down.
Coming up on the final 60 seconds of the opening round, Lima secures the takedown, but not able to capitalize on this opportunity thus far. Less than a minute now left in this first frame. Man, great hand grappling here by Page.
Absolutely beautiful control of the wrist. Page has been able to stop everything Douglas Lima wants to do here. You even see Douglas starting to look towards rolling that elbow over through the center gap right onto the top of Venom Page's head, and he can't even do that based upon the positioning of the wrist and the strength of Michael Venom Page.
Do your position, it's gotta work.
Referee warning Lima to improve his position. Meanwhile, Page is content to just keep Lima neutralized and see if the referee's going to stand them up, although we are now in the final 10 seconds. The clock, of course, should not matter, but it appears that Lima's going to ride out this round in the close guard of Michael Venom Page. Round 2 is straight ahead.
Stop!
Second round upon us.
All right, gentlemen, second round. Ready to fight. Ready to fight.
Scheduled for 5. An opportunity to advance to the final of the $1 million Welterweight World Grand Prix. Page looking to show off some $1 million striking techniques. Comes out with an ostentatious kick, but Douglas Lima again, experience showing already, John, in the way he reacts, although he got momentarily bothered there by Michael Venom Page.
He got hurt with that.
Staggered. And there's a jumping attack by Page.
Page needs to take advantage right now. Douglas is he's not quite at 100%.
Oh, and there. What a shot by Lima! Mamma mia! Douglas Lima has just defeated Michael Venom Page in impressive fashion. What a sequence! What a sport!
Tell me the tables cannot turn fast.
The last time that Lima had been stopped via strikes, you had to go way back to his 6th pro fight when he was stopped by UFC veteran Matt Brown. He was staggered by Michael Venom Page. But you talk about a colossal counter strike.
Man, this is where we talk about guys going after their opponent. And look at, Page knew that he had touched Lima. He ends up hitting him with a clean shot. Watch what occurs right here. That nice little right hand on the top of the head just staggers him a little bit. And he's a little bit stunned, and he's trying to back off, give himself time. Watch what occurs here. Beautiful kick. We were talking about that kick, but watch the shot right here. That right hand, boom, touches that chin. He is unconscious right now. Didn't even need those two. He was out before he touched the ground.
We say that Michael Venom Page was out of a video game. Well, it was Lima who just mashed him on his button. The Phenom, phenomenal performance. Douglas Lima advances to the final. Douglas Lima has designs on becoming a 3-time welterweight champion. His brother Diego celebrating with him. Do you think Douglas Douglas Lima's going to be appreciated now?
I would certainly hope so.
If Lima was hoping to feel the R-E-S-P-E-C-T, he is feeling it tonight here at Allstate Arena just outside of Chicago, as Chi-Town is showing Lima the love, and why not John McCarthy? What a knockout.
That was an incredible shot. And look at Michael Page never saw it. He got kicked, he's going down, he never saw the right hand that put him out. All he was thinking about is, let me get myself back up. Never saw it, and those are the ones that put you to sleep.
And Lima's Muay Thai is Muy Caliente.
Take a look at this right here. That leg kick, but watch that right hand. That right hand just touched his chin. Perfect. There was the snap. You see him go out right away. Watch this. Boom, he's out. Out, falling down.
A breathtaking performance by the phenom Douglas Lima, starching Michael Venom Page, turning the page on this tournament, booking passage to the final, where Douglas Lima will once again attempt to become welterweight champion. He will await the winner of the Rory McDonald Neiman Gracie tournament semifinal and championship fight June 14th at MSG, and he's made it clear he respects Neiman Gracie. He knows it's going to be a tough fight, but he wants the rematch with Rory McDonald. Right now, let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the official particulars, we are joined inside the Bellator cage by singer-songwriter, entrepreneur, entertainment icon 50 Cent, who will present the winner with a bottle of his Champagne La Chemin Noir, the taste of victory. Ladies and gentlemen, it came to an end 35 seconds into round number 2. The winner by knockout now, advancing to the final round of the Bellator welterweight World Grand Prix, Douglas the Phenom
Douglas Lima going to be popping bottles courtesy of 50 Cent after popping Michael Venom Page. Let's go to Big John McCarthy.
Oh my God! Ladies and gentlemen, how was that? He hit you with a shot that hit off the top of your head and it buzzed you. You could see it, you backed off, you tried to collect yourself, and we had talked about that low calf kick, and you had said, all I need is one. I want you to watch that one, because here you are, you got stunned. Watch this kick. Takes his feet out, and here's the right hand, right on the chin. He is out right there. Talk to me about that win, man.
Man, it feels good. I'm just blessed. Thank you, God, for this. Thank you, everybody out here. Man, I've been working for 7 months and a half since my last fight. I'm just really happy to be back here. I respect Michael Page so much, man, but hats off for him. He's gonna come back strong. And just thank you all for being here, man. I got amazing friends. My wife is here watching today. I'm very emotional right now, but thank you guys for all the support, and let's finish this tournament.
Well, I know your wife's got to be happy that you're one step closer and only one fight away from $1 million and that Bellator title. Which one means more to you?
Of course, the belt. Money is just a bonus. I appreciate 50 Cent putting this up. This is awesome. Great for my family. But my goal right here is to be the champion again. I'm looking forward to Rory versus Gracie, and I'm gonna work a lot harder, man, to get that belt.
If given the chance, which guy do you want to face in that final of the Grand Prix?
Of course, if I were to choose, it would be Rory. We had a close decision. His game, man, he's been in the sport for so long. I got a lot of respect for him.
but let the best man win. You know, I'm here, I'll be ready for them. Thank God I'm healthy. You know, I have no injuries. I'll be back in the gym Monday, working to improve every day.
I'll tell you what, you have improved throughout the years. You are absolutely one of the best that Bellator has ever seen. Your winner, Douglas Lima.
Tail of the tape, brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
You look at here, they're both close in age, and you look at the records that's showing you there is a lot of experience and maturity standing in this cage.
To officially get things underway, here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome tonight, live on Paramount Network. Miller Lite presents Bellator MMA here at the CenturyLink Arena in Boise, Idaho. We begin now with 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division, brought to you by Boost Mobile. Boost makes it easy to switch, switching makes it easy to save. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 5'9", weighing in, 156 pounds even, the veteran professional brings 24 wins, 10 losses, and 1 draw, fighting out of Phuket, Thailand, presenting Roger Huerta. And across the cage, his adversary tonight fights out of the red corner. At 5'7", weighing in 156 pounds, entering the Bellator cage for the 20th time. He stands with a total of 19 professional victories, 8 defeats. Fighting out of Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, presenting Patricky Pitbull. In charge of the action, your referee, Tom Supnet.
Tom Supnet, our referee. For our first fight live, El Matador, Roger Huerta. Pitbull, the older one, Patricky.
Ready? First round. I got you.
Here we go. Tonight's fight clock brought to you by Miller Lite. Great taste and only 96 calories. Huerta comes out southpaw. He's in the blue gloves. Red gloves for Patricky Pitbull. 12 wins by knockout, 6 of those in round number 1. Roger Huerta told us earlier this week, I am here because I believe I can make this run. I want to be a world champion before I'm done fighting.
He does believe he can make the run, and what you're seeing right now, I like the fact that I see Roger establishing the position, not settling and allowing Pitbull to push him back. But this is one of the things that I've seen out of Pitbull in these last couple of fights. He is not the guy that needs to force the fight anymore. He's allowing the fight to come to him, and that's what you're seeing from him right now. Roger needs to be smart. Roger is the guy that he's not going to put Pitbull out with one shot, but multiples will do it. Where Pitbull has the power, he can put Roger out with one shot.
Head kick from Pitbull, and a nice combination. Early in this fight, Huerta switches his stance. Buddy Jay Glazer, we'll see you in 8 days. Jay, loving tonight's card, loving the matchup. And this is a great one to get things started. Roger Huerta, first mixed martial artist to be featured on the cover of Sports Illustrated. May 23rd, 2007, he was just 23 years old.
What a big moment that actually was for the sport of MMA. Roger Huerta took all of that pressure, though, and there was an immense amount of pressure because he was the guy on the cover that everyone wanted to take his head off from that point.
Roger delivers, and the counter by Patricky. And a heavy kick. But Huerta took it.
They both having good shots right there.
Yeah, they're coming strong tonight. Huerta's looking to hunt them down.
Huerta's shot hurt Pitbull. But Pitbull's coming back with shots he's looking, but settle down. Don't wing shots. Throw shots. Throw them hard and straight.
Wow, both men looking for an early finish.
Both guys hitting and hurting each other. Roger's got a small cut somewhere on his nose right there. I think it's at the bridge of his nose. Good dirty boxing. You see him grabbing and throwing that right hand. That's what Roger needs to do.
Roger Huerta, 7 first-round wins, 6 by knockout.
Yeah, and he is the better wrestler in this. If there's one area that he definitely is
the athlete that has the advantage. It's in the wrestling, even though Patricky's gotten very good with his wrestling. Roger does have an advantage, so that dirty boxing, by grabbing a hold and utilizing wrestling to throw shots inside, that's where Roger should be.
With the absence from the sport, or at least on this side of the country, because he did fight 5 times in one championship, people, I think, have tended to forget how good Roger Huerta was, is, and still can be.
He can be, and I hate to say it, you lose confidence, your mind, you start fighting not to lose instead of fighting to win. And that's where, if you go back and you watch some of Roger's fights, that's where he was at. He says he has a new mentality now and that he wants to be the champion. I know that if I beat Patricky Pitbull, I am putting myself in a great spot to have a chance to be able to fight for that championship. And you know, when you look the way he's fighting hard, but he cannot get into a gunfight with Pitbull. That's not smart. Pick him apart.
Just over a minute, flying knee. El Matador's the one pushing forward.
I do like what I'm seeing out of Roger, because he's saying, man, I'm here to fight.
And he's fighting angry.
Well, don't fight angry, fight smart. But fight with a fire.
Fighting aggressively.
Exactly.
We talked about that in the prelims. There is a difference.
Good shot by
Big
Roger.
shots from Huerta. Looking to finish this fight.
These guys are bombing each other, Mike.
Absolutely. We've seen this before, though. Especially when it comes down to the Pitbull brothers. You feel like you're all over, you feel you're in control, and boom, just like that, you're on your back.
Well, Roger has got Patricky's attention. This is not exactly the fight that I think, and that's why you see Patricky Pitbull doing what he did. This is not the fight he expected. He's getting hit with shots and getting hurt by those shots, and he did not think that was going to happen.
Works very closely with Eric Alvarez, Henry Cejudo's coach. Congratulations to the Olympic gold medalist, Henry Cejudo. Great first round. Tonight's Corner Cam is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Easy to switch, easy to save. We're round 2. Blue gloves for Roger Huerta, comes out southpaw again and connects early. Pitbull in the red gloves.
I like the fact that he's coming out southpaw, and that's giving Pitbull a little bit of trouble. He's having a hard time with his foot position, which is allowing Roger to land that left hand.
Who got round 1 on your scorecard, partner?
Round 1 on my card. Roger's hurt though. Roger's hurt. That's what I was saying. Pitbull can put him out with one punch. He's got that power. Roger needs to be smart here. Get on top of it. Hold him down. Oh, he doesn't even know where he's at.
Pitbull trying to sense the finish here, and it is all over! Patricky Pitbull knocks out Roger Huerta. What we talked about in round 1.
Right. It was, and it's what, when you're looking at this fight, Pitbull has the power to end the fight at any point. Roger came out in that first round, and he did an outstanding job of creating situations and flurries where he was landing and doing damage to Pitbull. But when he ended up getting hit with this one shot, that was the difference in the fight, and he could not recover from it.
Let's take a look at it. Our fight replay brought to you by Assassin's Creed Odyssey, available October 5th.
Watch this hand. Boom, that left hand. The ones that you don't see are the ones that hurt you. We say it all the time. When you don't see the shot, you're not prepared for it, and it just takes your legs away from you. He gets hit with this left hand. That left hand starts the downfall. He's lost his legs. He's trying to gain his balance. He holds on. He gets a couple of hits in there, but then again, he couldn't even find Pitbull and gets hit with another shot he doesn't see, and that's the end of the fight.
4th straight Bellator win for Patricky Pitbull, the longest winning streak of his inside the Bellator cage. Our official decision from Boise, Idaho is coming up next. That was a big punch landed by the winner, Patricky Pitbull. To make it official, here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 43 seconds into round number 2. The winner by knockout, Patricky Pitbull.
9th Bellator knockout for Patricky Pitbull. That makes him #1 all time. Broke the tie with Douglas Lima, who has 8 and will fight in 8 days. And Patricky Pitbull will talk to Big John McCarthy.
Wow. That was a tough fight. Were you expecting such a tough fight coming out of Roger Huerta in that first round?
Yes. I think the ring the first round by TKO, but he's a tough man. Doesn't matter who is the next. I want the best. Who is the best? Brett Primos. I want to take my belt. I want to take your head. In my hand, to push your face on the mat. I do this. Still ready. I come for you.
Let's talk about that second round. You hit him with a left hand that hurt him. It hurt him so bad he couldn't even find you in that fight. And then you hit him with the right hand that finished the fight. How tough was it for you to land those shots?
Don't care, doesn't matter. If I put my right hand, he's down. If you put my left hand, he's down. It's normal. Everybody go down. Everybody I think everybody sleep on the mat inside the cage, off the Bellator. I am the next champion. Bolsonaro 2018, nosso presidente.
I want to congratulate you, Patricky Pitbull. That was one of the most impressive performances. That's 4 in a row for you, and a title shot should be coming your way. Everybody, your winner, Patricky Pitbull.
On the shoulders of baby brother, the champion Patricio, Patricky Pitbull with his 9th Bellator knockout.
In the main event for the featherweight world title, brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
And look at the record, 24-6, 25-4, very, very similar. The question here, has either fighter taken those kind of beatings where they're on the downside, or are they at their peak? Because they need to be at their peak tonight.
It is the 4th time for Straus and Pitbull. It is main event time. It's Michael C. Williams time.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Spike, Miller Lite presents Bellator MMA from Mohegan Sun. The time has come for number 4, the main event of the evening. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned by Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation. Chairman is Kevin Brown. Chief of the Mohegan Tribe, Lynn Minerva. Supervising at cage side, Mr. Mike Mazzulli. Tonight's world title fight brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time. And now, first, the blue corner. At 5'5", weighing in 144 pounds even, the former Bellator Featherweight World Champion tonight enters with 25 professional victories, 4 defeats from Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil. Introducing the challenger, Patricio Pitbull. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'7", weighing in 145 pounds even. Tonight, in his first defense after regaining the title, he returns with 24 professional victories, 6 defeats. From Cincinnati, Ohio, he fights out of Coconut Creek, Florida, the defending 2-time Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Straus. In charge of the action, your referee, Dan Mergliata.
The first time Dan Mergliata has officiated either of these fighters.
Been through the rules of the locker room. Want you to obey my commands at all time. Want you to protect yourselves at all time. Have a nice, clean fight. You want to touch gloves, do it now. Good luck to both of you. Thank you, sir.
They have spent an hour in the cage with each other. 12 rounds. They probably split the 12-6-6. The 4th fight, and likely the final one between these two.
You ready, sir? You ready, sir? Let's go, fight.
The fight clock in the main event for the featherweight world title, brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers. It's Miller time. Big shot by Pitbull opens the 4th meeting.
What I want to see is if Daniel Straus throws the left hand with confidence.
He said it was about a month ago. He finally cracked someone in training with it, and he said it felt great. Remember, he knocked down. The biggest shot of the fight was after he had broken that hand.
Yep. And it was early on in the fight. Pitbull spent the rest of the fight trying to get back in it. I think he was pretty badly concussed. Hard for him to make a game plan. He was on instinct and survived the rest of the fight.
Went for that armbar immediately.
Yep.
He did more than survive. He had the big 4th round and the dramatic closing sequence.
I've grappled with Pitbull. It's like grappling a fire hydrant. Unbelievably strong, great technique on the ground, crazy pressure.
You've been to the guillotine.
Yeah, it's pop your head off. Saw Henry Corrales tap to it.
Right here in this building, last April.
This thing about Straus, he has range, he has versatility. We're seeing a much more patient Pitbull. He's waiting for the one big shot, a little bit like how he fought Ben Henderson.
His camp was different, he said, than anyone he's had. It was a recovery camp. He said, listen, I'm not stupid. I'm not 19 years old anymore. I know it. I can't go 3 or 4 times a day. And he was coming off that freak injury that cost him the Ben Henderson fight.
And this is how he fought Ben Henderson. Waiting for him to come inside and throwing big punches, and Ben never got his offense going.
He gained a lot of confidence from that fight. That was a win for Ben Henderson, but Patricio felt that was a fluke.
Yes. He's getting out of the way well. Being very elusive. And one thing about Daniel Straus in most of his fights is his pacing. He's so busy, fighters can't keep up with him. They wear down. And he's not being very busy right now against Pitbull. Tasted that power. Might be making him a little gun shy. But we haven't seen him throw the left hand with confidence yet. We haven't.
He just pulled back on the left.
Yep.
Good. Solid kick from Patricio, and you got to watch, is he going to be gun shy about throwing that kick? I mean, that was a brutal injury.
Man, it's a very underused weapon for Pitbull. He has really strong leg kicks, but doesn't throw them that often. He hurt Pat Kern with it in their first fight and never went back to it. It's a weapon you have to use often to be effective. First nice left hand by Straus.
One got through. This is what their first fight looked like. Right here along the fence. And they were 3 close rounds, but they were at a different experience level at that point. Daniel Straus, not in terms of volume of fights, but he wasn't at the same level experience-wise. That's 6 years ago. In MMA, that's a lifetime.
He didn't fight like Daniel Straus at all. Waited the whole time. Pitbull was aggressive. One thing about Pitbull is he's very, very consistent. He fights the same way every time. Daniel Straus has had these flashes of greatness, these amazing rounds, amazing fights even, but had trouble with his consistency. I've talked about the mental breakdowns late in fights. That's been his kryptonite, but physically, if you look at the size difference when they're locked up together, Straus is a giant. He cuts an amazing amount of weight. Saw him cut his hair against Pat Kern. I mean, he looked like death in that fight because of his weight cut, but he's the much bigger guy.
Now, if 2011 was a lifetime ago, 2012 was the last time, Jimmy, the featherweight title picture looked at least a little different.
Yep, that's right. Joe Warren versus Pat Kern. Pat Kern got that vicious knockout. Every title fight since then at 145 has involved one of these 2 fighters.
And the next one will involve Daniel Weichel, who is now the #1 contender after beating John Makapov last week in Budapest. Daniel Weichel, who came so close to that featherweight world title, Dan Modigliano with the quick trigger. It's on the undercard that Daniel Straus had a big come from behind win that following the loss, dominant win that got him the title shot in November that resulted in the title victory.
Nice body kick. Everything he throws with power. There are no feeling out punches. Straus, I think, yet to find his offensive rhythm in this fight.
The last time we saw Daniel Straus after the first round, he put his hand on the cage just that way, the left hand. His coaches immediately grabbed. They knew it was broken. He knew it was in trouble. And his coaches were saying, you want to fight or you want to talk about your broken hand? And he snapped right back into the fight and obviously became the world champion. Jimmy's Scorecard brought to you by Dollar Shave Club. Get your fresh blade shave at dollarshaveclub.com today.
And 9 Pitbull thought was more accurate with the right hand than Daniel Straus was with the left. But Daniel Straus moving forward a lot. But I thought Pitbull more effective. He has a great guillotine. You see Daniel Straus, his hand on the hips, trying to keep Pitbull from pulling guard and really cranking on that guillotine. There he goes.
Goes for it. This is how he beat Henry Corrales. It's over.
Got him.
He got it. Daniel Straus taps immediately. And Patricio Pitbull has climbed the mountain again.
No doubt, no rounds, not long, not grueling, definitive. He got the guillotine finish. He is the champ once again. Rivalry's over and Patricio Pitbull was the man.
His nightmare of losing the world title, the nightmare he woke up to every day without the belt, is over. And his dream is to hand the belt to his son, David. The Black Card Premium Spice Rum Replay, the bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
And it was the guillotine right here, arm in, and Straus was trying to keep him from pulling guard. You see his hand on the hips. As soon as his hand went off the hips, Pitbull pulls guard, and this is all she wrote. Beautiful guillotine finish. There it is. Just like Henry Corrales, a similar position, close to the fence. He has so much power in his arms, in his upper body. When he gets around the neck and puts those hips in, it is good night. I don't care who you are.
Leandro Higo, Team Pitbull. Dad's coming home as the world champion again. That's more than 1,000 words. You think these moments are going to live in the free day home for years and years and years. Patricio Pitbull is the champion again.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a guillotine choke. Official time, 37 seconds into round number 2 by submission. He is the new and now 2-time Bellator featherweight world champion do Brasil, Patricio Pitbull.
So much respect between those two who helped build this company. Once again, the world champion, Patricio Pitbull, his nightmare is over, as you can see, in every possible way. He is with his family, and he is with Jimmy Smith.
I'm here with the winner and new Bellator featherweight world champion, Patricio Pitbull. How does it feel to wear that belt again?
It's a dream. It's a dream come true. And this belt is for my son. It's my gift for him. Bye-bye.
When he watches this fight, when he's old enough to understand it, what do you want him to know about you and this performance in this belt?
Eu quero que ele se orgulhe do pai dele, que batalhou na vida e conseguiu realizar um sonho, não só meu, mas de toda a minha família. É isso aí, papai.
I wanted to be proud of his dad and know that I overcame a lot to bring this belt back home to Brazil and my family.
The finish of the fight, that guillotine, you could not wait to pull guard and put the pressure on it. Did you know you had it from the beginning?
Você sabia que você tinha esse guillotine encaixado quando começou?
Yes, I just wait for the right moment, and that's it, man. Add new.
Now, your next fight, Daniel Weichel, a guy you fought before, very close fight. You finished him with a knockout. What's your message to him? You know he's watching.
You are tough, but I'm ready. You know that. You know that. I'm here.
You know he's here, the new champion. Give it up for him, Patricio Pitbull, ladies and gentlemen.
Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. I will tell you one thing, not everything is virtually identical, but I got to get one in, partner. The age is virtually identical.
Very sharp you there, Mike. 5'11" to 5'7", you're looking at 74-inch reach to 69. If Awad can keep him on the outside, Girtz is going to have a problem.
And Saad Awad said my size and range will give him trouble. With the official introductions, once again, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA tonight live on Paramount Network from Pechanga Resort and Casino. The time has come for the main event, 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. And now, first, introducing the blue corner. At 5'7", weighing in 155.6 pounds, his professional record, 15 wins, 8 defeats. By way of Minneapolis, he fights out of Denver, Colorado, Brandon Girtz. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner, at 5'11", weighing in 156 pounds, even as a professional. 23 victories, 10 defeats, fighting out of San Bernardino, California, presenting Syed the Assassin Awad. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Jason Herzog.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, blue. There were no final questions from you, red. If you want to touch gloves, come out ready to fight.
Jason Herzog, our referee. This is our main event of the evening. The Assassin, Syed Awad. Brandon Girtz. Fight scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds.
Ms. Ralph, are you ready? Are you ready? Fight!
Here we go! Girtz in the blue gloves. He is a southpaw. Syed Awad in the red gloves in his customary orthodox stance.
There you see Brandon coming in like he likes to do, closing distance, but that's a lot of distance to cover, and you saw both of those shots ended up short.
That was a big reason why I said that Girtz needed to create angles, because you saw Saad throw that little up kick right up the middle. He needs to get offline and get to the body lock from there, or the snatch single from there.
10th career fight at 155 for Brandon Girtz tonight. Big swing. Has he rocked him? Could he finish it right here, right now? Wow! We said 5 of the last 6 wins for Brandon Girtz have come by first-round finish.
Nice job of basing out by Girtz, holding the position. He hurt him bad. And that was that right hook that we were talking about. And he had that shoulder surgery. He said it took me a long time to get back to where I was throwing my hook the way I like to throw it.
Yeah, but not only that, though, Syed made a bad mistake by sitting against the fence trying to cover up. He should have tried to circle out.
Syed's back up.
He's still a little bit wobbly, though. It's not in a position where he should be looking to go after Girtz. He needs to get time, get space, create some distance for time.
And now it's Syed Awad stepping in, Josh.
He believes in his conditioning, his cardio. His recovery's already there. You can see he's already ready to start pushing the pace.
Man, they're swinging for the finish early.
This is the fight that we expected, though, Josh. We talked about it. We said, well, no matter what, it's going to be a barn burner. And that's what you get when you have a Brandon Girtz fight. He goes to fight. He tries to cover distance. He can have a shorter reach. It doesn't matter. He's going to go after you.
It's that Mike Tyson game plan. Everything goes out the door once you get hit.
Syed Awad said stylistically he loves the matchup. Girtz said, we've always respected each other. Syed likes to fight, so do I. That is a recipe for fireworks. So far, that is a very true statement. Cut on the right side of the face, on the eyebrow of Syed Awad.
You take that many shots that fast, if your skin holds up the way at least his has, you're doing good.
They both have decided to settle in a little bit, let the fight develop in front of them. They wasted a lot, not wasted, I said he expended a lot of energy those first 3 minutes.
Gertz training in Denver. So high altitude, so both men very confident in their cardio. Nice right hand connects for Saad Awad. Stepped into that hook.
Notice how Saad, he switched his stance. That kind of made Gertz hesitate a little bit. I used to do that all the time just to kind of reset myself. I would switch my stance a bit and make your opponent hesitate, which gives you a moment to catch your breath.
Right there, what you just saw, that footwork by Saad, the way he moved in, stepped across, threw his shots, and made it so there was never going to be a counter for Brandon Gertz. That's what he needs to do in this fight.
Don't get pulled in like I used to.
That's exactly.
Do my damage, get out of harm's way, work back in, punch, punch, kick, kick, and get out of range again. And he does have the reach advantage as we talked about.
That up kick the middle, that's what's keeping Gertz hesitant to shoot on a double leg or get to a body lock. That's why I was saying he needs to create angles with his punches, get offline so he can get some sort of leg body lock or grab the single leg.
Well, that up kick, that is the way that Saad, that's his range finder. He likes to toss that out there, see your reaction, and if your reaction is just to take a step back, he usually is going to follow that up with a straight right.
Pechanga Resort Casino, Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy, Josh Thompson. Our main event of the evening, this is round number 1. Saad Awad in the red gloves, Brandon Gertz in the blue gloves.
Benson Henderson had a lot of success with that kick. So Gertz needs to get on those kicks a little bit to kind of keep Saad guessing.
What a start to this fight. Conditioning was the key to surviving that early onslaught from Brandon Gertz.
Good job, baby. Breathe. Right here. Breathe. Slow your heart rate. Yeah, slow your heart rate. Breathe right now. Slow your heart rate.
Here's Gertz landing that right hand.
That's his only opportunity.
And it was that big right hand over the top. Look, this is a southpaw, so that right hand that's the shoulder that he had gotten hurt before and he had to get back. But here's Awad coming back and then Gertz coming back after him. These guys are going for it. Watch the knee here. Awad coming up. Gertz brings his guard up, but you cannot sit there with just a guard. You got to move your head. That's why that knee comes up and it blasts it.
Welcome back. Go get it, okay?
23 wins, 17 finishes for Saad Awad. 15 wins, 11 finishes for Brandon Gertz. Round 2. The southpaw in the blue gloves, that's Gertz. Awad takes another overhand right.
And one of the things you're seeing is when Brandon comes forward, watch as he throws that left hand, you're seeing Awad take his head and he's actually turning it towards his right, which is taking his eyes off of Brandon Gertz's right hand when he throws that big looping overhand right.
Well, he's backing away with his hands down, and Gertz is able to cover that distance, which we didn't think he was going to be able to. But I'd like to see him try to snatch that leg and get the takedown. Slow the pace down a little bit. He's landing the big shots, but we got to see him mix it up. That'll help open up more stand-up for him.
Don't forget, download the Bellator app or sign up for the Zone. We are set for bonus coverage. The fight action continues live from Pechanga Casino Resort. Play on another level.
Saad has a really wide stance. I'd like to see Gertz kick that inside leg, kind of throw him off base a little bit. I saw it a little bit with Benson Henderson. He was doing that as well. The kicks, I think, are going to play a factor. If he doesn't use them, he's going to be relying on his hands. It gives one less thing for Saad to worry about.
You're right. One of the things that's a blueprint against Saad is he does have a wide stance, so try to attack that lead leg, which most guys are doing. But right now, you're not seeing Brandon doing any kicks to it. More off balance than anything. Good shot by Brandon Gertz, but he's really not that hurt, Josh.
That was a nice little takedown, though, by Saad to slow the pace down for a second. Threw Gertz off his guard.
Tried with that lead elbow and just missed.
This is exactly where I don't want to see Gertz, just standing in front of him in range, ready to get hit. This is not the fight that he wants.
2 minutes into round number 2. 11th time we have been here at the Pechanga Resort Casino, dating back to Bellator 92, March 7, 2013. Again with a big shot. And it's the right.
Every time Girtz just sits there and covers up, he gets hit with the shot, whether it's the knee up the middle or that little uppercut he just hit him with right now. There's no reason to take that damage.
What we need to see out of Brennan is exactly what he's doing at times, and use your feet to move yourself out of that center line. Beautiful work.
John, is this not getting pulled in like I used to?
You know what? Saad, he's on the attack right now. And Brennan, right now you've got Saad actually pushing the pace, and I think it's starting to break down what Girtz is able to do as far as he's got to deal with this pace and the pressure. That takes energy to deal with.
What you have to remember is he's having to lunge in and cover that distance. And that's expending a lot of energy. Not to mention, Girtz always throws explosive power. So it's straight lefts, overhand rights, big kicks, but he throws it in 1s and 2s, sometimes the occasional 3. That expends a ton of energy, and you're seeing it right now. It's having a little bit of an effect on him as this fight's going on.
34th professional fight for the assassin, Saad Awad, worthy of note. He only has recorded 2 finishes after the first round. Also worthy of note is the gym change to the training lab in the Ironman. Sam Calavita took him 15 years to qualify for Kona.
There's that kick. I'm telling you, that kick will have an effect. That'll keep Saad's hands at bay. They will not leave his chin if he's worried about that body kick.
But it's exactly what you're saying. Brandon needs to step to his right to land that kick with power to keep himself off of that center line.
Exactly, John. Otherwise, it opens up Saad open for long-range punch for Girtz to get hit with the long-range punches.
Justin Gaethje, Carrington Banks, Drew Dober, the main training partners of Brandon Girtz.
Brandon Girtz just throws everything he has. When he goes to throw, it is nothing is light.
But that body kick is having a little bit of effect. It's making Saad be hesitant to throw because he doesn't want to get hit with that big shot. Or that big
just missed the first time, Josh. Clipped him the second.
He's just grazing it, but he's gaining ground every time. He's catching him a little bit more.
Big knee.
That was a big knee right there.
Final seconds of round 2.
And the problem for Brennan, he's going backwards a lot with that power being taken away.
What a fight! Saad Awad, Brandon Girtz, 3rd and final round. 6th fight here at Pechanga. For Saad Awad, he's 4-1 here with 2 knockouts. Big John, your scorecard.
Right now, I have the fight even. I thought it was a very close second round, but a lot of the shots that Brandon was hitting him with, even though he turned at times, he was the one that was landing the better, heavier shots and controlling that location of the fight, making it happen. I would love to see Brandon Girtz in this round try to take Saad down and utilize that wrestling that he has.
Okay, Josh, I saw you take your headset off when you saw John's scorecard. Your turn, my friend.
I've been waiting all night to disagree with this guy. I gotta tell you, I had Girtz winning. He landed the cleaner, more powerful shots. Not only that, but he did the more damage. Even though Girtz was sometimes off balance, having to back away, but I had him winning the round. So I have it 2 rounds, Girtz.
All right. 1-1 for Big John, 2-0 for Josh Thompson. 4 minutes remain in our main event, and what a main event it has been. Girtz looks tremendous after that long layoff. 350 days.
Saad's taking some big shots in this fight. He's still got a lot of pep in his step. That just goes to show how confident he is in his conditioning.
Once again, don't forget bonus coverage. Bellator app, DAZN. We got a ton of great fights.
If Awad is looking, and you're always looking for little tells in the fight, every time Brandon comes forward and throws that left, his head is dipping off towards his right. And you can sit there and set that up and take advantage of that type of tell.
It's so hard, though, because Girtz is so explosive and so fast.
Good. Watch back there. Let's go. Good. Ducked into it. You ducked into it. You good? Let's go.
You're going to talk about that's not the back of the head. When you have two fighters facing each other and one ducks his head, you're creating that. That is exactly right by Jason Herzog. Nice straight shot to the body. Nice straight shot up top.
But what he should have done there was drop down on the leg, knowing that he was coming in hard. This is where I don't want to see Girtz at all. This is what happened with him in the Campos fight. He covered up, he took the knee right up the middle and ended up with that big cut. Those kicks and that straight body work is doing wonders for him. Nice shot.
Those are huge shots.
Those are big shots.
Looking for the finish.
Brandon's using a lot of
Jason Herzog,
but he's holding the shorts over here.
Jason Herzog right on top of the action. Big ground and pound by Brandon Girtz.
We're seeing the same thing out of Saad Awad as we saw in the Benson Henderson fight. He's feeling something he doesn't like, so he's talking to the referee. Don't talk to the referee. Get yourself out of the situation.
Yeah, he should be trying to get to his feet, or like I like what he's doing right now with the wrist control. He had wrist control, so Girtz had to stop punching him.
Either way, though, if it's 1-1, and this is round 3, this is huge for Brandon. Even bigger on your scorecard, Josh.
Yeah, what Girtz is doing right now is he did also a very good job against Melvin is that every time he got the takedown or the fight went to the ground, he circles behind really well and is able to do a lot of good damage from that position.
Awad, wobbly, but far from finished.
Awad is not happy with what went on there. He was feeling something, and now he's going to go straight after Brandon. Brandon needs to be smart. Don't duck your head. Look.
What a fight.
Girtz expected a lot of energy after that, trying to finish him when he went to the ground. Now there's a minute left, with just plenty of time for Saad to get the finish.
Well, that's exactly what he's looking for.
Good job by Brennan to utilize that footwork, get himself out away from him.
Big swing and a miss.
And if you're Brandon Girtz,
he got caught again.
If you're Brandon Girtz, you have this fight. Use your footwork. Keep distance. Only attack at certain times. Do not let him close.
He just took a look up at the clock, Girtz did.
35 seconds.
What a fight, man. What a fight. They're both taking looks up at the clock. Doesn't matter how good a shape you are. You can punch yourself out.
Oh, yeah. The amount of energy both have put out is incredible.
20 seconds. 15. Connects by Saad.
Don't stand in front of him.
Girtz is in trouble.
Girtz should move. He's just tough. He's just
they go the distance. What a main event here tonight. Live on Paramount Network. How good was that?
What a fight. What a fight. That is two guys leaving everything they have in the cage. Watch this straight shot. Boom. Beautiful. What we call the breadbasket right down the line. And if you don't think that hurts, you have no idea. Big shots by Awad trying to land that right hand. Girtz coming back, takes a little shot. There is no quit in either guy. Here's right at the end of the fight. Both are exhausted. Both of them have arms that feel like they're 200 pounds apiece, but they're still going after each other, throwing everything they have. Brandon Girtz is a maniac.
All right, the judge's decision is in. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 non-stop rounds of action, we go to your judges' scorecards. At cage side, Judge Ron McCarthy scores it 29-28. Michael Bell, 30-27. and Judge Jackie Dinkin, 29-28. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Brennan Girtz.
Brennan Girtz by unanimous decision. He will visit with Big John.
I'm here with your winner, Brennan Girtz. I will tell you, at the end of that fight, I didn't want anyone to lose because both of you guys put so much out in that fight. Let's get your dog. What was it like coming off of that big layoff you had with the shoulder injury, coming back in here and putting on a performance like that tonight?
Those were some hard times, you know, everything I went through to get back in here. And I came to fight a fucking warrior. You guys all saw that. I mean, I swear he was out twice, and he just came back from it. He's a fucking warrior. I knew I was having my hands full here, but these are the types of fights they put me in because they know I'm gonna come and I'm gonna bang it out with somebody like Saad.
In the last part of that fight, third round, you were exhausted from going after him, trying to finish him. He was exhausted, but coming after you, what was going through your mind?
This guy's an animal. I mean, I hit him with some of my best shots, and he just kept coming. And hats off to him. I mean, I just had to stay composed. I knew he was coming up the middle with some stuff, and I just had to fight through it.
Well, you fight through it, you did. That was an unbelievable performance. Great win. Congratulations and welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Brennan Girtz.
Big win for Brennan Girtz. What a fight. What a night. It's the battle of the double A's. 29-year-old, 30-year-old. The reach, the height, a little bit more experienced is Adel. And once again, here is Michael C.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight here at the Bellator 238 prelims, we'll stick with the featherweight division, again scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 5'9", weighing in 146 pounds even. His professional record, 8 wins, 6 losses. Originally from Iraq, now fighting out of Hollywood, California, Adel Altamimi. Across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 145.4 pounds. As a professional early on, he stands at 2 wins, 1 loss by way of Hollywood, Florida. He fights out of Stockton, California, AJ Agazarm. And the referee in charge of the action, Jason Herzog.
Jason Herzog, our referee. AJ Agazarm and Adel Altamimi. Agazarm wrestled at the Ohio State University. 2nd degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Baja, part of the Nick Diaz Academy. Nick in his corner tonight. Red gloves for AJ Adel Altamimi in the blue gloves. Received his black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu last year. Altamimi, the southpaw, and AJ will call himself an awkward southpaw who grapples orthodox. He said it's a work in progress, but there's no absolutes.
Nice little shot on the exit there. That stunned AJ. You know, the real contrast here is we all know what AJ Agazarm wants to do. He is a guy that is a superior grappler. He's got good wrestling. He's got incredible jiu-jitsu. The question is his stand-up. But Altamimi is a guy that he's won most of his fights by submission. He's not going to win his fight by submission. This one, this is the one he's going to want to stand on his feet, land big shots.
And there's one of them right there, John.
Smart move by Adel. Get him back to his feet, make him fight your fight.
Adel, karate black belt as well. So a good striker. And as John talked about, that may be the difference stylistically in this matchup, the striking ability of Adel Altamimi. 7 years after starting jiu-jitsu, AJ Agazarm won the Brazilian National No-Gi Championship, becoming the first foreigner to achieve that title.
Nice job of stopping that ability to get his hands wrapped around him. The This is exactly what Adel needs to do to be successful against AJ.
Held the leg through the punch. Stuck the takedown.
Adel looking phenomenal right now. Everything he's doing is working, keeping that range and that distance, that wide stance. Very impressive performance so far.
All the time we're talking about being a smart fighter, fight IQ. When you're seeing a guy that is not getting sucked into that brawl, not getting sucked into that other guy's game, that's impressive that Adel is just, he's being a thinking fighter, he's taking his time, he's saying, you're gonna fight this fight where I want it to be.
Got caught with a pretty good jab a moment ago stepping in. At least AJ able to get his attention. Agazarm wrestling with Tom Ryan as his wrestling coach. Richard Perez, we talked about earlier, helping to develop the striking of the fine wrestler from the Ohio State University, AJ Agazarm.
And that's what, in my opinion, what AJ needs to do is he needs to use that training that Richard Perez has put into him on using his hands. Don't try to shoot from afar and get that takedown like guys did, you know, in the past if they were a freestyle wrestler. You can't do that anymore. Guys are too good with their wrestling defense. You've got to use your hands to work your way inside, then get your hands on your opponent as he's trying to stop the punches.
Our buddy Chris Pratt here tonight. Ready for a great night of fights that will continue for the next few hours on DAZN. Of course, he is a big part of the MVP family. Round one. Adel off to a good start here in the first 4 minutes of this fight.
You know, ever since his first fight, AJ has come out and he's never looked real comfortable in the stand-up. He's looking like, you know, he's got obviously more training, more background in it, and he's being more effective with it now.
Was it clipped him on the back of the ear or something along those lines? Because ultimately his legs went a little limp there.
I don't think AJ's stand-up's ever going to look that smooth, but he is becoming more effective with it.
Like you said, it's a work in progress. There are no absolutes.
That's it.
But he is working on it.
He's working, and you can see, you know, he's not just taking, you know, the shots from afar all the time, but he's got to think about, I need to use my hands to move myself inside. Make him have to worry about shots coming his way, and then go for your takedown.
What Adel just did there, he hit that calf kick and then he hit the little loopy right hook. Kind of rocked AJ a little bit.
What you got? You there? Let's go.
Look at the kick. Boom to the body. That thing hit it, and it was close to hitting towards that head. That's a nice left hand by AJ, but it was the clash of the heads. That's what caused Altamimi. And if anyone should know about a clash of heads, Josh, you would think it would be you that you would have caught that.
Well, I was probably the ref in the wrong position.
See, exactly.
I'll let you guys find a phone booth right now, and we'll figure. One of you will be back to continue throughout the night.
You know, one of the things that Agazarm's corner told him during that break was, you're freezing up. You're the one that's creating this stiffness in your stand-up. Relax. Let it come. Let it flow.
Altamimi, you can tell his striking with that karate background, much more fluid, much more natural. And that's, John, what Richard Perez is talking about. There's a point where you start to learn technique, then you start to put things together, and then you hit that muscle memory and you start to do things instinctively. And that's where AJ needs to go.
Yeah, he just needs to get into a comfort zone where he flows. Everything that he's doing, he kind of looks a little bit forced and a little bit, he's just not sure about, should I do this? And then he does it, and it just doesn't, you know, look fluid. Now there's guys that don't look fluid throughout their career. Keith Jardine, the Dean Amin, he always looked herky-jerky, but he was effective, and that's the way AJ needs to be. Just be effective.
Yeah, the difference between Keith Jardine, though, and AJ is that Keith Jardine was always in your face. Herky-jerky in your face, and he threw on those things. Off that herky-jerkiness. AJ's not throwing. See, that he did right there. That's what he's got to do there.
And he needs to continue it. Don't stop.
But the other thing, exactly. So when he didn't get the takedown, he went for the body lock, and he pulled out. Adel was able to pull out. He's got to reshoot, or he's got to get all the way out. Instead, he stood straight up and was able and got countered.
And it's just that fight IQ you just saw. He forced Adel towards the cage. That's a good thing for AJ.
He got clipped. He got hurt.
Big shot with the left hand.
He's in trouble. Hammer fist. Altamimi with a big knee on the way up. Looking for the finish right here, right now. Swing and a miss.
Pull him in the guard and start to try to relax.
Nice job by AJ Agazarm to survive, because he got rocked.
Oh, see, and that's what we're talking about. Let him, he just crushes the space, goes right into where AJ gets that takedown.
Oh, beautiful transition of the arm.
He's got that arm.
Stepping over the legs, though, AJ is. Nice job of pulling out, but he wants to keep the pressure so he can keep the fight on the ground.
Now, if you want to talk about instinct and being seamless and being a veteran, this is where you want to be if you're AJ Agazarm.
This is where Adel doesn't want to be, though. He doesn't want to be in this half-guard position, especially with AJ. Nice job on the Kimura, but he hasn't let it go yet.
He still hasn't.
Still to the back, and you're going to see the transition of the armbar here if he can get that knee over the head.
Yeah, he's locking those. Look at his legs. Watch as he tries. Good job by Adel to grab the leg and hold it off.
So watch AJ's going to switch his hands potentially, trying to grab that leg and roll him through, or keep the Kimura and continue to kick his left leg over.
And it's a good thing if Adel puts that leg over the top of AJ's head. Right now, AJ's in a position he can make the Kimura work. If he rolls through it, and he can switch it into a straight armbar.
Adel doing a good job right here. See how he's putting his knee over that leg that's across the waist.
And look at that left hand, that wrist, holding that ankle. That's a big part of why he's surviving in this.
AJ has taken his Division I wrestling skills.
Watch for him to go for that reverse triangle there. He may try to switch hands, grab the ankle, and open him and roll him to the back. My idea would be go right to the back where he's going right now.
Yeah, you see the reverse hook on the leg? Beautiful job by AJ, exactly. Both of us impressed with, man, see, this is where, look at how naturally he flows in the grappling.
And that's what I was going to say, John. He's taken his D1 wrestling and he's turned into a heck of a grappler.
Not quite under the chin yet.
Looking for a finish.
You don't want to be belly down though with AJ.
You think about this, AJ was hurt. He was almost out in this fight in this round.
Now he's got the full mount. And now Adel's in trouble. Hooks in. 35 seconds.
Adel needs to just think about being calm, be relaxed. Don't let that hand get to past.
That's what he didn't want to do. He didn't want to roll to that side on the choking side.
On the chin, relax. Good job by Adel. Nice defense, being relaxed. Time's on your side. Time will get you out of this position, even though that's not fair.
Watch that armbar. He may potentially go for it with just 10 seconds left. He's working the legs up high.
Huge momentum change here in round number 2.
Not strike. Let's go, guys. Up, up.
Little gamesmanship afterwards there as well.
Just
like
a little.
At the end of the first. John, in something like that, what happened? Like, how do you score it? One was rocked and hurt, very hurt.
I want you to think, who was closer to finishing the fight in this round? Tell me right now, who was closer?
I don't know.
No doubt, who was closer?
Yeah, I think AJ was.
AJ was closer. Oh my God! Look at you.
No, I was going to say AA was.
It wasn't that AJ didn't have nice things he did, especially right here with the Kimura. But it was never in a position where it was extended or put to a point where he could end the fight. Where if you look at what Adel did, there was a moment where he could have ended the fight. He hurt AJ. He had him running. He had him diving for the takedown. And then AJ comes back. This is a tough round for any judge.
Okay, so you be our judge.
Yeah, we're asking you. That's what we're asking you.
I'm going to go with Adel. He's the one that landed the shot that affected the brain.
And although I love what AJ did at the end, it wasn't enough to bring it back on his side.
I agree with you that it's going to be Adel, but what I think is the judge is going to give it to AJ because he finished the round strong, and the refs, or the judges, that's the last thing they see.
And if you're a good judge, it goes from the start to the finish, and it's all playing out second to second. You know where you would be.
Didn't we saw what happened with Cris already, so.
Didn't we have this conversation?
Take my chances.
Are you ready? Fight. Good battle. Third and final round.
Ooh, big straight left, right hook.
Adel was the man who did more in round number 1. Round number 2, back and forth. Both men aggressive here at the start of round 3. Biting down on the mouthpiece and going, guys.
Oh, man, that scene right there, that to me is absolutely a guy that's tired, not fighting smart, allowing his emotions to get involved in this. Oh, I gotta get away. Your way to get away from what AJ's doing is move your feet. Don't go for the takedown against a guy you don't want to actually be on the ground with.
Richard Perez told him what after the first round?
You got to. You're freezing up. You got to open up and relax.
And throw straight punches. Every time you throw straight punches, they're landing. What did you just come out and do here in the beginning of the third?
Threw some straight punches.
Talk about listening to your coach.
It's nice.
Smart young man.
On the ear. If you can't hit it, don't aim for it. On the ear, AJ, he's giving up.
AJ going back to that Kimura grip. He's got this. Adel's in deep trouble now. Going to push that arm out with his foot. Nice job. Take your time. You have nothing but time to work this.
Looking at his corner.
Now going towards the triangle.
Wants to finish. And it is all over. AJ Agazarm. Winner by submission.
Drop your hand.
That was very impressive if you think about the way that fight had gone and how AJ worked through all of that problems, all of that damage, and in the second half of that second round came back, got to positions, then came out in the third round, did exactly what you said, Josh, straight punches, leading to the takedown attempt, leading to his finish.
That's making adjustments like we had talked about earlier in the earlier fights. Rich Fred told him to come out, throw straight punches, press that, close the space, and that made Adel shoot. That brought him to his world. That's where he wanted this. He rocked him a little bit, I think, there in the exchanges. But you're forcing someone now to fight in an uncomfortable position. Then that made him do something that he didn't want to do, was shoot the takedown.
You know, instinctually, you start to take shots like this, and you have been so successful in taking people down. He instinctually went back to going for a takedown, but you can't do that against a guy like Agazarm, who is so good on the ground.
You see the difference here, what he does, he shoved his foot through, so even if Adel sat up into him and went right to the triangle, and if Adel was able to actually lay over his leg, that would have been fine as well, because he could have still tried to finish the arm.
Michael C. Williams to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. The tap by way of a triangle. 1 minute, 22 seconds, round number 3. The winner by submission, AJ Agazarm.
Agazarm with his third win by submission. Our tail of the tape for this middleweight matchup. Salter, 34, 7 years the elder of the dangerous Dutchman.
You can see with the record, both guys are outstanding. Van Steenis with that reach advantage will try to utilize it in his stand-up.
Once again, here he is, the voice, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA live on Paramount Network from WinStar World Casino and Resort. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 3 5-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Sanctioned by the Chickasaw Nation Office of the Gaming Commissioner, Mr. Scott Colbert. And now, introducing first, the blue corner. At 6'1", weighing in 185.4 pounds. His professional record, 12 victories, just a single defeat. Fighting out of Rotterdam, Netherlands, Castello, the Spaniard, Van Steenis. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 6'1", weighing in 185.3 pounds. As a professional, he stands with 16 victories, For losses, by way of Gardendale, Alabama, he fights out of Wilmington, North Carolina, introducing John Salter.
Let's go, John, let's go.
And the referee in charge of the action, Jason Herzog.
Okay, fighters, gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Come out ready to fight.
John Salter, Costello Van Steenis. Main event of the evening, right here on Paramount Network.
First round, fighter, you ready? Fighter, you ready? Fight!
Here we go! Costello comes moving forward quickly. He is in the blue gloves. John Salter in the red gloves, the southpaw.
You saw Costello run out to the center to command the center of the cage. It's a smart move by him, and you see the wide base. That will affect his kicks to a point, though.
In London, Van Steenis snapped Mike Shipman's 13-fight win streak.
Yeah, Mike Shipman he lost his first fight ever and had not lost since that first fight. 13 fights in a row, and boom, 2 elbows. Deciding factor in that second round of that fight quickly. Nice head kick. Here comes Van Steenis again. Coming after him very hard, very fast.
Careful though.
That's where you can make the mistake. You've got to remain composed against John Salter, because this is where John Salter is best. When he can get his hands on you, press you to the fence, this is his world.
Salter has finished all 16 professional wins.
Let's cook him, no hurry. Good head
5
pressure,
of
John.
his 6 finishes in Bellator have been in the first round.
Head pressure to control
5 of them by submission.
Just chip, you're in a great position, John. Just chip, just chip. Those are good hard shots. Right where you wanted to be. Right where you wanted to be.
You saw John Salter utilize that outside trip to take Van Steenis down. He's very good with it. It's a technique that he has just perfected when he gets against the cage. And now it's the question of, can Van Steenis get to a point of getting himself back to his feet without making that mistake that gives Salter the ability to put in a submission and end this fight.
In a good spot right here, right now, John. Here's coach. You're right where you want to be. Chip away.
John, we're 2 minutes in. That's a way to chip. Good pressure.
And what you're seeing, Van Steenis sitting on the ground. He's throwing shots up, but there's no way that that transfers to as good a shot as what John Salter is able to utilize with his body position and gravity.
Just think about real estate.
Adding a coach to the mix, a true head coach, has made a world of difference for John Salter. He said in my 3rd round against Rafael Lovato Jr., it showed the world that I needed somebody. I started to make bad decisions. The flying knee, the jumping elbow thrown by Lovato Jr., John admitted he panicked.
Well, he did. And, that happens in fights, but you see what he's doing right now. John Salter is forcing Costello Van Steenis to try to get up off of the use of that leg. He's turked his leg, and he knows when Van Steenis, which way he can only go, and when he does, he's going to take his back going into that position. So Salter is just slowly pressing Van Steenis into a position that he can take his back and then try to end this with a choke. And that's Van Steenis saying, oh, no, I see it, and I'm not going to give you what you want.
Van Steenis is up. You talked about those elbows, vicious elbows against Shipman. They were with his back against the cage.
Well, you already saw earlier in this fight, Costello Van Steenis hurt John Salter. So he knows already, I can hurt you with my hands. I can get my hands on you. I can do damage to you. But he has to get separation. Right now, this fight is working the way John needs it to work. Going for that outside trip again. This time it didn't work. But this is the fight that John Salter needs to win. Van Steenis needs to get that separation. Nice little choke attempt by Van Steenis. You see as Salter comes out to the side, that relieves the pressure on the choke. There is no choke there anymore.
Salter has been submitted 3 times, most recently by the champion. You got to go all the way back to 2010 for the only time he was finished by knockout, that by Gerald Harris, who was here in the building tonight.
That's where you want to be. That's where you want to be.
30 seconds in round 1.
Salter just doing what he does, continuing that pressure. He's not hurting Van Steenis. Van Steenis is trying to punch Salter's hand with his head. But you look and you go, this is exactly the fight that is going to get John Salter that win.
Best part of these final 7 seconds to start of round 2 will begin on its feet. Partner, you were perfect. Dial in the words from the corner of John Salter.
Fight, are you ready? Fight!
Well, they were right. That was the kind of round that John Salter needs throughout this fight. Again, Van Steenis just running to the center of the cage, but he needs to be under control when he launches his attacks. He cannot come forward too fast. That will play into the takedown for John Salter.
Round 1, 10-9 Salter?
Absolutely.
Head kick. Costello looked for the flying knee.
See right now, Costello he stood there like, oh, you can't hurt me. Get your back off of the cage. Get yourself back to that center position. Start to fight smart. Why would you stay here with John Salter in the top position right now? This is not where you want to be. This is not you fighting a smart fight. Your job is to separate from him, get him back to his feet, move yourself back to the center of the cage. Right now, you're playing into John Salter's role.
Nicely done by Salter, grabbing the leg and keeping this fight on the ground. Van Steenis said he has been training with some very good Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts from the Netherlands, the same group that Gegard Mousasi was training with for his fight with Rafael Lovato Jr.
And this right here, normally you're going to see Van Steenis likes to control when he has that, he sees that wrist that Salter's trying to lace, he's going to tuck it inside and he tries to roll. But where Salter's at, it's not going to work for him. And Salter knows that he likes that half Granby roll and is going to be ready for it and move with it.
Working one hook.
John Salter's in beautiful position right now. He can take his time, open up with strikes if you want. You don't have to go for the submission. This is what I was talking about. Set your base, get your position, and then go for your submission.
Van Steenis has not been defeated since his 7th professional fight nearly 4 years ago. He is in a very bad spot here.
Right now, John doesn't have a choke. He's kind of looking towards a face crank with it. It's not there. He's trying to make him uncomfortable. He's decided, I don't want to have both hooks inside. He's going where he's got that half guard to the back, which is going to keep him in place.
Grab the whole glove, John. You gotta grab all 3 fingers, brother.
He's got problems. He's got to get rid of that hand quick. He's got to be careful. You make that little mistake, it can end fast for you. He's decided to go back to double hooks with the legs. Van Steenis gets rid of it. Van Steenis right now should move. He should try to turn into Salter before he gets that leg back in position, which John Salter.
Now he's got it under the neck, John.
It's only a little bit. John Salter should go palm to palm. There you go. He starts to get this choke. It starts to get very tight quickly.
Under the chin, pardon me, on the neck. Costello fights it off for now.
Nice defense by Van Steenis.
They're going to shake him off.
Salter can look to go towards the Suloev stretch right here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have his legs in the perfect position, but that Suloev stretch is there for him. All right, let go of it.
Good defense by Costello Van Steenis.
Salter looking for a triangle. Smart by Costello. Van Steenis getting back to his feet. Right now, his arms are heavy. His legs are a little bit filled with blood. Van Steenis needs to now start to utilize that great stand-up he has.
Look at the movement of Salter now, John.
Yeah.
How it is drastically slowed down. Labored is absolutely the proper term. So Salter wisely gets it back to the ground.
There comes Van Steenis with that, but now he's set up in an arm triangle. Salter's losing the arm triangle, but he's going to come out in the mount position.
Ten seconds. John Salter, once again the aggressor. Third and final round. Salter. Van Steenis. 5 minutes remain. Costello needs to do something, John, right here, right now.
Yeah, Costello, in my opinion, he's down 2 rounds to none, and he needs to just be patient with his stand-up, but effective with it, meaning you've got to reach out and touch him. You just got to figure the right moments and start to create big problems for John Salter because you have to end this fight.
Big swing and a miss.
Just barely, because right now, Salter's tired from all of that groundwork, trying to utilize the legs, the arms with the choke. He was squeezing hard, didn't work for him, and so he burned a lot of gas.
Caught him with that one.
Yeah. John's in trouble here. He is tired, and he's taking shots. And here, this is where Benson needs to settle down. Don't go forward too fast. Be smart in your attacks.
Costello said, I think I am a better fighter than him in general. He's probably a better grappler and a better wrestler, but this isn't a grappling or wrestling match. This is a fight.
Well, it's been a grappling and wrestling match so far because John Salter has made it such. But now it's up to Van Steenis to say, okay, I let you play your game, now we're going to play mine, and we'll see what happens.
That's my point, partner.
Exactly. You're so smart about this.
Well, I've been learned very well by you. Under 3.5. Van Steenis knows that he needs to do something big here, though.
Salter looking towards that outside trip. You see double underhooks, and he is clasping his hands in the overhook position on Van Steenis to more keep Van Steenis close to him than to try to take him down.
Bloodied up a bit, John Salter, from some of the strikes here in the first couple of minutes.
Oh, that was a
this round.
Kick to that foot hit the solar plex area of John Salter. We call that a ball kick as far as the ball of the foot is what struck the solar plex area. That did not feel good. That's why you see John Salter trying to actually pull guard. He's still trying to get air. Big right hand by Van Steenis. This is when Van Steenis needs to be smart. Pull yourself back up, make him stand up.
Keep in mind the comment I made earlier that against Rafael Lovato Jr., Salter admitted after a flying knee and a jumping elbow that he panicked in the third and final round. Can he stay composed enough here in the final 2 minutes?
And this is what's so hard when you fought such a frustrating fight for you against John Salter. You want to go, I just want to get him. And you need to be composed and smart in your attacks and just know, I'm going to get you. That's a heavy kick.
He may have to get him if the judges have it scored the same way you do, partner.
Well, right now, Van Steenis even has a chance at bringing this into a 10-8 round because he's landed a lot of big and heavy shots. He has hurt John Salter with those shots. Just needs to continue on with that round, but that's going to stop. It's not going to win John Salter the round, but it's going to keep Van Steenis from getting that 10-8.
And it's going to stop Van Steenis from kicking Salter in the face more.
Exactly. And Steenis needs to put his feet on the hip area and start to push off of Salter. Create space, get yourself back to your feet. Grapevine his legs is only going to keep him on top of you.
That's a huge takedown for Salter, considering how this fight has gone.
Absolutely. There you go, put foot on the hip. You see Salter immediately just passes it into half guard. This is what, when someone is so good on the ground and they get those opportunities, you put the feet on the hip, you've got to go. You can't wait. And someone like Salter realizes, oh, it's there, I'm going to pass. Now I'm in a better position to hold on to you, keep you down, and get my win.
NAIA National Wrestling Champion. Some say half guard when it's a wrestler. I think Turk, and that's what Salter thinks. Turk control, and let's hold on for another 15 seconds.
John Salter right now, he's not trying to end this fight. He's just trying to ride it out to the end and get his win. Smart fight by John Salter.
John Salter, Costello Van Steenis, a tremendous main event of the evening that goes the distance. Back in 30 seconds to find out who will reign supreme in our middleweight matchup and move one step closer to a potential title shot. Plenty of damage done in the third round by Van Steenis.
That's just about all third round damage that you're seeing. Looking at what John Salter did in the first 2 rounds, he did a great job of putting this fight exactly where he needed to, on the ground, and him in control of the positions for the most part. Every time Van Steenis did something, Salter ended up turning it and bringing him to the ground and putting the fight exactly where he wanted it. Almost got that choke. Van Steenis, being tough, having experience, was able to stop it, pull the hands back, and in the third round, Costello Van Steenis opened up and did a lot of damage to John Salter. And it was that last takedown that I think saved the fight for John Salter.
I would think John Salter would agree. As our main event goes the distance, judges are rendering their decision.
Those kicks to the stomach are tough, right?
And here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's main event, we'll go to your 3 judges. Chris Lee, Derek Cleary, Sal D'Amato. All 3 scored exactly the same, 29-28. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, John Salter.
Huge win for John Salter. Survival mode in the final 5 minutes. He is with Big John McCarthy.
I'm here with your winner, John Salter. I know that last round was not the way you wanted this fight to go. Talk to me about what you were feeling.
What are you talking about? I thought that was perfect. I could really see his fist starting to fade in that third. I know I'm gonna have a few stitches, but he's not able to hold any food after all those shots.
You did exactly what you wanted to do, pressing him into the fence, taking him down. Your first 2 rounds were textbook for your style. The third round, you got that takedown. Do you think that's the difference in this fight?
Absolutely. I couldn't keep taking shots like that. He hits like a truck. I mean, probably the hardest I've ever been hitting here. But props to him. What a stud. And just glad I got the win tonight.
You did get the win. It was an outstanding win against, as you said, he is a stud. What do you think this should do for you in getting back to that title contention?
We'll see. I saw Rafael around here tonight, talked to him. Probably the guy I respect the most in the sport, but I'd like to fight him again.
Well, we would all love to see that. Congratulations on a hard-fought and beautiful victory. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for John Salter.
Here we go. It's our tale of the tape.
Look at the reach advantage, 7 inches for Ben Saunders. Will he use it to keep the hard hard-hitting Douglas Lima at a distance.
That man, Ben Saunders, versus his friend Douglas Lima, but the friendship, Jimmy, absolutely on hold right now. Round number 1.
You won't find two more likable guys in all of MMA. It's almost a shame to see them fighting, but I'm so excited about this fight tonight.
Ben Saunders, he's in the black trunks. Douglas Lima, he's in the white trunks.
That reach advantage. Will Ben Saunders use that jab effectively? A lot of the time, his aggression takes away that reach advantage. He's always moving forward. That takes away your reach.
Reach to Saunders, Jimmy, would you say power in striking to Lima?
Yeah, definitely. He has more one-shot power. Where Ben has the one-shot finishing power is with his feet. Very accurate with his kicks. That'll put you down.
Accurate kicks there. That was on the kneecap. Fighters landing kicks. See Lima, though, targeting low. Above the waistline for Lima there on the kick.
Ben Saunders more than like slice you up, wear you down kind of finisher. Lima hits you once, you don't know where you are. Ask Cris Lozano. Ben Saunders the first time. Ryan Baker, he only needs one.
The right hand from Lima, but not landing. See Saunders, Jimmy, trying to step into that pocket. Feet by Lima.
Once again, is that a mistake? Should be on the outside, throwing that jab, making Douglas Lima come to him, maybe reach with that right hand.
Thigh kick there, and that landed. Counter body kick by Lima, that landed.
Fans at home, those kicks are hard. We can feel them from where they are, man. I don't know if the camera's giving it justice.
With fighters throwing and landing effectively with their kicks.
That right hand to the body.
Kick caught. See Saunders closing distance immediately.
Quickly giving up on that single leg.
Knee to the thigh by Saunders. Knee to the stomach by Saunders.
It's a little cut over the left eye of Ben Saunders. Doesn't look too bad yet.
Outside of the left brow.
I've talked about it before, the confidence or the edge of knowing I've been here before. These guys have trained together. They've been in all these positions with one another before.
Circle to your right.
Kick just missed from Saunders. Both fighters here in round number 1 opening up with the kicks.
See that blood on the shoulder of Douglas Lima. That's from the eye of Ben Saunders up in the clinch. Man, listen to that kick.
Hands high and tight for Douglas Lima. Looser hands for Saunders. That's Lima landing with the left. It's a high inside thigh kick there landed by Saunders.
Close first round, very much up for grabs.
Scored on the Bellator app, you're the 4th judge. Bouncing the step of Saunders. This is with that head kick. Oh, that's a crushing kick there by Lima. That backed off Saunders.
Doing a good job of blocking it with his arms. Didn't land flush.
Still shook his entire body and his base. On the inside right, but it's Saunders coming in.
I think Lima's finding his range a little bit better now. He's staying out of that clinch.
40 seconds remaining round number 1.
Nice check. Something not a lot of guys do. Turned toward it, took the steam off that kick.
Referee Jason Herzog letting the action flow.
No reason to step in. Both guys very busy.
Very busy. High tempo, high pace in this
nice
fight.
left hook.
Final seconds of round number 1. Scheduled for 3 rounds in this welterweight tournament final. That's round number 1 in the books. Between rounds, we saw Matt Marsden, the Bellator cutman, going to work on a very nasty cut above the right eye of Ben Saunders that almost looked to be in the upper lid.
That's a bad placement for the cut. Doesn't look too bad. It's not a huge cut, but the placement is not good. Looks to be on the lid.
Tight round number 1, Jimmy. How'd you see it?
Very tight round number 1. Douglas Lima, 10-9. I thought he found his range at the end, was landing some good strikes, also did a little more damage. You see the wear on the face of Ben Saunders, but very close first round. And I agree with his coach. Don't chase him around, don't extend, don't give him an opening for that right hand. Be aggressive, but you don't want to chase a guy.
$100,000, a world title shot to the winner of this tournament final in the welterweight division.
Come on, Ben!
Here, Robert, you see Ben Saunders' coach.
Didn't put his mouthpiece in.
I need you to set the kicks up.
Saunders undefeated in his career. Robert is in the corner.
That's lucky for him. He has Jason Herzog. A lot of referees go, I don't care. It's not my fault you forgot it.
Took Saunders a while to realize he forgot it too. Saunders has other things on his mind than a mouthpiece. Saunders now circling out. Douglas Lima coming forward.
General rule of thumb, if your opponent hits harder than you do, you gotta hit him more. Ben has to throw more combinations.
Huge shot, now Lima looking to finish.
Deja vu all over again, beautiful right hand.
Rubber guard for Saunders, mission control, trying to hold on desperately.
He's in trouble, trying to recover. That was a bad shot.
Blood, as you see, all over the face of Ben Saunders. That deep cut in the lid. Saunders knocked down but not out. And that left eye is a disaster.
That shot was right on the eye. Ben Saunders needs to finish this fight right now. I don't see a lot of doctors letting him go, even if he makes it out of this round, Sean. Talk about double urgency. He's hurt, he's bleeding, he's in trouble. If he goes back to the corner, man, good chance the doctor stops this fight.
Right now, holding the open half guard on Douglas Lima. We'll see if Lima targets that eye. Look at Saunders wiping the blood away.
Credit Ben Saunders' heart.
His vision has to be almost nothing, one would think, in the left eye.
That's finished, he's seeing one. Right now, he's seeing in 2 dimensions. Going for the leg lock. Not going to get it from there. It's not deep enough.
Lima just trying to pop free. There's this sense of desperation for the finish you talked about from Saunders.
He will not get it from here, I'm telling you.
On cue, he doesn't. Lima's out. Saunders back to his feet.
Crowd is on their feet, as they should be.
Spectacular heart and character from these 2 fighters.
He is bloodied, he is desperate. He has no depth perception, but he has to land a knockout shot, in my opinion. I do not see a doctor letting this go to the 3rd round.
Saunders' left eye almost fully closed. Whatever vision he has left is being obscured by that blood flow.
Let's bring up the psychological issue here for Douglas Lima. His friend is hurt. He is bloodied. That eye is swollen shut. Will he go in for the kill at this point? That's a big question. He knows a good right hand might permanently damage that left eye, Sean. That could be a factor.
Jimmy, a partial answer to your question. On the ground, top position, Lima was not targeting Saunders' eye.
I mean, you know, detached retinas, eye damage can end a career. He knows it's swollen shut. Lima hasn't thrown a lot of significant strikes since that first big one. He might not want to hurt his friend. That could be the issue here. Or he could just be tired.
35 seconds remaining, round number 2. Saunders dropped, Lima could not finish.
This is over.
The head kick, that is it! The head kick knockout, and there is the finish for Douglas Lima. 2 welterweight tournament finals, 2 welterweight tournament victories.
Out cold once again in a more devastating fashion. Ben Saunders still out, Douglas Lima victorious again. That kid's a beast. A monster at 170. Started out in trouble. Left eye was cut, and then bang, look at that uppercut. Tried to finish on the ground, couldn't get it. Take a look at it again, bang. Semi-uppercut right to the chin. That eye is a total mess. Went for the finish, couldn't get it, and then when they were back on the feet, the body shot set it up, but it was that high kick right behind the ear. Ben Saunders is done.
You saw it right there, the head kick knockout.
Started out with that beautiful body shot to the liver. Outstanding boxing, beautiful combination shot. Ben Saunders is down and out. You see Douglas Lima, he's concerned about his good friend. 2 warriors, my man.
Douglas Lima, natural-born finisher, and ferocious on that finish with the head kick knockout. 25 pro MMA wins now for 25-year-old Brazilian by way of Atlanta, Douglas Lima.
Yeah, let's let him come to the center if you guys are okay
An
with it.
outstanding striking performance for Lima. He claims his second Bellator welterweight tournament, claims his second $100,000 check, and his second world title shot.
Stay right here. But he'll come to you, okay, Ben? Come here, please. We're going to let the doctor hold you up.
It was on the left side, the head kick. One has to speculate. No way that Saunders could have seen that kick coming. Let's go to Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes officially 4 minutes, 33 seconds into round number 2. The winner by knockout now, the winner of the welterweight tournament, Douglas the Phenom Lima.
Ben Saunders so dejected. Lima, muted celebration, does not want to punish his friend any further. Let's go to Jimmy.
I'm here with your winner, Douglas the Phenom Lima. Right here, my man. Douglas, I know it's got to be a lot of mixed emotions right now. A new baby, a welterweight tournament championship over your good friend Ben Saunders. Just tell me how you're feeling right now, man.
First and foremost, I want to thank God for this victory. You know, He put the right people in my life. I'm very thankful for that. I want to dedicate this, this victory for my beautiful baby daughter. I love you so much, baby. And I feel good, man. I think I freaking broke my hand again on the first round. So pissed about that. But man, Ben Saunders, the Warriors, hats up for him. It happens, man. Somebody's got to lose.
Let's give it up for him, your welterweight tournament champion, Douglas the Phenom Lima, ladies and gentlemen.
Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. The champion, 31 years old. The challenger, 28 years old, taller, and with a significant reach advantage.
6-inch reach advantage there, but that 27-4 is there for a reason. Patricio Pitbull Ferrer is the real deal.
Look at that, both men only 7 career defeats combined. This is going to be outstanding. Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA on Paramount Network from Menorah Miftahim Arena in Tel Aviv. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned tonight by the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation. Tribal Chief Lynn Malerba. Chairman is Kevin Brown. Supervising tonight at cage side, Director Mr. Mike Mazzulli. And now, introducing the blue corner first. At 5'9", weighing in 143 pounds, tonight, in his first world title challenge, he brings a professional record with 17 wins, 3 losses, hailing and fighting out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, USA, the challenger, Emmanuel El Matador Sanchez. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'5", weighing in 144.5 pounds. His professional record, 27 victories, only 4 defeats. Hailing from Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, the defending 2-time Bellator featherweight world champion, Patricio. And your referee in charge of the action, Kevin McDonald.
All right, gentlemen, this fight is 5 rounds under the unified rules of mixed martial arts. We went over those in the back. I want a good, clean fight. Any questions, Red? Any questions, Blue? If you'd like, you can touch gloves now. Good luck to you.
Kevin McDonald, our referee, for the main event of the evening here in Tel Aviv, Israel. 2 years ago in this building, we had a title fight. Douglas Lima earning his revenge against Andrei Koreshkov. Now will we have a new champion, or will Pitbull defend? Here we go. Pitbull in the red gloves, El Matador in the blue gloves.
I thought it would be interesting at the beginning to see both of these guys. Neither one likes to take a backward step, and I thought they were going to go to the middle and just start going, and that's exactly what Pitbull does. He rushed out to the center and said, I'm going to meet you here. Let's see you try to back me up.
Pitbull, long-time black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Emmanuel Sanchez just awarded his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt from Daniel Wanderlei 36 days ago. So congratulations to El Matador.
Well-deserved, because he has proven that, you know what, he has turned into a very good submission fighter in MMA. The big difference here is you're going to see a little bit of an offward kick. That's movement on both guys. Obviously, Emmanuel's throwing the kick, but as he's throwing that kick, Pitbull backs up. That's why it goes across, and that's why it lands to the groin. Not intentional at all.
Winner of 4 straight fights. And you talk about the submissions of Sanchez. Back-to-back submission victories. Triangle and an arm triangle against Straus and Cecilia. The arm triangle against Sam Cecilia most recently. Emmanuel Sanchez has never been stopped. Patricio Pitbull has only been stopped due to injury in a fight that he was winning.
In a fight that he was winning that I did, and he was beating Benson Henderson in that fight. Benson ended up blocking a leg kick basically with his knee, and it broke Patricio Ferrer's leg. And when I went to stop the fight, the doctor was like, I don't see a problem with him. And I go, this guy doesn't quit. Neither guy, Sanchez and Pitbull, neither of these guys have any quit in a big right hand, and that's the difference that I see in these two fighters. Ferrer has the power advantage. Sanchez normally puts more volume on guys, but Ferrer hits like a truck for 145 pounds.
Emmanuel said he's matured. He still has not shown his best inside the Bellator cage, and while many would be very impatient, he said he had to wait for this one. He truly was not ready. He is tonight. Can he pull it off and defeat Patricio Pitbull, who, by the way, did have a broken leg because he spent 45 days in a wheelchair.
Yes, he had a broken leg.
Heavy hands possessed by the Pitbull brothers. Little brother Patricio, 2-time champion, looking for the second defense of his second title.
And power is something, you know, when we talk about it, he was getting lit up in his first fight with Daniel Weichel. And it was that power. He was getting hurt. Comes with a left hook, and I don't care if it's his left or his right hand. Patricio carries power in both. He can definitely hurt you or put you out of the fight with one shot.
We've seen it before.
Whoa, he just got rocked with that, though. That hurt him.
And he fires back.
And that's part of the problem, is sometimes you want to defend instead of firing back. You need to be careful. But that's exactly what he did with Weichel, and he ended up landing him. So Emmanuel Sanchez needs to take his time here, keep the pressure, but don't rush in.
That counter left hook, the fight you were talking about, where it looked like Pitbull was in big trouble. But a good connection from the challenger.
Both guys have landed big shots in this round.
Good balance shown by El Matador. Pitbull in the pocket pushing forward. Sanchez said his life changed drastically when he met and started working with Duke Roufus about 5-6 years ago.
You know, they're those guys that come into your life. Sometimes they come in for a very short amount of time. It's almost, it can be, you know, an hour. And there's those guys that are in your life for a long time, but they make a difference in who you are as a person. And Duke Roufus has done that with Emmanuel Sanchez, and he talks about him with a reverence. And you look at that, and you know exactly what Duke has given him through the martial arts.
Duke has done that to a handful of young men, including the Pettis brothers. John McDessie was a main training partner for Sanchez for this title fight tonight, as they clinched John right in front of us.
Pretty good comparison. A little bit taller than Patricio, but built very similar and powerful.
And you want to talk about a nifty striker.
Elbow over the top. Elbow over the top. Pressure. Yeah,
Of course, Coach Cush, Scott Cushman, does a great job with Duke as well. And Duke has always played the role of big brother. and he's a great big brother to these young fighters.
He is, you know, he's a leader. Yep. And he doesn't lead, he leads by example. He doesn't sit there and say, hey, follow me, look at me. He just says, hey man, you know, what are we gonna do? And one of the things, you know, I love about Duke is he takes care of his guys.
Final seconds of a very entertaining round one. Round two of our main event of the evening, sold out, Menorah. Mev Kahim Arena, Tel Aviv, Israel. Third straight year we have been here. Second title fight for these great fans. And a back and forth round number one.
It absolutely was back and forth. You look at Pitbull had a couple of times he was lighting Emmanuel up. Emmanuel works his way through it. Then Emmanuel came out, hurt him. You can see that shot. It's going to be dependent on who the judges are looking at as far as who did the most damage in that round and who landed the best shots as far as what was it that affected the fight the most.
Well, I will tell you that there's a huge mouse under the left eye of the champion, and they had the end swell on it while we were in break between rounds.
Well, they both have damage. You look at Emmanuel on his right eye, he's got a lot of damage under it. And oh, big shots by both right there, both throwing hard.
Watch for that left hook of Patricio Pitbull. Sanchez doing a nice job with that kick. Patricio moving right into it.
Yep.
So he fired with that left.
Sanchez got a big mark underneath that right eye now. It's definitely, yeah, he's got a good cut underneath it. It should not affect him in the fight because it's all dripping down. It's not going to affect his eyes. But that was what happened in that exchange that we saw.
Body kick. Keep going, body. Body again.
Quick kicks by Emmanuel Sanchez.
And you know those kicks, when you're looking at it, they're hitting the arm, but that's okay because those hitting the arm is is going to slow that right arm down. And so if I was in Emmanuel's corner, I'd say, hey, man, every time you get a chance, I want you to pound that arm. Every time you can, just keep on firing at it. I don't care if it's hitting the arm. I want you to do it because it's going to start to affect him and what he can do offensively.
Sanchez, a black belt in kickboxing under Duke Rufus. A world champion, by the way. And you wouldn't know it because he never mentions it.
He came from a family that kind of got involved in that.
A little bit.
His brother Rick was a little crazy.
It still is. 2 minutes into round 2.
Nice shot. The one of the things I want to point out here is you're watching. Look at what I'm saying when I say these guys don't back up. Neither guy's backing up. Patricio is using lateral movement. That is smart fighting. That's what you want to do. Emmanuel is trying to cut that lateral movement off, moving forward. This is awesome footwork and display of technical fighting by both guys.
Don't forget, Friday, November 30th, we're at the WinStar World Casino and Resort for John Salter and Chidi Njokuani. Then the following day, from Italy, Italian superstar Alessio Sakara takes on Kent Campos. Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy in Tel Aviv. This is our main event of the evening. The champion in the red gloves, the challenger in the blue gloves. Both men beaten a little bit, bloodied a little bit. Both men far from beaten.
Both guys are fighting exactly the way they're supposed to. That, again, not intentional, going for an inside. You see the hips move back on Ferrer. That's why it lands where it does. But Kevin's going to sit here and he's going to give him time. He's going to start to let things, air out a little bit. But I don't think he's going to be taking a point for that because it's the movement of both fighters. But he will warn Emmanuel about, hey, you got to be in control of your weapons.
It's a warning, right?
Kevin McDonald just called out. He's calling a warning on that. And the reason why is, again, movement of both guys.
Pitbull's fight in Rome against Daniel Weichel was his first Bellator fight outside of the United States. Once again, he travels overseas looking to defend his title. And they swing hard.
That was a big right hand by Pitbull. Pitbull's got a very tight guillotine when he goes for it, so he's got to be very careful sticking his neck out there.
11 wins by submission, 5 by way of guillotine. 2 of his last 3 wins have been by guillotine.
Very nice knee inside by Pitbull. Nice takedown. This is a good round for Pitbull. It's been it's a close round, but he's the one that's winning the exchanges right now. Sanchez utilizing the fence to get himself back to a seated position, get himself back up off the ground, but he's got to be careful of Pitbull being able to close his hands around his waist. Very nice job of Emmanuel getting himself back to his feet, getting himself in the fight, trying to utilize wrist control inside. He's got his arm a little high.
44 combined victories for Pitbull and Sanchez.
Beautiful
and another takedown.
And I'm telling you, there's no doubt in my mind, Pitbull perfected that nice little inside trip with the work of a guy named Henry Cejudo, an Olympic gold medalist that he trains with.
And the captain, Eric Alvarez, big part of that as well.
Yep. Watch this inside movement with the leg. Look at that beautiful inside trip by Pitbull. That's what we're talking about, technique and getting a guy to his back.
Patricio said about his opponent tonight, he's a complete fighter, pressure, volume. Said he doesn't have the heaviest hands, but it'll be a different feeling. You know, Patricio's had so many rematches, and
couple trilogies in his career. Emmanuel Sanchez, a little different opponent. Well, he is a different opponent for Patricio Pitbull.
He's very similar, in my opinion. Emmanuel's very similar to one of the opponents that Pitbull has fought, in Pat Curran. Yeah, in that he's so well-rounded. He doesn't fight the stand-up game like Pat. He's a lot more energetic in his movement, and he goes after things in a lot more frenetic fashion than Pat, but he is that full package. So Pitbull has fought someone similar, but when you're fighting a new guy, that gives you juice. It gives you, hey man, I got to prove that I'm better than this guy, and I'm not fighting that same guy again.
Sanchez missed with the axe kick.
Stay on the legs.
The biggest oi is from the voice of Duke Rufus.
Well, we've talked about, Patricio's been here before. He's been here many times in 5-round fights.
Absolutely.
So he knows, hey, I got a lot of time in this fight to do what I need to do to win. And you've got to look at what Emmanuel's doing, and Emmanuel is very controlled in what he's doing in the cage, systematically going after the same thing. So what we have is we've got both guys knowing, hey, I don't have to win this fight right away. Oh, good shots by Pitbull. Heavy shots.
8th time Patricio Pitbull has been scheduled for 5 rounds. 5 and 2 in those 5-round fights. And he's finished 3 of those fights.
Right kick, kick out, not up. Kick out.
But he's about even 500 in ones that go the distance. Of course, we said right at the top of this main event, first 5-round fight in the career of El Matador Emmanuel Sanchez.
Touch kick. Don't touch kick. Don't touch the kick. Hard kick. Yeah, kick. He's running. Hey! The right kick when he moves right. Hey! Keep going.
You're going to see that Patricio likes to switch stance a lot. He'll go orthodox and then he'll go southpaw. Got a mouthpiece that's out right now.
Keep going.
And the fight continues.
Just back to it. Yep, but one of the things, when he is southpaw, he likes to throw that straight left hand, but his hook is one of his best shots, so you see him switching back to orthodox a lot because he likes to throw the hook. So he relies on that left hand a lot in his fighting. Even though he knows he's got huge power in his right hand, he loves to bring that left hand.
A lot of kicks being utilized in this round by Sanchez.
Which is smart. He's got a lot of length on him, and it can keep him at bay, keeps him at distance, and keeps him from responding.
Just ate a big one, though.
Both guys are landing on these exchanges, but you can see the difference in that Pitbulls are landing with a little more power and just a little bit more effective in every time that they come together.
Which we knew would be one of the storylines coming in, John. I mean, Pitbull has as much power as pretty much anyone in MMA at 145.
He does, and that's one of the things. What makes him so difficult is for a guy that doesn't have a big reach, a guy that is not tall. He likes to come inside, and he's good at stepping in and throwing heavy shots. And when you get hit by that power, you go, man, I don't want that to happen again. So you start to back off of him, and that's everything that he needs. That's one of the things I'm so impressed with Emmanuel Sanchez right there. He's not backing off him at all.
He's proud to represent Mexican fighters. He's talked about that many times. Henry Cejudo, Cain Velasquez, 2 of his buddies in this game. Flying knee by Pitbull. Final minute of round 3. Volume against power, and on his back with Pitbull on top with less than 30 seconds here.
You look at what Pitbull's doing right here, and you're going, well, I think he took him down just to say, you know what, I'm kind of tired of standing up here. I'm a little bit winded. I'm going to catch my breath before the end of the round, so when I come out in the next round, I'm going to feel full and complete.
Headed to the championship rounds. Championship rounds, round 4. In our 5-round main event for the featherweight championship. Uncharted waters for El Matador Emmanuel Sanchez. Patricio Pitbull looking to defend his belt once again.
You got to give credit to the cut man, Matt, who's been working on Emmanuel Sanchez. He's done an outstanding job of controlling that cut and keeping Sanchez able to work in this fight.
Has Emmanuel Sanchez won a round on your scorecard?
You know what? You could have given him the first round. I can see where someone did because he did hurt Patricio. It's a question of what did the judges see as what was the most effective thing in the fight. So he definitely could have won the first round, but he has lost the last 2.
This is the best position he has had in this fight. Side control early in round 4. Both black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Nice sweep and turn into that beautiful double leg. You gotta love what he just did right there because that is not easy to do.
Patricio's talked about not only being the best fighter in Bellator, but the best featherweight in the world. And the more you watch him, and this fight could go Sanchez's way, but the more you watch how vast his skill set is, the more you could make that argument.
Well, just like you're saying, this fight's far from over.
Yes.
But even if Sanchez doesn't win this fight, look at what he's doing against a guy that you can say is one of the best featherweight fighters in the world, maybe the best. And he is in this fight. He's doing damage. He's just losing those little things right now, but this fight can change on a moment's notice.
Top position for Pitbull, 90 seconds into round 4.
You had that nice little trade of fighters that occurred with Demetrius Johnson and Ben Askren. Patricio Pitbull right away gets a hold of the president of Bellator, Scott Coker, says, trade Aldo. He wants to fight Jose Aldo because he wants to prove that he's the best Brazilian featherweight of all time.
You asked him why. He said because all of Brazil would watch.
Well, and he also said, he says, you know, it's all of Brazil would watch. He goes, because in Brazil, there's the question, who is the best? He goes, everywhere else, everyone thinks he's the best, and I'm here to prove him wrong.
There is a chapter missing in history, and he pointed out that MMA really blew up in Brazil when Vitor Belfort fought Anderson Silva.
That was the big moment, and that was the big kick.
It was indeed. Just like that.
Emmanuel Sanchez still marching forward, throwing kicks, throwing punches, definitely still in this fight, throwing heavy shots, not giving an inch. You gotta love this kid.
He's got lots of Bellator rounds under his belt against some of the top fighters. Basically, most of the top fighters in this division.
Well, you take a look at who Emmanuel Sanchez has fought and who he's got wins against. His only losses here in Bellator is to Pat Curran, the ex-champion, and Daniel Weichel, a 2-time title contender. That's his 2 losses. He's got wins over Daniel Straus, Marcus Galval, Georgi Kaharnian, Justin Lawrence, Henry Corrales. He knocked out 5 of Henry Corrales' teeth with a knee.
Which he called his toughest fight.
He did. He said Henry Corrales was the toughest dude he ever fought. Which I'll buy into.
Oh, heavy kick.
That was a nice kick to the body. No reaction from Pitbull, but you know it did not feel good.
Aaron Pico, Henry Corrales is going to be fun.
Oh my God, I cannot wait for that fight. When they made that fight, I was like, oh, well, someone's going down in that one.
That in January. The main event, of course, is Fedor and Bader. Good front kick by Sanchez. Good pace here in round 4 by El Matador.
It is very active.
Yep, hasn't
volume,
slowed down.
And this is what we call volume fighting. And look at volume fighting can get him that victory. It can get in these rounds because if Pitbull doesn't land these big shots and he doesn't damage Emmanuel, then the judges are going to say, look at all those shots he landed. He's going to get the round.
And John, that's what I was saying earlier. Partner, power against volume.
Yep.
Power can end it right away, but volume can do continuous damage and score big points in the judge's mind.
Well, volume is going to be, this is where you get into the punch stat thing. And, you know, you'll see people talking about, well, he landed more punches. All punches are not the same. All strikes are not the same. There's a big difference in MMA when you're talking about punches, elbows, knees, kicks. They all have different power levels.
Final seconds of round 4. Five minutes remain. Patricio Pitbull, Emmanuel Sanchez, and John, you just said it could possibly be 2-2.
It could be. This is the round, man. That title is on the line, in my opinion. Both guys can walk away with that belt. Oh, nice. Just combination left, right hand by Emmanuel Sanchez to start the round.
Sanchez is going to go after it. He's going to leave it all in the cage. Same with Pitbull. But a great start to round number 5 for the challenger. It's been a long journey for 28-year-old Emmanuel Sanchez. Oh, there's that
big left hook. He is hurt bad.
For the finish. The left hook again from Pitbull.
Nice job by Pitbull to turn that corner. Sanchez trying to hang on. That's smart fighting by him.
Now Sanchez slips out.
Pitbull comes out on top of that. That's still because, you know what? That brain is still not working completely right. Things are a little bit loopy for Sanchez right now, but an outstanding job of slowing the fight down after being hurt.
Wow, he took a huge left hook. What a fight.
It's been a fantastic fight. Both guys going after it. I wasn't sure in the 4th round if I thought, you know what, I thought Ferrer kind of took a Robbie Lawler and took the round off a little bit, you know, and just trying to get his win back and come out here in the 5th round and give it everything he has. I'm not sure if that's what occurred, but that shot right there just made this a round. Emmanuel Sanchez has got to come back big if he wants to take this title.
Don't forget, mid-December back-to-backs in Hawaii, the rematch between Brent Primus and Michael Chandler for the Lightweight World Championship. That is Friday, December 14th on Paramount, plus Frank Mir, Javi Ayala. And then the next night, exclusively on DAZN, Alima Lay McFarland fights in her home state, putting her title on the line against Valerie Letourneau. And it is the Bellator debut of Lyoto, the Dragon Machida. Under 3 minutes.
There's that inside trip again. He has got that down. And
Right
that
to
is a
full mount.
nasty weapon for him to get people where he wants them to be. Full mount for Ferrer right now in a fight, 5th round, putting weight on Sanchez, just figuring out what he can do to try to stop this guy. Hooks inside. Sanchez working to try to free that position.
Black
He's
belt
got
against
one leg
black
free.
belt.
Outstanding work by Emmanuel Sanchez to free himself out of that position.
He has never been stopped in his professional career.
That's because he is tough as nails. There is no quit in Emmanuel Sanchez. You could look up the word, he could look up the word in the dictionary and it would be invisible.
Shots to the body from El Matador, but he's tossed around again by Pitbull.
And this is that little extra energy that I was talking about when I said, I think he kind of took a little bit of that 4th round off, saying, you know what, I'm just going to put things in reserve so I can come out and do what I want to do in the 5th, and that's exactly what he's doing, and that's the mark of a champion, a smart fighter, a guy who on the outside, you look at what Ferrer does, and he's so aggressive, and he has to harness that aggression. But when he gets in the cage, he is smart. And he is good at controlling what he does, not letting his emotions get the best of him, and just being a heavy-handed, great champion.
Oh, man, look at the eye of Emmanuel Sanchez. That right eye. Big mouse underneath. Under a minute on the clock.
And there's Emmanuel Sanchez getting right back to his feet, turning him around. Man, this has been one heck of a fight. You got to give it to both guys, Mike.
Couldn't ask for anything more. Title fight here in Tel Aviv. Pitbull trying to become the winningest fighter in Bellator history.
Oh, it was a big right elbow by Sanchez there. You cannot take a lot of those. You got to move.
And the knee. 20 seconds. Spin and a miss.
Spinning heel kick there. He's still going after it.
15.
Ferrer feeling like he's got it. He's just trying to bide time right now. Sanchez having none of it coming after him.
Final seconds of this championship fight. They go the distance. Pitbull and El Matador. Does the belt remain in Brazil, or does it head to Milwaukee, Wisconsin? Michael C. Williams with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we'll go to your three judges at cage side. Your first judge, Brian Miner, scores the fight 48-46. Judges Sal D'Amato and David Torelli both see the fight the same, 48-47. All see it for the winner by unanimous decision, and still Bellator featherweight world champion Patricio Pitbull.
The winningest fighter in Bellator history. Victorious by unanimous decision. And he keeps his belt, and here's John.
Come here, Scott. I see your son right there. I got one question for you. What does it feel like to be the winningest fighter in Bellator history?
For me, it was an amazing fight. He is a true warrior and make it difficult to me. But I prove I am the best in that division.
There is no doubt that you are the best featherweight in this division. Everybody, your winner, the champion, Patricio Pitbull Ferrer.
Our tale of the tape is brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
Look at those records, 7-0 for Gallagher, 10-1 for Ricky Bandejas. Both of these guys are outstanding young fighters.
Bandejas has a 4-inch reach advantage. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Presented by Miller Lite. Bellator MMA live on Paramount Network continues now in the bantamweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds. It's brought to you by the Sanford Pentagon, where legends come to play. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 5'10", weighing in 135.4 pounds, his professional record, 10 wins, only 1 defeat. He fights out of Brick, New Jersey, presenting Ricky Bandejas. And across the cage's adversary, fighting out of the red corner, at 5'9", weighing in 135.4 pounds, making his debut at bantamweight. He enters as an undefeated professional, 7 victories, no defeats. Hailing from Strabane, introducing Ireland's own James, the Stratton Gallagher. The referee in charge of the action, Bobby Wambacher.
Bobby Wambacher, our referee for the bantamweight debut of James Gallagher.
Stay back. Ricky, you ready?
Gallagher, Bandejas. Here we go. Fight Clock brought to you by Miller Lite. Great taste and only 96 calories. Kicks early from Gallagher in the red gloves. Bandejas in the blue gloves.
You can see that Bandejas says he respects that ground game by James Gallagher. Gallagher came across that cage with no respect for what Ricky is there for. He needs to give him something to think about.
Gallagher showed a flying knee through some hands. Big John, we talked during our prelim show about the fact that you see all these submissions from James Gallagher and people tend to sleep on his striking skills. That would be a huge mistake.
It is, because when he is composed, he understands that distance and the timing that is needed to cover that distance. He does it very well. He is a fast athlete, but he does leave openings to be countered and to be hit. And you've got to take advantage of those moments.
Said he has matured a ton during his time away from the cage. 419 days since he last fought. They clinch. 10-1 record, 5-fight win streak coming into his Bellator debut. Our good friend Ariel Helwani. It's been 14 months since we have seen Gallagher. Looking forward to this. Congratulations to Ariel Helwani on all the great success recently. One of the best in the business.
Very nice left-right that Ricky Bandejas just landed. That's what he needs to do. He needs to give James Gallagher something to think about and to slow down him wanting to come in and attack.
You know, we were talking about and talked to A.J. McKee a moment ago. You talk about the young guns and the young superstars in our sport. Gallagher, 28 days younger than Aaron Pico. Bandejas trying to put Gallagher to a test here tonight, Big John. And so far, so good.
An outstanding recovery. Great job at getting back to his feet off of a very good takedown by James Gallagher.
Gallagher made his professional debut at 18 years, 11 months, 23 days old.
Oh!
Big shot that hurt Gallagher.
That right hand hurt him bad. He is still hurt, Mike. Just took another right hand. Big shot, he's in trouble.
Gallagher is rocked. Bandejas looking for the finish. It is all over. Ricky Bandejas knocks out James Gallagher. Wow!
That right hand, you see it land, and it lands solid. Now, he's not that hurt as far as his brain's still there. You see his hands going back to catch him on his fall, but he is still hurt. He gets caught right in the face with that beautiful left kick high, and Ricky Bandejas comes in and puts a whooping on James Gallagher once he hits the ground. These are heavy shots he's landing. Big shots. He goes out. Referee stops the contest. That is a beautiful knockout victory for Ricky Bandejas.
Right hand, side kick, first professional loss, but a great show of sportsmanship by young James Gallagher. Congratulations to Ricky Bandejas, victorious in his Bellator debut. He now has won 6 straight fights to make it official. Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes officially. 2 minutes, 49 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout, Ricky Bandejas.
I am here with your winner, Ricky Bandejas. Ricky, that was an impressive knockout of a very young and brash James Gallagher, but he is a good fighter, and you just showed everyone, so are you.
Absolutely. First off, I want to say hi to my girls. I'm coming home. And second off, he's tough, you know. At first, he gets you with the talking. But, you know, you got to block that out and get the finish.
Did he get into your head at all with all the brashness, all the talk, and make you want to overextend a little bit in trying to hurt him in the beginning of that fight?
Not until he came in the ring. Then he started, you know, really getting in my head. But, you know, we practiced time and time again at the gym. Got the best coaches and stayed calm. Got the job done.
How much is working out with someone like Nick Catone, Frankie Edgar, Marlon Moraes, all of those guys? How much is that doing to not only give you confidence, but to build you to the next level?
It helps a lot. You know, they're the best in the world at their weights, at what they do. You know, you follow in their footsteps, you'll get there too.
Well, I just want to say welcome to Bellator, Ricky Bandejas. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Ricky Bandejas.